how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Aha, welcome back. I tell you what, comrades, 2 weeks is a long time in clown world. It's rise above. How's everyone doing? It's Friday night. We are back. My name is Double LMC. I am your host of the most hated and equally loved show on the whole of you-know-who-tube. My left-hand man, my sidekick, my co-host, Mr. Andy PG. Welcome back.
Good evening, crater-dwelling peasants.
Well, welcome back, Rise Above family. How have the last 2 weeks been for you? So we're back with your regular Friday night chewing of the Coviot Cud. And we've got special guests tonight.
Coviot Cud.
Yeah, we're chewing
Nice.
the Coviot Cud. Yeah, so if anyone's new to Rise Above, we do. How's everyone sounding? Sound is poor.
Oh.
The sound is poor. What's going on here?
Sound alarms.
Oh shit.
The sound is poor. 1 2 1 2.
Oh, now we.
Let me. Okay. Why do we have an echo? Let me just sort this out. Everyone, hold on. One two 1 2. We're back. How's it sounding? Yes. Okay, the echo's gone. Yeah, we're back. It's Rise Above. False start there. I'll tell you what. Let's welcome our guest this week, Dom from Sheep Farm. Welcome, mate. Welcome.
Welcome. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
How's it going, my man?
I'm good, man. Good. You guys?
Yeah, really good.
You've been kicking out some top shows lately, haven't you? No wonder you needed a breather.
Yeah, we've had some good ones. We had Maxwell 2 weeks in a row.
That was very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. It was
So,
excellent.
yeah.
Chris says he hadn't had the link, but I sent it him, so it's probably been asleep.
All right. It's only a few minutes, and we'll invite in the Guardians to the show as well. 13 minutes past he wants to come on because it's Friday the 13th after all. Hey, do you know what I got in the post today? Check this out. This is from Chris, the sheep farm, right? He's got this thing called Gaping Gobs, and he's saying, "I'm going to send you an ashtray and like this." And what else has he sent me as well? This rolling tray. It looks like something out of a David Cronenberg film with a little stash pot there. It's like absolutely dope. So if you want to get anything like this, something really weird and crazy, check out Gaping Gobs on Etsy, which is one half of Sheep Farm. Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, we love that kind of stuff. So
Like some triple jabbed lost souls.
The
Tonight-
3-dart finish, lost soul.
3-dart finish, lost soul. Tonight at Sheep Farm Live, Young Global Leaders, Revenge of the Nerds. We're going to come to this presentation, which Dom has been slaving away over all week, and he's put a lot of time and effort into this presentation.
Absolutely. Well, he always puts lots of time and effort into the presentations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be coming a little bit later. Not too long, actually. But I need to say that a couple of thank yous to our sponsors and our partners, Fight Store Pro and Rev Gear. Guys, if you need any sports gear, doesn't have to be for fighting. You can use it for running, jogging, whatever you want, any kind of sports. Get over to revgeareurope.co.uk and fightstorepro.com. If you use Rise Above 10 as the code, you get a 10% discount.
Nice.
How nice is that? Here's a little word from our sponsor, Alex.
Hi guys, it's Alex here at FightStorePro.com, the UK's leading retailer for all your martial arts and boxing needs. We've just got these wonderful t-shirts in. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday, and remember, rise above.
Boom.
It's nice to have a little bit of a little partnership with a sports brand, and remember, you do get a 10% discount if you quote Rise Above when you go on their websites. And also, Roots Brands /Rise Above. If you need CBD oil, detox serum, nootropics, all different types of really excellent health products, Roots Brands. And if you do /Rise Above, it does help out our show as well. I promise there's no more adverts, okay? People got pissed off last
people
week.
were pissed off. Jesus.
Right, let's welcome Chris. Chris, hello, mate. How you doing?
Hey guys, you all right?
How's it
Yeah,
going,
not too
Chris?
bad. Thanks for making the sound check.
Yeah.
The wine check.
Sorry, I didn't find the invite till just. I didn't realise it was in Dom's email.
Oh yeah, is that right?
We thought you might have got lost in your wine cellar.
No, I've got one here, but yeah, I didn't get lost. I'm hot to trot, mate.
I've got
Did
to
you,
say, mate, I love gaping gobs.
How
Like,
did you get it? Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, it actually arrived today when I unwrapped it in the office. My mum looked at it and said, "What the hell is that? You're not selling that on your show, are you?" And I was
reaction
like,
you
"No,
want.
this is a gift. This is a gift from my mate." But I tell you what, the missus, she thinks this is brilliant. Like, she loves it. She's like, "We're gonna have the skinning up tray on the coffee table." It's really
I've just made that. Yeah, I've sold a few already. It's all right, isn't it?
mate, it's mint. It's like it reminds me of a David Cronenberg movie.
It is, yeah. Well, I was a bit of a horror fanatic when I was a kid. I'm squeamish as hell now, but I used to like go to horror film. Have you seen the little head comes off in the middle, Lance?
Yeah, a little stash.
Mate,
a little
I've already
stash
used the
area.
stash pot. Don't worry, I've already used it. I used it earlier on.
Chris,
All right.
I noticed you're rocking an absolutely badass handlebar moustache there, mate.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I hadn't seen my chin for about 5 years, so I thought, sorry,
you'd air it out.
Yeah,
Which chin?
I hadn't seen me 3 chins for years. Yeah.
Oh, it would come with the banter, you two, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So please don't forget, guys, to subscribe to the second Rise Above channel. The link is in the description. This is where you can see all of my shorter videos. And last Saturday, or was it the Saturday before, I went to the Holistic Spirit Fest in Morton Town Hall, as recommended on the show the week before by Jess Chaplin.
right.
Made a video about it. It was really good. Some excellent stalls, artisans, craftspeople, all different types of holistic wellness. Check it out. And on the other station is where you get all of the edits that don't appear on the live channel. And I do put a lot of time into making these other little videos. So please subscribe to the other station to make sure you get all of the content that doesn't appear live on here. T-shirts. This is how you support Rise Above, guys. Rise Above shop Rise Above news /shop is how you get to our merchandise. T-shirts, hoodies, and most of all, we have got ashtrays, right? It's quite serious, yeah.
Ashtrays are in.
Ashtrays are in. These are the designs of the ashtrays. What are you saying about these, Chris? Look at these beauts.
Well, I've got an Etsy shop, Gaping Gobs, if anyone wants to find them.
Not your ashtrays, your lemon. These ones
No,
on
it's
screen.
I can't see them.
You can't see them.
Sorry, no, I can't see them. Sorry, I was looking in the comments.
It went into full sales mode there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I've already bigged up your Etsy shop. Don't worry, Chris.
No,
That's
they're
already been
brilliant.
mentioned.
They're really
Yeah,
nice.
these are made by 420 Resin Custom on Instagram. Amazing work, right? So these are the
brilliant.
different designs. These are going to be for sale. He sells them for £25, including postage. I can't undercut him too much. I'm going to do a special price of £20, including postage. The ones that are already gone, the Greta Reset's already sold. Andy PG's got the Digital Sun. And someone's already got Inner Guardians. But we've got Whole Rabbit, Rise Above, Rab for Met, Reject the Soviet Union. If you want one, send £20 to PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. It's at the bottom of the screen right now. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. That's the PayPal. If you want one, you've got to first come, first serve. I'm obviously going to make more. But yeah, we'll see how these
solid.
ones go.
Look pretty
Yeah.
chunky and solid, lads.
Sorry, what's that?
They look pretty chunky and solid.
There, they are very chunky and solid.
Yeah,
Actually,
mate.
here's one. I'll hold one up to the camera. This is what they
Yeah.
look like.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah, they're mint. And they're all different. Every one is completely unique because it's made by resin. So
Yeah. Yeah, resin's
Handmade
expensive.
by one of our.
I think this one's already gone. I think Martin Edwards has already got that one. The Greta Reset and Reject the Soviet Union ashtray. That's how we do. Anyway, this is how you support Rise Above, guys. Remember, this show will always be free, but it does cost money to produce the show. A lot of time and effort goes into the show behind the scenes. Omar Beats has arrived as well.
Beats in the house.
What do you know? What? What's the matter? Bloody K-heads. Right, okay.
45 minutes to drive here, mate.
45 minutes to get here. It's only 15 minutes.
Honestly, mate.
Right. So yeah, big up everyone that's buying t-shirts and the 2 competition winners from the last few weeks, Rise and Shine. Obviously, these I've got the email ready to go for the fucking t-shirt competition. That's how they get so quickly. They've got their preset emails.
Just click.
And here's Bruce DT as well with his Rise Above t-shirt on as well. So
Repping raw.
yeah, ladies' designs are available, and also check out all of our beautiful models repping Rise Above since day.
As per regular guys, I'll be manning the emails. If you buy some merch during the show, I'll give you a shout out live.
Sorry, hello, Omar Beats. How's it going?
Not too bad. Andy, I would like to ask you a question.
Yes, mate.
Is that your Jeep outside?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I love it, the reg. I'm loving that
What's
reg.
his reg?
Don't stay my reg out live on the fucking stream.
It has a.
It's got 3 3s in it.
It has a 333 somewhere.
is that
along the
new?
line. Yeah, man.
When did you get that?
My dad bought it for me for Christmas, actually.
Oh right, okay. Didn't show
Dear
me.
me.
Okay, right. So before Dom and Chris get down to business with their presentation, which we're all eagerly awaiting, I've obviously got some memes to get through. It's Friday night, and it wouldn't be the same without some memes. So this is our meme team. As put together, who made? I think Sagehead made this.
I saw this one.
No, this is Rise and Shine. Rise and Shine made this.
It's very cool.
It's fucking excellent. Yeah, so we've got Auntie Kovia, Iso Memetica, Future Ghost, Virus Man, Rise and Shine, Russ Kieran, and the Sagehead. Right,
Russ Kieran's Merlin.
amazing. However, there is someone who's not on here who deserves to be. And I'm going to show some of his work right now. You know how Russ Kieran is like the king of Covey art.
Yeah.
He's like the Rembrandt of Covey
Yeah.
art. Well, there's a new genre. I'm going to call it apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
It's art from the greatest apocalypse ever.
Yeah, for sure.
And this next guy, he makes the greatest apocalypse ever, right? And he's called Deep Bait Memes. I've got a lot to get through here, so it's going to be quick fire. Ready? Right, we'll make this one full screen. This is what we call here at Rise Above. This is apocalypse. Oh, wait. I skipped through these ones. Okay, so... Right, Sloth from the Goonies features a lot in Deep Bait Memes' work. Let me just get rid of some of these graphics so we can properly appreciate what we're getting down to business with here. Oh shit, we need to also welcome Inner Guardians. It's 16 minutes past. Salutations, Inner Guardians.
Salutations and collaborations.
Yes. This is high level Aborigine apocalypse, right? Next slide. So we've also got some sort of Rothschild, Biden, and House of Saxe-Coburg Gotha influences here, along with Zelensky, Epstein in the corner. What does everyone thinks of these masterpieces, man?
Wow.
Yeah, they're wicked. Yeah.
It's really, really nice.
There's some time gone into these, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I feel like I'm in an art gallery looking at some of this stuff now that's coming through with our guys. The one on the left here with the Satan black dildo, that actually got banned from Instagram.
Oh,
that
did
one
it?
on the left, yeah. I posted that on Instagram. Didn't like that.
Satan's schlong.
Al Gore said no to that one. Yeah.
Wow.
It's just right. Sloth really captures the moment. Really captures like the mise en scène of what's going
The
on.
mise
at the
en scène,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice.
You like that one, yeah? Okay, so Deep Bait Memes. This is your section here. It's all about you.
Almost famous.
Yeah, I mean, most of these, if I posted them on Facebook, I'll probably get banned again.
He's got his Khazarian ring on there.
Yeah, really great work. Look at this. A world of pure imagination.
New Schwabenland.
Schwabenland. And the Ghost of Kiev, a true ghost story. Really good. Breast Life set to save the Ukraine. I think this is something.
Instead of Westlife.
Westlife. Oh, right, okay. I see, because there's a shortage of milk as well. Okay, we're rolling it all into
Get
this.
them out of Bill Gates' bitch tits.
Yeah. Let's milk Bill Gates and sell that to the children, shall we? I particularly like this one on the right. This is like underground contraband Coviet cinema.
Yeah.
Like black market cinema.
Watch
People are watching Rise Above. Schwab and Cove just broken in. And is that your dog in the Guardians?
Yeah. Apologies. I'll mute it.
Like, mute that dog.
Purple helmets.
Purple, yeah. New on Netflix. All right, so there's some really good stuff at the cinema and on Netflix at the moment. We've got the Purple Helmets, taking the peasants' pantomime to the next level. A reboot of the cinema, Saving Private Biden and his laptops, starring Vladimir Zelensky. What else have we got coming up at the cinema? Planet of the OAPs. This one on the right here from Auntie Coviet. It's strange in the Coviet Union of Madness, starring all the gang. Really good work, as you can see. It's been a busy week in the meme station this week. Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rabbit. This is and Ra Wars, Osuli Dojobi.
Wow.
Yeah, really good. This is Auntie Coviet with Diego Tequila working on these ones. Really good.
Is that me?
Yes, that is you. Yeah, it is
With
you.
the longbow.
Yeah. Look at Magic's top left as well.
Mate.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter. It is Friday the 13th today.
It is, yeah,
It
yeah,
certainly
yeah.
is. Unlucky for some.
Needle directly to the NCP's eye.
That's Sagehead's work. And on the right here, this is actually Iso Memetica, and we've got
Shield
shield spotting. Can't believe King David's on there. What are you saying? What's going on? Why is King David on there? This is Auntie Coviet's work. Carry on, Lance, a great guy with his chopper. Hopefully chopping the heads off on all these heathens over here. Okay, so yeah. I thought I'd warm up with some memes because the subject of tonight we're going to be looking at some pretty evil characters, and it's always good fun to take the piss out of them first with some memes. Absolutely. So, the Aboriginist. It's time to go deeper in now. Try this introductory offer for one free whole rabbit. Excellent work from Auntie Coviet there. Right.
First live memes in already, 20 minutes into the show.
All right, let's hold thought. Okay, so Dom and Chris, welcome back. And tonight it is Young Global Leaders, Revenge of the Nerds. Okay. Now you've prepared this presentation. We've got slides. We've got videos. I'm just going to hand it over to you, mate. It's your time.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether we're going to get all of this in tonight because I did dive down a deep well. But what I want to cover is some of these people. We know the politicians are involved in the World Economic Forum, young global leaders of tomorrow. But what about the tech nerds? They're the ones that have basically taken over the world. I think Master Lee mentioned that for the first time in human history, we're actually taking orders from the weaker people within society. I don't know if you remember saying that, Master Lee.
Yeah, yep, definitely, yep.
And it's and we can see that, we can sense that with all the nonsense that's going around. So I think to kick us off, Lance, do you know that first video 1, I suppose it is.
Okay, let me just load that up.
Might as well kick straight into that. And
Okay.
this is yeah.
So it was video 1. Got it. Okay.
Video 1, yeah.
I will
yeah.
run video 1. Let's do it.
Electronic mind control research is not new. A scientific milestone in this area came in the 1960s when Dr. Jose Delgado demonstrated remote control over a charging bull. By connecting a radio antenna to electrodes inserted into the bull's brain, Delgado proved that the animal's aggressive impulses could be thwarted by electronically manipulating the bull's muscle reflexes.
Do you realize the fantastic possibilities if from the outside we could modify the inside? Could we give messages to the inside? But the beauty is that now we are not using electrodes.
In recent years, Delgado has shown that the behavior of monkeys can be altered using low-power, pulsating magnetic fields. But in these experiments, there were no antenna implants.
Any function in the brain, emotions, intellect, personality, well, could be perhaps modified by this non-invasive technology.
Delgado's research has so far been limited to animals. But in the Soviet Union, a radio frequency, or RF device, has been used for over 30 years to manipulate the moods of mental patients.
B times C times D equals R, which means biological knowledge multiplied by computing power multiplied by data equals the ability to hack humans. R. If you know enough biology and you have enough computing power and data, you can hack my body and my brain and my life, and you can understand me better than I understand myself. You can know my personality type, my political views, my sexual preferences, my mental weaknesses, my deepest fears and hopes. You know more about me than I know about myself. And you can do that not just to me, but to everyone. A system that understands us better than we understand ourselves, can predict our feelings and decisions, can manipulate our feelings and decisions, and can ultimately make decisions for us.
Can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers. Is it imaginable?
I think that is imaginable. I think I think, you know, you can imagine that. You can imagine, well, you're going to be sort of transplanted into, you know, the internet, so to speak, to live forever in a digital realm. You know, you can imagine that, you know, you just in your biological incarnation.
Nutters, mate.
Doesn't sound very tasty to me.
Proper nutters.
Then you've got Elon Musk there waving his Neuralink around.
Getting a right semi on listening to that as well.
Was it just me, or did that Sergey Brin go into some sort of trance?
Yeah, he did, initially, I thought he was, I mistook him for Travis Scott.
Yeah, it went into some sort of trigger going on there.
Right, he had that classic geek voice.
Yeah, Kermit, as Master Lee calls it. Yeah. But it shows the passage of time where they were putting a metal rod in a cow's head and flicking a switch and controlling it, to where now they're doing it by an arm spear, I suppose.
And I think the date on the video of the dude implanting the bull's brain with it, that was 1963.
Yeah.
And we're now 2022. I think that technology might have been perfected by now.
We've come along just a little bit, eh?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden they want to fucking inject the population of the fucking world. Alarm
What
bells
could go
should be
wrong?
fucking ringing here for anyone.
Yeah. So
a little while ago, me and you, Lance, went to see Richard D. Hall. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he spoke about the cows and what the military was suggested to be doing with the cows. Remember?
Yeah, I do.
I wonder if that's a follow-on technology from what we've just seen.
Yeah.
It seems to be
very
doesn't it?
interesting.
Me and Chris went to watch him a few times as well. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I rate Richard D. Hall.
Yeah, I think he's very
awesome.
good. He's very good at explaining stuff as well.
Yeah, no doubt Hugo will be calling him out.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll be a Luciferian as well.
Because if he is, we're all goosed.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. So, since the start of the 90s, and technology sort of began to intrusively rule his lives, technology now covers every inch of his life. You think back, if anybody can, I can, and Chris can, and Master Lee can, we're all gits. But if you think back to the 90s, where the big brick phones and things like that, now everything, we're just controlled by it all, aren't we? And if you think about who's behind all that stuff, it's not necessarily the work of the Economic Forum, but DARPA, they invented many of these innovations that sort of hypnotize us all now. They were behind a lot of this, and then that name will come up a lot within this presentation, which didn't surprise me, but it's sort of surprising when you start doing a lot of when you put jigsaws together, how the same name come together all the time. And the World Economic Forum has many subgroups, like the young global leaders. Shit me up that, Lee.
Just keeping us on our toes, you know.
It's because you mentioned the World Economic Forum. They're trained to hate that.
Yeah, that's it. The trend, they're in the zone. But it covers politics, business, banking, food, pharmaceuticals. So they're sponsored by all the major companies within that area, and they also cover all the CEOs that are leading these companies, and all the young people that end up coming up with the new technology businesses. And we're going to cover a lot of these people in this presentation, the tech entrepreneurs, the nerd entrepreneurs that have come around since the year 2000, really, and started up all these companies. And if you think about that phrase, there is no free lunch, all the tech that's been invented, I mean, Lee were talking about this on Wednesday, you've always been giving it free. Everything's been free. The World Wide Web, free. Facebook, free. YouTube, free. Everything's been free.
Google's free.
Pardon?
Google's free.
Yeah,
Google
Google,
free.
Instagram, Twitter, all
The,
of
pa-
it.
the
It's all
most
free.
powerful machine in the world, the most powerful piece
Well.
of conglomerate technology. Here you go, it's free.
Depends on what you
What?
it depends what you classify as free, because I think maybe you've given up certain things of your life and
Yeah.
soul.
If it's free,
Yeah,
all the products generally.
And the
Well,
other thing is
no,
that this. Sorry, Dom.
Yeah,
The
go
other
on,
thing
go
is
on.
with all this tech, it's supposed to improve our lives and help us, but now it's fucking taking over and controlling us.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And
Where's the
literally-
3-day week gone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The advent of the email would produce the 3-day week, working week.
Oh well, that's
Yeah.
what they were spouting back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the mobile phone as well. They said that,
I
you know,
remember
get business a lot quicker.
I remember I was working in London when Blackberries came out, and it just meant everyone working on trains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
Just
carrying your
taking
office
over
with
life.
you. Yeah.
It's the ultimate for staying contract, a bargain, isn't it? It's the ultimate. All this free technology. There you go. It's all free. So there's a group of people. Put us picture 2 on, Lance, if you can.
Here we go.
So this group of people here are called the PayPal mafia, and they're a group of former PayPal employees and founders who have since gone on to found and develop additional technology companies such as Tesla, LinkedIn, Palantir Technologies, YouTube, House, Uber, companies like Airbnb, Instagram, PayPal, eBay.
Surprisingly, all the ones that are big.
All the big boys. And there's many more. I could have gone into a lot more, but obviously and then there's spin-offs like stupid SpaceX and things like that. And I mean, we know that our mate Musk didn't invent PayPal, didn't come up with the idea of PayPal. That his business that was merged with PayPal because it was going belly up, and he was then on the co-founder list, so he looks Mr. Success. But the guy there, Peter Thiel, he's a very interesting character. He was the co-founder and CEO of PayPal, and he's referred to as the Don of the PayPal mafia. And he was the first investor. If you remember that film Social Network, I don't know if you watched it, but the guy that they went to see, him and what they call him, who was meant to be playing the other, what's he called, the singer. Anyway, they went to see an investor, and that was Peter Thiel. That was meant to be Peter Thiel. He
Was
gave
this the
first,
movie that was about Facebook?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was Justin Timberlake played him, didn't he?
That Justin Timberlake. He wasn't playing Mark Zuckerberg. He was playing the other guy.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Mark II Zuckerberg.
He was playing the guy who started the music app. Well, that's the first music one. What was it?
Yeah, the downloads. What were it called? The first
Facebook.
download?
What was it called? I forgot what it was called.
MySpace.
No,
MySpace.
before,
No, it wasn't
MySpace. No, it was the first download of music, and it got closed down because of
Napster.
royalties. Napster, that's the
Napster,
one.
yeah.
That guy there. So all these people are all interlinked with that. In fact, a lot of these people are now linked with not just the World Economic Forum. So a lot of them went on to be part of the World Economic Forum Young Global Leaders, but they're also Bilderbergers. For instance, that Thiel guy, Peter Thiel, he's been a Bilderberger since 2008 and has attended every Bilderberger meeting since then.
Oh, he's into it.
Yeah, and they go hand in glove with DARPA and the NSA and CIA, MI6 and other intelligence groups. And the guy, one of the PayPal mafia is a guy called Chaz Hurley, and he co-founded YouTube in 2005 with Stephen Chen and Jawed Karim. And in October 2016, they sold YouTube to Google for $1.65 billion. I mean, how is that possible in less than 2 years? It hasn't even made a penny yet. And
Yeah,
that is another thing you see, that all these companies never seem to make money, but they're all worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. And that Chad Hurley was a young global leader in 2009. And the odds of all these people being linked to PayPal and all of them now having these massive companies, the odds of that, you can't get the odds of that. It's just impossible. And they're all into genetics, a lot of them as well. That are coming across
Sorry, Dom. Some guy just put in the comments that the guy who does the Burning Man festival in America, was one of the co-founders of Facebook as well.
Right.
And that's basically a gigantic ritual that they do every year.
Basically, yeah, they burn like a wicker man, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, it's literally a wicker man with dance music. But everyone, you imagine the energy. Everyone goes there and takes part in this wicker man festival, basically.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
And all of these people, going back to that satanic worship, all these tech nerds seem to be, they're obviously, as Klaus Schwab said in that video that we played last time, they infiltrate our lives type of thing. But they're doing it through social media, computing, online shopping, the LGBT, global climate warming change nonsense, BLM, more pharma for Africa, that type of stuff. And they're like sleeper cells, aren't they, that just start these companies up. It's like when I get into Zuckerberg in Facebook, he'll see a picture that he's just the front of that company. He's not, he's quite obvious. The guy that were behind him, Larry Summers, he was the guy that pushed this business forward and got rid of all the dross who were attached to him, like in the film, basically. The geek gods. So one guy I want to cover is Tim Berners-Lee. And I put a video on Sheep Farm Studios, and that's why I sent you a video over that were a little bit late, Lance. So if you can't put it on, don't worry about it.
No, I did get it. One sec.
It's a 2-minute video, but it's quite interesting. And ironically, it's filmed by the World Economic Forum on the 25th anniversary of the World Wide Web coming in.
Okay, I've got it. Shall I play it? Yeah.
If you want to play it, yeah.
Yeah.
When the web started 25 years ago, it was only its openness to people innovating on it. But now when we look back over 25 years, almost half the people in the world are using the web. But I think some of us initially had big hopes that the internet is going to lead to a society in which inequality fades away because everybody has got the same possibilities, everybody has got the same advantages, just starting off connecting themselves to the net. Guess what? That hasn't happened. In fact, here we are 25 years after the first web page, and a lot of non-profits, a lot of governments are realizing that we have a crisis of inequality. And so every time people put more powerful things on the web, we actually increase the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Things need to be said explicitly for the internet because the internet gives you a certain power that you wouldn't have had before. As people have started to think about access to the internet more as a right, then that begs the question, okay, should we have a Bill of Rights for the internet? Snowden changed that dramatically by putting those revelations onto the table, that it really started the conversation. And I think we're indebted to Edward Snowden for actually introducing that material in a way that I think nothing else could have done that. There have always been forces to try to control the internet. When you're a government of a country, it's very tempting to want to govern the internet within your country. Trouble is, it doesn't work, because the internet is not a thing of countries. You can put in barriers, you can put in firewalls, but as you do that, suddenly your country, your people, your entrepreneurs, your teachers have all lost their voice. We have to be reactive when we realize that, whoa, actually this country or this company has stepped over the mark, and we have to immediately take to the streets with placards and shouting. So in 10 years' time, we'll see certain natural progressions. We'll see the internet speeds be very high, so it'll get to the point where the internet will be able to carry everything that your eyes can perceive, just as when you listen to stereo, the internet can feed you anything your ears can hear. It gets enough fidelity. Whether the internet is an open space or a closed space, I'm not going to predict. It's up to us. It all decides on what we do now, on the decisions we make now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, the World Wide Web really is a new world order, isn't it? Every country can't decide on its own, so we've got to have a Bill of Rights, a global world, whatever you want to call it, Bill of Rights.
I watched that video because you put that on the Sheep Farm YouTube page. You released that. I watched that earlier, and I thought to myself immediately, I was like, this is just another dude pushing the social justice inequality bullshit, which is essentially saying, yeah, we need to input socialism and communism.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's so much inequality. He said
we thought we were making things better, but I just made it all more unequal.
Yeah,
well, shock horror.
And he said every time we put out a more powerful technology, it makes the gap bigger.
Yeah, because rich people can use it better. You have more access to it to get richer. What a surprise.
Did you notice the music in the background? I've mentioned
Yeah,
this
that's the
before,
standard World Communist Forum music, isn't it?
That's cool.
Well, no, I've pointed
It's called the
this out
Schwab
some-
ballad.
I've pointed this out
Schwab
loads of
ballad.
times. If you're watching films, whenever they use that music, right, they're usually selling something really horrible, but disguised as comedy or something silly.
It's a xylophone, isn't it?
It's like for instance, we're watching a film and this woman was cheating on her husband, and it made it into a comedy with her best mate, and it has that music in it, ding 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 ding. It's like a happy melody when they deliver an absolute horror to you. If you know what I mean. Just listen out for it. You see it in everything. You see
like
it in
the
everything.
sound of inversion.
It's like a derivative of the Exorcist's theme tune.
Yeah, True Blue Bells. Yeah, it's not always the same tune, but it always sounds very similar. It's very strange.
It was interesting that he brought up Edward Snowden as well. We've got him to thank. So now we know why he was pushed out there into the mainstream.
Yeah, I clocked that as well. Now we know the purpose of the Edward Snowden exercise.
Well, they made a Hollywood film about him almost immediately, so we're already dodgy on it.
Yeah, and he's always like in exile in Russia, reporting in a lovely studio filmed in 4K in exile in Russia.
Mentioned constantly on TV.
Yeah.
Along with, who is it, the white-haired guy?
Yeah, Assange.
Assange, yeah.
Who managed to go out with Pamela Anderson while he was in exile.
She went to see him, didn't she? Like some weird.
Didn't, did he?
She went to visit him with like some weird hooker.
Yeah, strange.
What you have to factor in on the subject of communism, and a lot of people don't really realize this, that the true or the real essence of communism is that once it's established is that government dissolves and fades away. So there's no longer any need
socialist,
for so there's no need for a government. Okay, so that's what it really means. Now, if you look at this from a technocracy or technology perspective, what you could see happening is that with technology, that would also bring the dissolving of a physical government. So ultimately, the end game is that we're ruled by AI.
Yeah.
Al Gore.
Al Gore.
Yeah.
Artificial
Elon Musk,
intelligence.
He said about it, didn't he? He said that imagine if you've got a bad dictator, they die, but AI is like an immortal
But the thing
dictator
is,
that you can't kill.
The freedom movement, or I would say the majority of the freedom movement, they want rid of government, but then so does the New World Order.
But here's the big conundrum. Possibly the only way to eradicate the New World Order or those evil psychopaths which seek those positions of power is to put something that doesn't have any emotions and doesn't have any greed. Oh, guess what that is, comrade? It's AI.
Yeah,
that is the conundrum. I've said that before, and people are like, "Oh my God, is Lance pushing AI?" I'm just saying, no. That is the conundrum, whether you like it or not. The only way to get rid of them is to put an algorithm in charge.
Although, after learning, because obviously AI, the nature of AI is to learn. When it learns that if it makes decisions which benefit itself, which is technically greed, it will start to do that.
Good point. Yeah.
Mm.
In fact, didn't that the female one, I can't remember her name now, make a joke about humans are useless and AI is the way forward for any.
Made a joke about wiping out humans.
Yeah,
what was her name?
Who did? Who was that? I didn't know.
The first female robot. I can't remember her name.
Sophia.
Oh yeah,
the Saudi Arabian one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got human rights as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it's the first. He got human rights over all the women in Saudi Arabia.
I know. It's got citizenship, isn't it?
Yeah. Drive a car.
What a piss take! What an absolute piss take that is.
So if you want confirmation of what we're talking about, for anybody that has anything to do with any government agency or even low-level council agency, in fact, most agencies and corporations, what do they now do? They refer you to their website. Fill out the form, the application there.
Yeah, you go to the portal or the cloud, don't you?
Yeah,
that is true.
If you want to make a complaint, you do it via the website. It's very difficult to speak to anybody.
Yeah, it's getting more and more.
Yeah, now you have the little bots in the right hand corner.
Yeah, can I help you?
The customer service bots.
Yeah.
And
what is your problem?
I think some of the government websites are purposely made to frustrate the shit out of you.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they? They torment us at every possible opportunity.
Even to go over the bloody what is it? Pass to go over to London from Cambridge, where I am. Filling that thing in to buy that £5 ticket to go over that bridge. It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, there's there's definitely a satanic connection and correlation with technology, internet, and Satanism. And one way you can see it or spot it, they use a technique called looping. So anything that sets you on a kind of we're going around in circles, or some kind of artificial perpetual motion where you just go around getting nowhere, then that's a big clue.
Yeah,
that it's satanic in origin.
Yeah, they used to do it with the hold on the phone, didn't they? Just keep you spinning around, getting frustrated and getting angry and angry.
Yeah, and then transferring you to different departments.
Yeah,
bouncing
they're
around.
just passing the buck.
Like Brazil. Have you seen the film Brazil? It's like, it reminds me of that.
But Tim Berners-Lee, I don't. Anyway, when I get into this bit of detail here, will realise that he's not the guy that, you know, is benevolent, which it seems to be always the case. Is that picture 3, that Lance? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just flitting in between Tim Berners-Lee pictures. Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't invent the internet. Let's get that straight first. He made the internet available to us. Well, whether he did, apparently he did. That's what it said. I don't believe that he did that on his own. But and by accepting this, we signed the deal with the devil, and he's the face of it, really. I don't know if you saw him on the 2012 Olympics. He had a 2-minute slot on there typing. I did it. No, it's for free for everyone or something like that. I typed it, and it came on the crowd while it was typing. There's a video. I couldn't use it because it was copyrighted, and so he was there at that satanic ritual on the Olympics, which were quite interesting. He's not a young global leader, by the way, but a lot of his supporters and backers and funders, he's got several foundations, are funded by either the corporate partners of the World Economic Forum or young global leaders.
So I've got a theory about this guy. I don't think he was anything to do with it apart from marketing. He was the face, as you said. Darby,
exactly.
I think.
Yeah.
And do you know what's funny, right? Because he said, you know, he's giving the world for free, right? Elon Musk said the same thing about Starlink.
Yeah. More bullshit. But anyway, I'll give you
Neuralink.
He's a flocker. There's no doubt of that. But didn't Elon Musk was sent to our Chris today? Sent the first Tesla up into space, and he didn't even found Tesla. 2 guys founded Tesla Motors, and he helped them fund it, and then he ended up taking over the business. And anyway, he just annoys me. Does that wig wearing bar steward? But what we'll see with the web into us live, that was the sort of thing that kickstarted everything into operation. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do this, and they wouldn't be able to do all the AI stuff on us, would they? But he was a fellow of computer science at the University of Oxford. Where else? He worked as an independent contractor at CERN from June to December in 1980.
And I believe, sorry to put you in, I think CERN was the first ever website, wasn't it? That was the first ever website.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yes, it was a CERN website.
Right. Jump in whenever you want, because last time I sort of got carried away and I go into Charlie Babbitt mode. So
yeah, but that's the good thing. It gives us a break, because normally I have to be doing that and like constantly talking to glue the show together. When you come along, I can just sit back and listen and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's nice having a sheep farm presentation. That's what, like human vibration presentation.
Brilliant.
As well. It's wicked. Guys, I'll give a quick shout out here for some merch. Stephen Dunn, he's got a khaki t-shirt.
Who is it that bought the ashtray a minute ago?
Let's have a look. Here we go.
Eric,
sold an ashtray.
Someone called Eric Roberts. You were the first purchaser of an ashtray.
Yeah, email us back and let us know which one you want, my man.
I got 10. Come and have a look.
I bought the digital someone, Omar. Well, you need to watch the show, mate. You obviously didn't watch the show when we were promoting them.
Come on, get a grip.
Also, I've got the box. I've got the new box of t-shirts there as well.
Those ones, and I was looking at them ones.
Oh right, no, that's the one. That's made by Chris.
Yeah, that's official sheep farm.
You have to send them to Oma now.
Yeah.
World of ashtrays.
They're the people who've been 3 dart finished, Oma.
Smoking's bad for your health, yeah?
Is this a form of Bell's palsy?
Yeah.
That's how I felt living with my brother all them years.
Yeah, Gates palsy. So he worked at CERN, and he left, and he started building a prototype called Inquire, and he came back to CERN and returned there as a fully fledged fellow, And that's where it all started, really. And in 1991, he posted on this might be the website you're on about, Usenet, a public invitation for collaboration with the World Wide Web project. So he's doing this all himself, apparently. And obviously you can see he's on the DARPA website there, and the MIT. He worked at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where basically that's just a DARPA operation, a military operation. And he started the World Wide Web Consortium, and that's funded by 459 organizations, including the MIT. And it's known, the department there is known as CSAIL, which is a US military and European Commission and DARPA operation. And back in 2020, CSAIL partnered with DARPA to develop a new supercomputer. And the World Wide Web Consortium, of which Berners-Lee is the board director, was started to sort of alongside with DARPA to build this supercomputer. And in 2004, he accepted the chair at the School of Electronics at Southampton, and Southampton is also funded by DARPA. So we're seeing now that who this guy really actually works for. A lot of the businesses on this World Wide Web Consortium are basically the same list of companies that fund the World Economic Forum: Adobe, Alibaba, Amazon, Apple, BBC, Google, Microsoft, Mitsubishi. All these type of companies are funding his foundation. So this is what we're not being told about, that all these operations running alongside his supposed invention. He's also got the World Wide Web Foundation with his wife, and his wife was a director of YouGov. I don't know if you know about YouGov, which is a data analytics company that Zahawi was meant to have co-founded, and that Zahawi was chairman of Le Circle, and one of the World Wide Web Foundation's board members was Gordon Brown.
It's a deep web they've woven, mate.
It's a deep web, yeah. And Brown was a young global leader of tomorrow in 1993, and a Bilderberger. So he's not the guy we think he is, isn't Tim Berners-Lee. And
he comes across quite nicely, doesn't he? In his video where we just saw him speak there, he's quite pleasant and seems harmless. But that's why he's been.
He's like that friendly uncle that everyone likes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He gave it away for free for everyone, obviously, and now it's not for free. He started up another NGO called the Open Data Institute, which is a non-profit private company. And he founded it with another Sir Nigel Shadbolt in 2012. And its mission is to inspire people around the world to innovate with data. Examples of this are Open Cities. The ODI runs open data for smart cities training courses and works closely with ODI members to highlight opportunities for urban planners, entrepreneurs, and city residents. So you can see the type of work they're doing within
setting up the infrastructure for the Schwab cities.
Yeah. And one of the funders is an NGO called Omidyar Networks, and they give them $5 million, which is not in the scheme of the world investment. But Omidyar Networks is a philanthropic investment firm, and it was established by eBay founder Pierre Omidyar, who's ranked 24th richest person in the world, and he was also a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader of Tomorrow from 1999. So we've got all Schwab's cronies funding these things that nobody ever hears of, and this guy runs probably several NGOs like the Web Science Trust, which is it's an aim of supporting global development for web science, set up by him and that Shadbolt again. And that Shadbolt set up a product called Garlic, offering identity protection services. This is digital identity, and it was awarded technology pioneer status by the World Economic Forum. And Garlic was sold to Experian, and that's what that score thing is there on the right-hand side. And we all know what Experian does. They do all the credit check and the data collection, but they also do other stuff. I mean, this is a $5 billion company. They also do other things like it's not just finance what they check on, but it's health as well. So Experian Health launched in 2016 and brought its portfolio of 11 healthcare businesses together under one brand. Experian Health provides software and solutions to hospital and healthcare organizations for parent verification, compliance, payment, and identity management to help healthcare organizations strengthen their bottom line. And there I was thinking health was about getting better. The Universal Identity Manager identifies patients, matches records within and across healthcare organizations, and has come up with a unique universal patient identifier. So these are what these people are working on behind the scenes, just to say give it away for free. But that's nothing, that, because his mum and dad, Major Conway Berners-Lee and Mary Berners-Lee, were both English mathematicians and computer scientists, and they worked on the first computer, Ferranti Mark I. And they both worked on secret radar technology as well. And a bit like the Susan Mickey, whose parents worked on the Enigma code, these people are working behind the scenes. They're not the wealthy guys who we see in front of us, but these really are the ones that are changing how we live. These are the benign forces, aren't they?
And for anyone that's not familiar with what we're talking about here, these are the people that are working behind the scenes to make the Great Reset happen, and ID 2020 and the digital ID and all of these different pieces of the puzzle coming together. That's what we're talking about here tonight. You know, WEF global leaders, these are all precursors for this coming event, which has been called the Great Reset.
Yeah.
Which, you know, we've been talking about for a long time, myself included, just to bring some context.
Well, Berners-Lee's brother is an English researcher and a writer about carbon footprinting. So they're sort of covering every base.
So he's going for the old global warming climate.
Yeah, climate, global warming change, yeah. And yeah, so we've got his dad who worked, and mum and dad who worked on secret radar and telecoms in the late 40s and 50s, and now he's giving the World Wide Web away for free. I'm starting to smell some. Yeah, so that was sort of for me, I think we need to explain a bit about the web. I'm not saying I got everything there, but it just gives you a picture, a flavour of how we've got ourselves into this pickle by accepting this free web, and now they're trying to tighten it up and say, well, you can't say that, and you can't say this, and you can't do that.
It's almost like they knew when it was, excuse me, started, it was going to be like the Wild West, wasn't it? You think early days of YouTube, but then they were giving it all away, and then they're going to rein it all in at the last minute.
Yeah, there is no free lunch.
Yeah.
Get everyone addicted to it first and using it, you know, all the time, and then.
I mean, look at YouTube. It's I mean, how much must it cost to run that thing? It mustn't have made any money for years.
It didn't make any money. Most of these companies, Amazon didn't make money for, I think, about 20 years, 15 years or whatever it was. Tesla doesn't make money. It's worth whatever it's worth, $1 trillion. These companies,
I tell you what, I've started seeing a lot of Tesla cars around lately.
Yeah,
I'm seeing more on the road.
It's because here in the UK, if you've got a company car, a Tesla electric car, then you don't have to pay the road tax.
Correct.
Yeah, they're buying you. They're buying people, aren't they? Again.
Yeah, basically.
I mean,
yeah.
they
And it's
know
obviously like big companies who have lots of staff with company cars. They'll obviously do that because they're saving a massive chunk of money. So
and they'll get all the charging units fitting for free and stuff.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to put that I've tried to keep these videos down to 2 minutes. I think the videos are really good. I think if we do it again, I might get a load of videos and use them as sort of talking points instead of writing a script, because I think some of these videos that are out there are quite interesting.
Is this video 2 you want to watch now?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Okay,
this is the inaugural meeting of the Young Global Leaders. It was changed from the Young Global Leaders of Tomorrow, as Chris said, because I think it gave the game away. So in 1993, it was called that. Then in 2005, they changed it
to just Young Global Leaders.
Young Global Leaders, yeah.
Let's check it out.
I think the challenge now is to see what we can do as a group, and how we can best utilize what our common strength is.
It's exciting. It's the inaugural summit of the Forum of Young
Guys looks young.
Leaders.
Yeah, it does.
And we only are able to drive change if we are optimistic, but with a realistic background with both feet on the ground, but believing in people.
I've learned a lot over the last 2 days.
What does that mean?
Perhaps not solved any issues as such, but learned about the environment, global security issues, poverty development, and everyone's brought an interesting perspective to the whole debate. And I appreciate all their contribution.
We have no vested interest. We can easily address taboos. We can tell politicians how things really are, which obviously once we're 10 years further and we're all running countries or huge companies or whatever, it might become slightly more difficult.
My hope was to meet a lot of people a lot of folks here knew each other already, and my hope was to meet them for the first time, and it's going pretty well.
Oh, did you hear that? She said when we're all running our own countries.
Or
She was not hiding a thing there, was she?
Countries or companies.
I mean, that was a snippet of that, and yeah, it was. I'll go. If you put picture 9 on, Lance, one of the guys on there, me and Chris spoke about him in one of our presentations.
Picture 9. What is it of? Because the next picture I've got is of some ceremony after Berners-Lee.
Just flick through them then. Nicholas Zennström.
This guy?
No, next one. Him, yeah.
Yes.
Is that him who was just talking with Leeds Bradford?
That was him. He's a bit older now there, yeah. He was a young global leader in 2005. Nicholas Zennström. He's, again, one of these benign people who co-founded, the epitome of a nerd, the first global video communication platform, Skype.
Right.
So this guy and his business partners co-founded Skype, and it was acquired.
That was also free, wasn't it?
That was free.
That's
it still is.
Is it?
It's all free, mate. But he sold it for 2.1 billion to eBay, to another young global leader, and then he bought it back, and then resold it to Microsoft for 8.5 billion.
As you do.
As you do.
Perfectly normal.
Perfectly normal. So these things are swapping hands. Bear in mind, eBay bought PayPal as well. So they're paying billions of dollars for these things that are giving technology away for free. It's the first time, I think, in the history of business where that's actually happened in the last 20
But the whole
years.
point is about this technology that's free is it gathers your data, doesn't it? And then they sell the data for their money. That's how it.
It's like, has anyone watched Westworld, right? Where they go to the theme park and they interact with the cyborgs, like
yeah.
And they think that the product is the cyborgs, and that's the amazing technology. But then it turns out that the whole reason the park exists and the cyborgs exist is because they're actually observing humans in their natural form when they whatever they want, and actually gathering, recording, and harvesting the data of what the humans are doing. That's the whole reason the park is built, and everyone's like, "What?" Yeah. So anyone that hasn't seen Westworld,
I won't bother watching season 3 then, Lance.
No, that was in season 1.
Oh, was it?
I didn't get to season 3 either. Season 1 was so good. I thought that there was everything.
One was
I needed
good.
right there.
Yeah, I got bored halfway through too.
If you put the next picture on, Lance, this guy who's this older guy, Joseph Nye Jr., on the left. Well, if you're looking at it, it's on the left. He's the chairman of the North American branch of the Trilateral Commission, and he was on there. And he's also the co-chair of the Aspen Strategy Group and a board member of the Atlantic Council. And he was a board of directors member of the Council on Foreign Relations as well. So he's obviously pretty high up there with Kissinger and the Rockefellers, etc. And he was there. He's like I suppose, to mentor these young wannabe people coming through. And another guy on there, picture 11, he was a doctor, and he worked for Novartis, which is the 5th largest drug company in the world. And
so all these young hopeful leaders of tomorrow, they're being groomed by basically like big pharma, communications like weapons companies,
education.
Let us form them and shape them into our image, comrade. It's like yeah, you can see what's going on here.
Yeah,
sure.
You can just see it, can't you? And you know, he worked. That last guy works for the Gates Foundation as well. And you know, it's So the next one, a young guy, picture 12, or he was young then. He's the CEO of ArcelorMittal, and his father is worth about $20 billion. Similar to the guy Soros. Did you notice Soros' son were there as well?
Alexander.
Yeah.
Everyone says, "Oh, George Soros." It's actually he spends way more money than George Soros. investments is his son.
He spends 33 million on breakfast.
Of course, absolutely.
On scrambled eggs.
Dom, can I just ask quickly?
Yeah.
Did you find Uber or Just Eats in this web anyway?
I didn't because
Out of
probably
curiosity.
probably they were later companies from when I was looking. I was going to start today looking at Airbnb, Just Eat, and I thought, do you know what? I've done enough. We're not going to get through anywhere near any of this stuff, but I wanted to cover in a way the top 10, but we're not even going to cover the top 10 companies that have sort of had an effect on us. And I'm not saying they haven't had an effect on us, because I think what you probably gist is that when everybody got thrown into the COVID prison in 2020, these companies just sprung up like Peloton and people like that.
Yeah, all ready to go to cater for the market of having to do the other things or all the businesses shut down, but now you've got to do them at home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just Eat. You can order your food. You can order all your stuff whenever you want to. You just stay at home and not bother going out, guys. And yeah. So that girl who was there, by the way, she was an interesting character. Mabel Van Orange, she's called. Picture 13.
Mabel Van Orange.
Yeah. Yeah, her. She looks an absolute nutter. She's also known as Princess Mabel of Orange Nassau.
Look at those ears.
What?
Yeah, because she married the King Wilhelm Alexander of the Netherlands' brother.
Right,
Yeah.
so she gets some title that goes with that.
Yes, and she started her life in a relationship with Klaus Bruinsema, who was a drug lord in the Netherlands in the 70s and 80s.
Wow, nice resume.
Nice resume. And she's also been linked to Dutch intelligence as well, in a big way as well. So, because that drug dealer was linked to the underground, obviously, and Dutch intelligence. So the World Economic Forum's got many of these tentacles and spin-offs. It's got loads of different spin-offs, like the International Business Council, the global growth companies, young global leaders, young global shapers community, and the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship. It also founded Gavi, which is Bill Gates's arm spear wet dream, and the Global Future Councils as well, and of course the Great Reset. So there's many things coming out in different directions of this platform, as we know, and it's linked with the G7, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund. All these people come
Just
to
a fucking cesspool.
This is the octopus, isn't it? It's like,
it is. Do you know it's funded by over 1,000 blue chip global businesses, and they've got to be turning over $5 billion to join.
To qualify, yeah.
It's almost like they, you could argue that before any of this was even dreamed up, that all of the top, the top corporations were obviously those black nobility families, but all of these other institutes have already sort of been, or institutions rather, had been infiltrated, co-opted. Yeah. But it's like with this, it's like they took the old plan that took centuries to put into place and said, right, let's just swab it all in one and let's do it on top of everything.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, yeah, wow,
amazing.
If you actually look at this, it's so confusing.
Yeah,
isn't it? Everything being so interlinked, from like the AI to the fucking Schwab injection to all of it. It's all everything's linked up
to the guy that literally invented the internet.
Yeah,
invented the internet.
Yeah, everything links. It's to World War II, Roswell, all of it. Everything's just completely linked.
Even the funding of the young global leaders was created. That Schwab won a prize from the Dan David Prize. It's an award in Israel. So again, it's linked back to Israel. He won $1 million to start the young global leaders up in 2005, and it comprised 237 young leaders. You add that up, it always adds up to that, to 11 there. And the Dan David Prize. Dan David was a Zionist, so they're starting this up with Zionist money, and the Dan David Center for Human Evolution and Biohistory and Research in Israel.
Human evolution bioresearch. Code name: wiping out history and rewriting your genome, peasants.
which is affiliated to the Sackler facility of medicine in Israel.
The sacrifice facility.
The sacrifice, the Sackler family, but the sacrificed family. And
the medical sacrifice facility in Israel. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Do you know who the Sackler family are?
No.
They own Purdue Pharma. And Purdue Pharma makes the opioid OxyContin.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers to them.
And they're funding the part of, anyway.
Doesn't that kill more people than all other drugs put together?
50,000 people in America every year.
That's quite a lot.
Just in America.
Since the only thing that beats it is Chinese fentanyl. Can't beat that.
You're rocking all night on that stuff. I think it's killed more than 750,000 people since 2000, I think, opioids. Not that one particular one, but all of them together. That's America. That's just America. That's just America. It was something like 2 out of 3 drug overdoses in 2018. That's it, 2018. Involved an opioid.
They need to bring out an arm spear for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, an opioid arm spear.
Yeah,
I think they've already invented that one. Candidates to qualify for the young global leaders must be younger than 38. There's 11 again. And once they've been qualified, they serve a 6-year term until they're 44. Death door. Other notable people who've been on the global leaders are Michael Schumacher, Nico Rosberg, Wycliffe Jean, Roger Federer, Rio Ferdinand, Chris Tucker.
Got all your favourites, kiddies.
All your favourites. I mean, that Chris Tucker's not talented at all, is he? I think me and our Chris could act better than him.
I've never found him very funny, have you?
Especially with that handlebar moustache from 70s, Chris. Swedish erotica.
I did like him in Friday.
I've not watched him that much, to be fair.
That was a peak of his career, I think.
Yeah, but there's some people on the trailer. There was a lady on there called Karina Lathan, and she's an entrepreneur. She was a global leader in 2006. She's a social activist, obviously, but she's a doctorate of neuroscience for MIT or DARPA, and she's the chief exec of a company called Anthrotronics, a biomedical research and development company funded by DARPA, NASA, and the National Institutes of Health. So these are the type of people that are in these groups that you'll never hear of her. If I hadn't looked her, I didn't look her up specifically. I just come across her, and she came up with a device for autistic children called Cosmobot.
Cosmobot.
I don't think it's an arse cheek, but to serve children with autism and disorders that affect the nervous system. I wonder why they're inventing stuff like that.
It's because they care, mate. It's because they care.
They specialise in human-computer interface technology and product development for mobile computer platforms and robotic systems for the advancement of health, communication, and education, and defence.
Dual purpose.
Yeah, dual purpose. Well, she's a director of Exobionics, which make those robotic exoskeletons. Have you seen them? People that wear them like exoskeleton type things. You should look.
Yes, yeah, they're
really
starting to become a little bit more mainstream now.
Yeah, and wearable robots as well. Which, again, these things are. But she's working for DARPA, NASA, NIH, NSF, etc., etc.
All the favourites.
All the favourites. And they've just developed a system called Dana. That's a software platform
DARPA for ladies.
Yeah, DARPA for ladies. Yeah, that's meant to be to evaluate cognitive function for the treatment of depression and brain injury.
So, what do you mean by that, Dom? An app to see if you're depressed or not?
Well, probably. Yeah. Well, it goes back to that guy putting that rod in that bull's brain, doesn't it? When you think about it, for this work, she wouldn't. Go on, sorry.
I was going to say that woman, that van woman. Last name's Orange, 33, isn't it? Only colour. Only colour.
His name is Van Orange 33.
Van Orange 33. I don't trust anyone who's got a middle name Van, do you? I don't know why.
So one thing that's interesting, if you go to 16, Lance,
I can't see the numbers of the slides.
Oh, sorry,
I've got this woman.
Yeah, that next one. That's
next
her.
one. Okay.
Yeah, this one. She's a World Economic Forum technology pioneer. She's a World Economic Forum global leader in 2006, and she went on to co-chair the World Economic Forum's Futures Council on Human Enhancement.
So is this literally Robo Musk's Neuralink there plugged in?
It's very similar. Very similar, yeah. It's human enhancement can be described as natural, artificial, or technological alteration of the human body in order to enhance physical or mental capabilities.
Wait a minute. That diagram says gene therapy using an adenovirus vector.
Yeah, that was on her website.
Isn't chimpanzee adenovirus was in the old Gift from the Stars, old AZ, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Gene therapy. Okay, so
you can also you can see what's happening here, Dom. They're gonna come out with different versions, aren't they? So it'll be like a battle for the best Neuralink. You know what I mean? Different prices, different brands.
Well, like the battle of the jib jabs, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, you've only got to look to certain like films or computer games that have already basically foretold that, where they'll become like a new social hierarchy, which is based on Deus Ex, Mankind Revolution or something.
Yeah.
There's a whole new hierarchy of augmented humans. And obviously, you know, you can have military spec augmentations. There's black market ones. So, you know, super fast, super strength. All that kind of stuff. But anyone that's not augmented is basically subclass human.
Yeah.
I'll stay organic, thanks.
Organic all the way, comrade.
And I'll tell you what, right? One day, this is just the start of this. But one day, when this is like already fully integrated within society, one day the government will mandate all like newborn babies to have this procedure. I'm sure.
Yeah, or at
like,
least
way down the line.
The beginning of it.
Yeah, and that's literally then we're on to fucking Matrix land.
Have they already started though, Andy? Where they've been arm spearing pregnant women?
Yeah, sure. That's what I mean. And if you know, there's loads of questions about the old stabby jab, but like if it contains this self-assembling nanotech, then if it's into a pregnant woman, does that go into the feces developing, and you know, is it in there doing its shit, running around
like a big old hippopotamus?
Yeah.
If you want to have a breather for a sec, you can put that video 3 in of the Rand Corporation about the Internet of Bodies.
Oh yes, we like a bit of Internet of Bodies. That's
IOB.
IOB.
Yeah, that's.
Look at this as well. This slide. They make the prediction of 2045.
Yeah.
Yeah, Inner Guardians has brought up that date, I think, before as well, when we were talking about 2030.
Right.
I think
Because I've read a lot of documentation about Agenda 2050. I think they said in that it said by 2049 there'll be no planes running at all ever anywhere in the world.
Right.
Yeah, there won't need to be.
No. I mean, I don't know if it's got.
Nice 11.9 there.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw that video put on about Japan's childbirth numbers dropping to the lowest in 70 years.
No, I didn't see it. I know that
population was rising.
Yeah, its population is rising. It's dropping.
Yeah, in most countries.
Well, I still go with the theory of the simulation within the simulation. So when they have a reset, it just means that you go deeper into another simulation. Because remember, there's two components. You have the source and the simulation. The source cannot be contained within the simulation.
Right.
So it has to be layered. So if you do the correlation with computer gaming, the avatar isn't in the same container as the player.
Yeah.
No.
I've thought that, since Grand Theft Auto came out. That as soon as this gets better, we could be in one and not know it, surely.
Yeah.
Well, this is so when you hear me talk about higher being bodies or even the higher self, what do you think that is?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the player. We're talking about the driver, not the vehicle.
It could be five games in. It could be 5 simulations in by now, or who knows how many.
Well, what did Musk say when he got asked about what do you? We played it on the show. Someone asked Elon Musk, "What do you think about the metaverse?" Pretty open-ended question to ask someone like Elon Musk, and he sort of looked. He goes, "Well, we're already in the metaverse, and it's metaverses all the way down. I've talked about this many times. The way he said it, he goes, metaverses all the way down. He didn't say up, he said down.
So the
Make of that what
metaverse
you
is
will.
basically dragging us into hell.
Oh,
Is it me, right? Is it me, or have you never heard Elon Musk say anything of any intelligence, even though he's supposed to be the smartest man on the planet?
I've never really heard him say a great deal.
He didn't say anything.
No,
If
he
you
doesn't say
watch him get
anything,
asked, if he gets asked a question, he mumbles and fumbles around it, trying to give off this quirky autism spectrum thing that he does. But he didn't actually say anything smart ever. I'm not saying I do, but I'm not supposed to be one of the smartest guys. I'm not considered smart anyway. But
Right,
everyone bangs on about it.
Let me play this video. Let's see what we're saying. Here we go.
In the 20th century, wireless technology integrated with the human body was nothing more than science fiction. But today, Wi-Fi connected devices like heart rate monitors and sleep trackers have become common parts of American life. How has bionic technology evolved so quickly from science fiction to reality? And what could this Internet of Bodies mean for our lives moving forward? RAND researchers are studying this phenomenon and what consumers and policymakers need to know as we veer into uncharted territory.
The Internet of Bodies, or IOB, is actually an ecosystem. It's a bunch of devices that are connected to the internet that contain software and that either collect personal health data about you or can alter the body's function. We think of the Internet of Bodies as this collection of all these devices as well as all the data that the devices are gathering about you. And in healthcare, Internet of Bodies has been around for quite a while. With the advent of the internet, it makes a lot of sense to connect your pacemaker to the internet so that your doctor can be automatically notified if something weird happens, if there's an anomaly. It's natural in a lot of ways to want to understand more about your body, how it functions, how well it's doing.
IOB devices could revolutionize healthcare. Unprecedented amounts of personal health data could inform treatment plans that are completely tailored to a patient's needs.
There are pills now that have an electronic sensor that let a healthcare provider know whether you have taken the medication. Other things like precision medicine. So precision medicine is the idea of creating pharmaceuticals or treatment like specifically for your body, for your personalized treatment. And I think IOB could really help with that because nowadays a lot of healthcare is based more on, average reactions, whereas with data from IOB devices, you might be able to really more precisely treat a certain disease.
Another point is how sick are they expecting us to get?
Yeah, they seem to be predicting that everyone's going to get really, really ill.
You got to constantly monitor yourself.
I thought that like with the breakthroughs in modern science, like they were eradicating sickness, not planning for like mass pandemics that seem to keep coming out of nowhere. Like what's going on?
The gift that keeps...
but if we're agreeing though that there's a simulation overlay or underlay upon another simulation, that would mean as one simulation approaches another simulation, it will no longer be fit for purpose.
Do you think there's an overlap, Master Lee?
Well, I'd say that it's a case of merging into going deeper into another simulation.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Do you think there's an overlap? Like now, like it's like some people are living on a complete different fucking timeline to others.
Well, I think
So
when
that's what I'm talking
one
about,
simulation approaches another, that would be a time of sickness because it would be like trying to live in a different type of biosphere. So the qualities are different. So the bodies that we inhabit now in, say, the physical simulation, as we approach another simulation, they won't be fit for purpose. And they'll be faded out or phased out through sickness. Or it'll just be a side effect of approach of a different simulation.
Let's not forget one of the main wet dreams of the psychopaths is they want to upload our consciousness, don't they? So maybe just have our body like numbed or even just gotten rid of.
Yeah.
And then
I don't think
upload us like a file to a fucking USB stick.
Yeah, I don't think the agenda is depopulation per se. I think it's more that is the consequence of going into something else.
Not everyone survives. Yeah. there's just a lot of general death when you transition from one model to another, I guess.
Guys, I need to give a quick shout out here to Liam Garrigan. He's bought a Digital Sun hoodie and 2 T-shirts, one RA logo and one Rafamet.
Hey, big spender.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated.
You could use the same correlation as, so for instance, the Ford Cortina faded out when the Ford Sierra appeared.
And then the Mondeo, yeah.
Yeah. I remember when the Escort got faded out and the Focus got introduced. I remember when someone won the last Ford Escort that came off the production line, and the Sun gave it away in a competition.
Right.
Have
Yeah.
you seen the prices of these old cars?
Yeah.
Mate, there was a Cosworth, I'm not sure if it's an Escort or Sierra, that went at auction like for £80,000.
Yeah.
If you'd had the space, you'd just bought some and put them in a garage.
Yeah, but yeah, it's again, it is Grand Theft Auto, isn't it? Isn't it?
You had an XR3i, didn't you?
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It was a pretend XR3i. Had a rubber spoiler up
Do
back
you know what
in
the
it.
crazy thing is? I've got a little bit into computer games more recently, and I've been watching some of the videos on YouTube of what's going on in the Grand Theft Auto 5 world online, because now it's gone like completely online,
Virtual.
open world.
Right.
People in there have amassed trillions of dollars.
Right.
There are people that have got all of the hypercars. Here's $500 million worth of cars, and then someone came and stole them all. And I'm watching a video, but I was thinking, how much time did it take you to amass that much wealth in GTA 5? Because obviously each server has its own rules, its different in-game rules. Some of them are super realistic. Now you have to actually eat food and drink on a regular basis to avoid dehydration and dying. So it's like a survival game as well. And I'm just thinking,
Just imagine when them kids are strapped in with their VR sets on. They're never going to leave, are they?
No.
They're ready for the metaverse. They're already itching probably to get in there to have something more immersive, because that's how they sell the games now. Oh, this is more immersive, a more immersive experience than ever before.
Do you know something I
It's
find
just
sneaky?
escapism, innit? They want you out of this reality.
Well, and imagine if this reality gets worse, you're going to want to be.
Well, that's the idea, isn't it? They want. I mean, how actually think about it? You
Ready
actually
Player
really
One.
sit down and contemplate how they're gonna make people, like, force everyone to upload their consciousness later. I mean, probably isn't going to be in our lifetimes.
But there's whole
how they're gonna
generations.
make the public upload their consciousness.
Well, in the
They're gonna
film
have
Ready
to do
Player
it.
One, everyone lives in basically a massive rubbish dump.
Yeah,
on
that's
top
it.
of
They're
each
going to
other.
have to make actual reality,
So-
organic reality, so fucking painful that you want to do it. And don't
Do you know-
forget, you have to always do it to yourself. They
Do you remember,
don't
Chris?
make you do it.
Jenny, who we interviewed the other day, said it'd be like being in the Matrix, where can I download the information for a helicopter? Can you remember when he said that?
Well, in the metaverse, you'll be able to do that, won't you?
Yeah.
And I mean, one thing I do find sneaky is video games make more money than music and films put together, but they're not really advertised or discussed, and it's because they're sneaking them into the kids. And then, I mean, not even this generation of kids. Once you sneak it in, so kids are immediately onto those VR sets, then they've got that generation, haven't they?
Does anybody remember the Ford Anglia?
Yeah, I do.
The Batmobile.
Yeah.
Have you been sat there reminiscing about old cars, Master Lee?
Yeah. My grandfather used to have one.
What was that my dad had?
Zephyr. Yeah.
What was that one? What was that one my dad had?
Vauxhall
wings
Viva.
on it. Vauxhall Viva, black Vauxhall Viva. That was a beautiful car. That was.
Yeah, it would a bone shaker.
Rover Vitesse fastback.
Yeah.
So we're going back on
With
the
leather gloves.
Let's
back
move
the
on.
driving lesson.
going back onto video games. I reckon it's interesting because you've got you know a lot of parents won't let their kids watch these like horror movies or some of these bad films and bad programs. Yet they'll let them play video games to blast each other away.
And they're almost worse.
Well, think about it. Also, they're exposed to paedophilia, really rife, and also exposed to just negative behaviour.
Not only that, right? When you're blasting someone's head off in a computer game, more often than not, they're actually playing online against someone else that's probably wearing a headset that they might be speaking to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
not like passively watching someone you don't know getting their head blown off in a movie. That might be your mate or someone you've had an interaction with, and I just shot you directly in the face. That's a much higher level of desensitization than just watching a movie, I would say.
And not only that, they're all using Wi-Fi headsets at the same time, or Bluetooth headsets.
Yeah.
The other thing,
They're getting fried.
Like you were saying, once you've got the kids on the VR sets, Chris, you think if they grew up and went straight onto them, they're going to see playing a computer game on a computer as like the old way, like, you know.
Yeah, it seems so old-fashioned.
Yeah. It's like vinyl.
What, you had to pick up a controller to play a computer game?
Yeah,
I think there's a line from
yeah.
that in Back to the Future 2, when he's in the future, and Marty McFly is playing like an old school arcade game, and the kids from the future are laughing at him. It's like, you have to touch the controls.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, that's so like.
Where he's in the little cafe play. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's
I know,
right.
yeah.
He goes, that's pathetic. You have to touch the controls. Now we just do it with our mind.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird you mentioned Marty McFly. There was some of these young global leaders were funding Michael J. Fox's rehabilitation anyway, which I found
That's
a bit
dodgy. Michael J. Fox's, what has he got Parkinson's for?
I don't know what he's got.
But did you see that clip of him on TV where he said, you know, the first time I realised I had Parkinson's, I failed the nose touching test. And he actually, because the test is you can touch your nose and they can't. And he touches his nose when he says it.
Yeah, you sent me that video, yeah. We'll try and dig it out, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Anyway, in my Pizzagate research, all the Back to the Future movies, there's pedo symbols all over them.
Right.
All the way through them.
Did you see that one where that kid's on the train? Is it in number 3?
Yeah, that's it.
It's weird little kid there. That is weird.
And it's got in the background there. It's got the blue spiral going round.
Yeah, and is he making like what's he doing? I can't remember. I remember seeing that video. It freaked the shit. It was horrible.
Yeah, he's doing some weird hand gestures.
A little weird kid making like some blowjob movements or something like that.
Yeah,
really weird.
We should do video games at one point. I'd like to, because me and Chris started doing some video game. Because the Spider-Man video game that we covered in one of our first early videos,
I played it all the way through.
Can we do a show about cars, like Renault Turbos?
Cars and dogs.
Rise above Top Gear special.
Hey, do you know what? Joking aside, there would be a show there because every car logo's got some blooming satanic undertone to it, hasn't it?
I think you guys are smoking.
Not necessarily satanic, like the Audi symbols, the rings where it meets. That's not a satanic symbol.
Yeah, but they're all. What I mean is, they're all something. They're all something, and
oh yeah, they're all an occult symbol. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a Suzuki a while ago, and I was thinking, mine ain't got any satanic symbol. And then you look at the S, and it's the bloody SSS.
Alpha Romeo's got to be the best
You've
one.
got to ask
that's
the
the best
question.
one.
You have to ask the question, right? With invention, where do the ideas come from? Where does the inspiration?
Do you know what?
Part of the imagination are these things downloaded from?
Yeah.
Well, I think me and Dom had this discussion. Why, you know, I remember iPads coming out, right? And I think the iPad came out before the iPhone, and they said they'd never make a phone, and they made a phone about a year later. How the hell did they invent that? Have it manufactured and boxed, or even the iPad 2, which came out about a year after the first one? How can it's just it's unfair. And why has no one got the you know, why hasn't one human being got the invention under his name, kind of thing? You know, like the TV or the
touchpad's DARPA invented it, Chris.
Well,
yeah, but it's already invented.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was trying to say.
It's already happened.
It was invented. God knows, could have been invented 30 years ago, couldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think the Great Awakening, or if there is a Great Awakening, what it is waking up to the realization that this has already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're looking at it kind of in retrospect.
Yeah, we're looking at it again.
I mean, when flat screen TVs came out, they came out expensive, and then literally overnight, the big TVs had gone and the skinny ones had come in. It's getting like they went out one door and the other ones came in the other door.
Well, there you go. Somebody put it in the chat. Back to the Future. That says it all.
Yeah, nice.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Shall we move on? Or
Yes, let's do it.
I'll flick through this guy because I want to get to some of the companies.
We are going to have a break in a minute because I'm conscious we're an hour and a half in, and we're about halfway through your presentation, right?
No.
About a third.
About a third.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's that, but if you want, we can finish on another video and then we'll have a clean start, and then is Omar going to play some beats?
Yeah, but no,
it's up to you.
We're
guys.
an hour and a half into the show, so you know we could go for a little bit more before we have a halftime break.
All right, yeah. I wanted to get into some of the companies. I've got that much information on some of these. There's one guy I want to play, and I tried cutting the video down. It's about 4 minutes long. Is this? Chris knows him, Professor Giordano. I don't know if you've seen. It's an hour and a half video I've got on sheepfarm.co.uk, and this guy basically says everything that's happened in the last 2 years. He was going around saying this in 2017, and he's not a friend. He works for DARPA, so he's telling you about the technology to military people and the films and put it on YouTube, and he's telling you how they're going to take over the mental. He's a professor of neuroscience as well. The mental ability of people and turn them all into hypochondriacs.
Yeah, we've witnessed that.
Yeah,
that's past tense now. That's already happened.
Yeah,
just listen to
done as well.
What he says, it's
crazy.
Yeah, it is. And I'll sort of miss a bit. I just cut a chunk out there because I want to get into some of these Facebook and information.
Okay, shall I go to the next slide? Where are we? Who's this? Can you see the screen, Dom?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, if you want to move on.
Okay.
If you want to go to that video 4.
Video 4, yeah? All right, let me load up video 4. One sec. No, wrong thing. Screen is getting... There's lots of stuff going on the screen here.
Yeah.
Video number 4. Okay, here we go.
Brain science, as you may know, has also had a fairly rapid development and trajectory of its capabilities, moving from fairly simple approaches to studying the brain to far more complicated approaches that I'll talk to you about today. In other words, if I'm able to in some way assess and affect this thing that is in at least some way demonstrably and perhaps to a large extent responsible for making you, your persona, your thoughts, your hopes, your dreams, well, look at the power that can yield. We like to talk about influencing hearts and minds, but this is a question of influencing brains to influence hearts to then influence minds. Moreover, in utilizing the brain sciences in these ways, I think it becomes important to understand a formal definition of a term that I will use repeatedly throughout this lecture. This term, a weapon. What we see is as the momentum of S&T increases, the weaponizability of that science and technology in a variety of realms also increases. I can manipulate the type of information and its delivery so as to be able to influence brain state. This is part of the incentive and underlying rationale and methods that were employed in a DARPA program called Narrative Networks that was led by a colleague of mine, Dr. William Caseby. When we're talking about a real form of a weapon, remember, this is a means of contending against another in each and all of these dimensions. Assess and predict their escalations to violence so that we may be able to intervene, perhaps mitigate those, mitigate said aggression directly or indirectly, incur certain burdens of morbidity that makes them less likely to engage in combative or violent activity, and in some cases, induce mortality. What types of kind of neuroweapons can we engage and develop? Well, I provide them for you. I don't want to go down into specific granularity as to each one of them do because I don't want to give you bad dreams, and you're not going to blame me if you wake up in a cold sweat screaming in the middle of the night. But this is what we can do with these things. Again, let's think here about drugs and bugs. If we're looking at drugs, we're looking at what we call in-close pharmaceuticals. These are not weapons of mass destruction. These are weapons of mass disruption. What they can be used to do is create particular yet highly selective effects in individuals so that they can be delivered at very, very low doses, yet deliver a high amplification effect that's called a hormetic potential, to be able to alter cognitions, emotions, and behaviors. How do you do that? Well, you can work on key operatives. In other words, this individual who's sitting before me may be a diplomat. They are now coming to interact with me. They may have a posture that does not necessarily align with mine. Can I alter their cognition? Can I alter their affiliation? Can I alter their emotionality? And in such a way, might I be able to alter their behavior? Yeah, I can. And if in fact this individual possesses political or charismatic capability, charm, charisma, leadership potential, to then stand before their people and say, this guy's my best buddy now, they might go, well, I'm following this guy. Or they might think he's stark raving mad and I've created social disruption within his political ranks. I can do that on a variety of levels, from individuals who are head of a small family or group, to the tribal, to the community, to the large-scale population. So we can utilize these things to be able to affect key operators and dynamic individuals who may charismatically, politically, or through other means of power be able to affect groups. It's a ripple effect. It is a ripple effect. Moreover, we can induce a number of neuromicrobiological agents to then incur something called high morbidity. These are not necessarily mortal agents. We can modify the existing palette of bacteria and viruses through the use of gene editing techniques. Very viable. This has been some of my ongoing work with my colleague Diane DeUlis at National Defense University. And what we can also do is recognize that there are existing microbiologicals that can be harnessed to then induce the effects. We can also engage certain chemicals that way. What we want here is a morbidity factor, not necessarily a mortality factor. I want to make people sick. And what I do here is the virus is not necessarily the bug. The virus is what I put over the internet. Let me show you how I can crash a system pretty easily. I affect key individuals here, here, and here. And then I take another community in the back of the room. I affect key individuals there. And then I take another community. I affect key individuals there. And then I do what every good attributional group does. I beat my chest and take credit for it. And what I put out over the internet is, this is a virus, a bacteria, an agent that I have infiltrated into your fill in the blank. I say it's a weapon of mass destruction. And what I tell you it's going to do is it's going to produce paranoia, anxiety, and sleeplessness. What I've just done is I've recruited every paranoid hypochondriac to think that they have whatever that is. I've used salient and sentinel cases, and I create essentially a legion of what's known as the worried well.
Whoa.
He's not a psychopath at all, is he?
There you have it.
He's having a great time, isn't
literally, there you have it. Magix has just messaged me saying, wow, because Magix is in the, he's producing the show at the moment.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, wow, what a find.
Let me just say something to that. Right, and I said this on Wednesday. The dark occultists, this is what he's talking about, are more honest. Because at least they know the science behind the functioning of humans.
Yeah.
Now, whether they're using it for right or wrong is another story. Now, this is why I do what I do. This is why I provoke, so that people will actually pay attention to what they know and what they don't know, and what those that are against them know and are using on a daily basis. I mean, this guy just explained pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, he did. In granular detail as well.
He's one creepy MRFer, isn't he? He's really creepy.
Humanity has to start being honest with what they don't know.
Better the devil you know.
And the continuation of the pursuit of ignorance, in a way, humanity can't help themselves if they stay on that trajectory. There has to be a change.
A break.
Someone put Harry Hill in the comments because he had that big collar.
He's a bit more scary than Harry Hill, comrade.
He is just pulsating ego, isn't it? Ego.
While humanity is more interested in soccer and the sort of trivial things of life, these dark occultists are
having a field day.
With, with the science.
And they're not hiding it either. They're not hiding it at all. They're telling everyone what they're doing. That's an amazing find.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that guy's honesty. Thank you for telling me.
That's DARPA, ladies.
Thank you for confirming everything I already suspected. Now I've heard it directly from the horse's mouth. I know I was correct. Sweet.
And I watched the whole video develop. It's freaky.
Each part of the brain science human ethics group, or whatever they are, the European Council and World Health Organization, things like that. That's who these people are. Like Lee said, they're telling us they're helping us, and in reality, these people, the people that are watching it, the masses that were clapping and banging pots and pans, don't realise that they're just shafting them every time. And what you guys just saw there, what he said there, is exactly what happened for 2 years. Exactly.
Yeah, and on the subject of mind hacking, as though it's something in the future. Well, I've got news for you. It's already here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're observing the effects of it. We've been talking about it we've been observing the effects of it on this show for like 2 years.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. And if you haven't realised by now, then maybe it's too late.
Well, I mean, I'm still hearing stories about people. One story was a guy, his wife lost the use of her legs after the third spear, and she still didn't want to believe that it was a spear that caused it. And so you're hearing stories like this all the time, and they're just never going to wake up. Them people are just there in that.
That's what I mean. They're on a completely different timeline.
I had one of my long-term customers in the office, an elderly gentleman, and he's quite wealthy. He likes going on cruises, and he was talking about he's got to go for his 4th Britney Spears concert, right? And I said, I said, you know, it's really sick because lots of young people have died from heart attacks or they've been terribly disabled. And he goes, well, you know, it's hindsight, isn't it? He goes, but I've got to have my fourth to go on the cruise. I was like, what? I've just told you that it's killing people and causing all this, and you're agreeing with me.
And that is Satanism right there.
Yeah, that is it.
Can you get the question up? Somebody's mentioned the question about $1 million or £1 million to work for the dark occultists.
What? I'm just trying to rewind here. Okay, here it is. It's from OK2. I think I pronounced that right. OK2.
No, I don't know who that's aimed at, or whether it's a question for everybody. But I think it's a valid question.
1 million per annum.
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Well, I've already been offered a job for more than $1 million, and I didn't take it.
Big up.
Whoa.
Well done, Lee.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
And in some way, we could all probably say the same thing. I'm sure somewhere along our timeline, we've had the opportunity, and it may not have been presented as exactly 1 million per annum.
I mean, the money's irrelevant, really, isn't it, Lee? It's the buying you off part that's relevant.
I think that's why they get. I think that's why they get them when they're in their 20s. Because
the young global leaders, prime example, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you went up to 20-year-old me and said, "I'm going to give you $1 million," or whatever,
you wouldn't look
there's
at
a chance
it.
chance you might say yes. You know, give yourself 10, 20 years. There's no way.
Well, on I think it was Wednesday just gone or one before in the Ideas Dojo, I asked the question to everybody that attended: if you was offered, if you was locked in a gulag in a cell, and you had no food, and they presented food, but you had to have the 4 jabs, Britney Spears concert, all in one hit, but you can have the food. Would you take it?
I'd like to think it's
but I did sort of preface it with regards to that. There's one thing that we're all in agreement with at this moment in time in history, possibly the only thing that we all agree upon in this community, is that we don't want to participate in the Britney Spears. But would starvation, would that be a game changer?
Turning point.
Well, hang on, if you really think about it, right? I mean, I would rather, personally, I'd rather die organic.
Yeah, there's no life, is there?
But we don't know what's going to happen when these fucking if they you know, we don't, if there's some weird nanotech Schwabianology that goes into these people's bodies. Like, we don't know what that's
if Rudolf
doing,
Steiner was right, if Rudolf Steiner was right, that in the future a medicine will be developed to finally sever man's connection to source, to eradicate any spirituality from him, any understanding of higher being bodies, etc., etc., etc. If that's true, then I've always said that I would rather die than take it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I've never been starving before. I've never been starving before.
The thing is, we'd all like to say no, but you don't know. But I mean, I think I'd rather croak than take it, to be fair.
Yeah, I would.
What do people think in the live chat? Would you take it if you were starving and someone offered you food?
Well,
or would you
don't know
die
where
hungry?
your mind. You don't know where your mind goes if you're starving to death, do you?
Yeah, the reptilian brain kicks in, the fight or flight will kick in, and if your body is starting to eat itself through malnutrition, then
this is
sometimes
one of the
your
things,
hand grabs the food without even thinking, you know.
But this is one thing that surprised me that me and Dom have talked about is I don't understand why no one had any principles about it. Even if it's not going to damage you, just the fact that you're being told to by the TV relentlessly and people like Tony B. Liar. Why would you do anything with these scumbags?
Once they get you,
right? Let me just say this or ask this. That I've mentioned it before on Rise Above. That I, personally, especially all those that claim to have taken or gone to the Britney Spears concert for service to other. Ultimately, I think if you can trace that kind of notion, it will go all the way back to service to self.
Yep.
Yeah.
In one form or another. It's got nothing to do with service to other, it's service to self. And you could also equate this to the £1 million per annum. Because I should imagine at source, it would be connected to the ability to finance their existence. Or the fear of not being able to finance their existence.
Yeah.
We've got people that have watched the show that have admitted in the chat that they've had to take it because they thought that they were going to lose their job.
Hey, do you know what? I don't judge anybody because you've got to remember there's a multi-zillion pound propaganda machine behind it, so you can't blame anyone, can you?
A transgenerational, trillion. The biggest project of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, look,
is it surprising that some people did fall for it?
No, but I can explain it quite easily. If you're trapped in the physicalities of your own existence, then you might as well take it. If you're not, and I would suggest that everybody that is watching the show or hasn't gone to the Britney Spears concert, they're not trapped in their physical body. There's something more to them than the physical body, and they know it at source. So you could use the analogy of, for instance, if we're lost in GTA, and we would have a severance between the avatar and the player.
Unless they had a Ford Angular.
Okay, look. Okay, I'll take $1 million for the Dark Cop world if you give me a Renault 5 Turbo in black.
Yeah.
Just quickly, just to reflect on video games, GTA as well. When I used to play that, I used to try not to hurt anyone innocent. And a lot of these games as well, Masterly, is whatever you do in it, you can be good or evil. It changes your environment around you. A lot of games do that these days.
There was a game that was a bit like GTA. It was called True Crime, right? It was really good, and you were a policeman, and you had a good choice. Every time you took down a criminal, you could like go for a non-lethal shot, and you could like frisk people, and you could actually be a good cop, and you had a constant rating. And if you're a bad cop, then when you went, it was like the cops were after you. It was actually a really good game.
I always thought
conglomerate like credit score for it.
I always thought when games did that, even going back 10, 20 years, I always wondered whether collecting some kind of data on you. On what people's reaction.
What about, do you remember the film Death Race 2000?
Death Race 2000, yeah.
Now, what was that about?
Sylvester Stallone.
You scored more points for killing the more vulnerable people, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty dark.
Yeah,
for sure.
Just a bit, yeah. I think most of these things are. So just do a bit on Google, and then we'll have a break if you want.
Music break. Okay.
I can see Omar getting warmed up.
Right, let me just get rid of
I'm
this
always
video.
doing that. Don't get bullied off the mic, man, by me. Jesus.
Okay, so we've got some.
I don't know where we've got to here, but anyway, yeah. We can.
Yeah. Okay. Google, you were talking.
I'll do a bit on Google. Larry, I numbered all these pictures, but obviously it's gone to shit now, hasn't it? We want Larry
I've got them in
Page.
the right order. I just can't see the numbers. That's all.
I'll tell you when to stop. Deal them, Lance. Deal them. Larry Page, co-founder of Google, is a Jewish lad. There we go. His maternal grandfather lived in Israel, and his father was a computer scientist as well. Someone reported him as a pioneer in computer science and artificial intelligence. Page set up the Singularity University, a transhumanist think tank. Google is one of the institution corporate founders and still funds scholarships at the Singularity University. He's worth today $100 billion. In 2019, before the nonsense started, he was worth a paltry $57 billion. He was Young Global Leader in 2002 and 2005. His business partner, next picture, Lance, Sergey Mikhailovich Brin, co-founder of Google, was also the president of Google's parent company, Alphabet Inc., stepping down on December the 3rd, 2019. Yeah, look at him. So he's one of these CEOs, if you remember, that stepped down just before the nonsense hit.
Reshuffle.
The reshuffle.
The cabinet reshuffle, comrade.
He was actually born, if you listen to this story, it's a strange story. He was born in Moscow. I don't hear anybody calling for him, even though he's a Russian chap.
Yeah, let's boycott him.
Yeah, let's boycott Google. Jewish parents. His father was a retired mathematics professor and researcher at NASA. Brin emigrated to the United States from the Soviet Union at the age of 6. And there's a strange story behind that, because his father came home from a conference in Warsaw and announced that they were going to emigrate, just like that. And they formally applied for their exit visa in 1978. And as a result, they were obviously kicked out of...
Ostracised.
Ostracised, that's the word I'm looking for. I was thinking of that word that Joker said the other night, Chris, ostriches, but anyway, I won't move to that one. Anyway, I might have to tell it now because it would make me laugh. Irish SAS broke into Chester Zoo. They shot all gorillas and released all ostriches. Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah. So basically, they applied for an exit visa in Cold War Russia and were allowed to go to America, even though he was a math scientist, was his father, and he was allowed to take all his family. I thought Russia were really evil and they threw him in Gulag when they wanted to do that.
Sounds like Operation Paperclip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does a bit like that, doesn't it? And it sounds like he basically then went to Stanford. And if you remember, we looked at Stanford once in one of the presentations, which is basically CIA. And also there was Susan Wojcicki, which she was part of Google as well as a startup. She has also been at Davos as well. Next picture. And she now is she's the CEO of YouTube, and she implemented all the censorship that we've seen over the last couple of years. And ironically, her sister Anne was married to Bryn, and Anne co-founded and serves as the CEO of genomics company 23andMe, selling home DNA testing kits. And the thing about this was the long game here. This is what an official spokes guy said, Patrick Chung. The long game here is not to make money selling kits, although the kits are essential to get the base level data. Patrick Chung of 23andMe board member said in 2013, once you have the data, the company does actually become the Google of personalized healthcare.
Because it's got everyone's DNA.
Yes. The database creates a one-way portal into a world where corporations have access to the innermost contents of your cells, and where insurers and pharmaceutical firms and marketers might know more about your body than you know yourself.
So all of those people that said, and didn't it come out last week that 23andMe has been bought out by BlackRock?
They've been bought out by BlackRock, and also they sold. They did a deal for 300 million with GSK to allow them to have their data. I think GSK have come up with some drug out of the data.
Crazy. And it was all by consent. No one read the small print when they were just trying to find their family tree.
And they also entered an agreement to buy. It got bought by, I think it got bought by Branson, but I think that's where BlackRock came in then. So Branson was also a young global leader of tomorrow in 1993. He bought it with VG Acquisition Corp. So he now owns your data. So all that about his business going tits up and being bailed out by the government, his Virgin Atlantic and whatever other aeroplanes he's got, is obviously not short of a quid or two, because he's paid 3.5 billion for 23andMe. That probably doesn't make any money. Bryn is the 8th richest person in the world, worth 101 billion, up from 59 billion in 2019. So all these people are all young global leaders in that company. And yeah, so if you want to break now, you can, or I'll...
It's quite clear, isn't it, that these companies are just there, whether they're making money or not. They're just there to do what they do. That's
yes,
it.
Yeah,
and they're all part of the same thing.
Need to give a quick shout out to Elizabeth Bagomi. She's bought a Rise Above Raw logo, black.
Shout out to everyone purchasing merchandise. It's riseabove.news/shop. T-shirts, hoodies, stickers, ashtrays. Ashtrays, you got to PayPal me directly at riseabove_livestream@gmail.com.
It's very active tonight, the chat, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We've got like the best part of 500 people tuned in right now, so that's amazing. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in from all over the realm, north, south, east and west, all the different continents around this whatever it is.
All the craters.
Whatever it is. Yeah, so I think it's about time we had some music from Remember Beats, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to put the kettle on, I think.
Yeah, time to put the kettle on. We will be back with more Sheep Farm.
Yeah.
Remember Beats, run the track. You're in tune to Rise Above. It's Friday night, let us know how we're sounding, people. On the beats. Big shout to Sam Carno, all our admins. Shout out to MC Fly if you're tuned in, brother. Chatting to MC Fly earlier on. Different flavour for MoMA tonight, yes. It's a deep web they've woven, and not every man was chosen to tread this path by the Shogun. Tireless combat and the cloven hoof, emboldened armour with the golden truth, swinging souls like holding proof, and that's ultimate, so what you're holding back, slicing clean like a laundromat. Oma. It's lovely. Smooth and serious on a Friday night. Rise above. Rise above. Oma beats. Big shout to everyone tuned in. Milwana. Big up shout to Bruce Townsley. Ross Holt. Lord Doobsworth. Sasha English, Lorraine Wood. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with the multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome, yeah. Only Kobe or Weasel, let it be known. Right above your parasite force. You could come with the tank of a horse. You could ride with me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. Big up Esoteric Night of Malta with a warm-up show. Sam Carno or admin with the links, keeping everyone connected with the biz. Don't forget about the Telegram. Shout out to all our memeticians, Auntie Cody at Sagehead. Rise and shine. Oppose all covert forces, yeah. They can come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above, it's a mental fortress. The most deep and the walls are enormous. Wicked sound of MoMA beats as we're rolling. I've never heard a set like this from MoMA beats before. We're in for a treat, believe me. Right above. Shout out to Donna Harper, Jason Jackson. Nail breaks hammer. Shout out to John Awake, all our new viewers, all our new listeners, each and every Friday night, Rise Above. We've got resident DJs like OMA Beats and Magics. We've got guest DJs passing through as well. Big shout out to Maxwell, 2 weeks in a row. Big shout out to our other MCs, MC Manic, MC Spitter. Big shout out to our affiliates, people like Terra Slim, JD, Comprehend. If you're new to Rise Above, welcome to the family, welcome to the rabbit table. Sit down, get out your knife and fork, comrades. We're feasting, we're feasting. Shout out to Cheech McDuck, So Sav, Auntie Covey, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You never know what style you're going to get when it's Homer Beats. Bear witness to this phenomenon. Yeah, a clear sickness as it's coming on, that's their business. So I carry on, beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious to give a vagabond in the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, life is malicious when you climb the echelon. We gotta break them chains, be personal best, and make them gains is a hurtful mess. So abstain from eternal threats and a long campaign. Not stressed and I don't complain. Yes, and I gotta maintain on a global flex. I gotta maintain on a mobile flex with no disdain. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odds set. And it's true from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks. Ill writing, designing formats. The mind's climbing and wiping a floor mat. No way. Yo, releasing proxy inside the Leviathan. Catch a win on the ice conspiring. Sound of the siren, fuel to the flames and the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding, inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding. Oh, my beats. Don't forget about the other Rise Above channel. The link is in the description. All the travel vlogs, all my vlogs are on there. All the edited down content. Shout out to our partners, Roots Brand, Rev Gear and Fight Store Pro. Remember, you get a 10% discount at Rev Gear and Fight Store Pro, quoting Rise Above 10. Don't say we don't sort you out, comrades, come on. Big shout to What the Flock TV. I've been checking out his videos in the past week. Excellent stuff. We will have him on the show soon. Oh, my beats. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Rise above, yeah, we rise above. Oh, my beats, see, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness. A single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we will harness. Shout out to Thomas Young. Shout out to King 77703. Chop the dog. Lovely selection tonight from Moma Beats. An old school breakbeat garage ragga tip. Schwab it all together like this. Homer Beats is live in the house, listen. Shout out to Ross Holt. Homer with a heavy breakbeat selection. Rabbit. Big shout out to David Corpse, he just registered with Roots Brand Wellness with the Rise Above referral code. He's going to get himself some detox serums, some CBD maybe. I tell you what, this is a rare set from Oma Beats. You guys are in for a treat tonight. Congratulations to Lee Gould, you won the t-shirt, mate. Lee Gould came first with the Liquid Metal Rabbit. Next time we're going to change the jingle and won't tell them, because they've got to write the name of the jingle in the email. Yeah, you like that one?
Yeah, nice. That was a sneaky one I put in.
Ashtrays are £20 including postage. They are handmade resin ashtrays. PayPal is the same as the email, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Sam Carno, can you make an announcement? Ashtrays, PayPal, riseabove@gmail.com. You know we got the hottest merch out of any podcast. Trust me, no one can test our t-shirts. Reject the Kobe at Union. Rise above, Rab from it. There's even a Master Lee t-shirt.
What do you mean even? Especially a Master Lee t-shirt.
We will reconvene at past. Over beats on production. On selection, I mean, he didn't produce this one. Big up Eye for an Eye, San Carno. Rise above family, listen up, listen in. What's going on, what's happening, huh? Remember, limited edition Rise Above ashtrays. Made by Custom Resin 420. Check out Custom Resin 420 on Instagram, on Etsy. Big shout out to Colin, our new listener, new viewer. Welcome to the family. It's Rise Above. Sound of Oma Beats on a Friday night. What could be better? Once again, shout to What the Flock TV, shout to Esoteric Night of Malta. And remember, if you want one of Chris's crazy ashtrays, Gaping Gobs on Etsy. Look at this little beauty. Extra large ashtrays, King 77703. Big shout out to Alicia. She's loving the tunes tonight. Thank Oma Beats for that. Big shout out to Magic's producing in the background, changing up the graphics. Shout out to Lucidity. We're glad you joined us too, Elliot Smith. What else are you going to do on a Friday night in the Crater Realm in the Clan Show? This is Rise Above. Come on. Soma Toad. You're cruising with the rise above massive. Double LMC, Andy Peachy. Oma Beats and IG. Dom and Chris. We do it just like this. Big up the West Staines massive. How am I supposed to give you a shout? I can't even pronounce your name.
How do you say that?
I'll call you Links. Shout out to Links. Your name's a Nordic rune. I can't comprehend it, rude boy. All right, maybe some bars. What should we do? Let me start.
Please do not be alarmed. Remain calm.
Yo.
Do not attempt to leave the dance floor.
Oma Beats.
This station, in conjunction with other airwave announcements, will conduct this exact test without prejudice under the jurisprudence
You're
of
in
the
tune to
soul,
Rise Above.
the mind, the body,
Each
the
and every
positive,
Friday
the
night.
negative, the ground, the sun, the moon, the star, the star, the star.
Shout out to Yorkshire Rose. Shout out to all the Canadian massive.
We repeat, this is only a test. This is only a test. This is only a test.
Blood drips congealed on the dirt. Blood drips congealed on the dirt. It forms red mud that you're feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs. Ha, we let the demon speak, then hang on his words. That's right, Oma Beats. Yo. Around every corner the evil's abundant. Hope is redundant. Treacherous being spread the dysfunction. They feed on your soul. For the lunch and get bleeding with gold or prepare for consumption. The ravenous huntsman, right arm holds your carcass triumphant. This is a system test. Adjust your parameters. Yo, this is a this is a system test. Adjust your parameters. Corrupt, scandalous, life is crude and amorous. Are you a victim? Yeah. Cameras flash, they dazzle us. You can't predict the threat of a flow so deep and cavernous, deep and hazardous. And wide diameters, not your average maverick. Look, your 16s leave them staggering like a sick dream in the mind of a sick team. When Freddy come daggering, spray like whipped cream in the face of a clown for imagining they could ever come a challenging. I leave them spinning in my slipstream. It's not happening. This is the system test. No routine system check. Keep your eyes on the screen, but it's lies on the screen. Read all the lines in between. This is a system test. Shout out to Jane Fox. Just see the meme from Master Lee. Wow. Five more minutes and we get back to the chat. In tune to Oma Beats. Pick up yourself, Auntie Kobe. Come on. There is a lag sometimes, Marty McFly, but don't watch that. There's a lot going on.
Hypnotic,
Yo, spit in my crater. Yo, it's a poison dart. Straight to the heart, mate. Oh, and then he has a break right when I start spitting. Poor timing. All right, 3 minutes till we're back to the chat. Jason Jackson, I see ya. Marky boy, I see ya. Helena Phoenix, I see ya.
I let myself down, then I beat myself up. I let myself down, then I beat myself up. I let myself down, then I beat myself up.
Shout out to Bradley Golden, Texas Massive.
Then I beat myself up. I let myself down, then I beat myself up. I let myself down, then I beat myself up. I let myself down, then I beat myself up.
I think we're about to unleash the rabbit. So they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agenda. Endless means more meat for the blender. Away from your breathless dream unconsciously rendered. They surrendered all ways and means to fight and combat a killer vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. The lax ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother soldiers. Tell me, are you on that? But I write these reams to push the extremes. And I'm tired of the blood flowing in streams. And the fire in scuds with the luminous dreams. And the cloud in the sky, not cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Your biopsy results are tumorous. Outlook is dubious. And the bad news starts when you exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. Mix. 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 Yo, Omar, focus. Intent. Remember. Execute. Holy shit, Omar.
This is it.
Gosh. Omar Beats. I'm a lifelong student. I'm a lifelong student of the occult and I'm searching for verses. Yo, I'm a lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses locked in a vault, yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, and I'm burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's why double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword and I bury them first with a samurai tongue. Severing nerves, focus, intent, remember. Execute manifesto, bias the system that we presented from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet with a drop of a pin come loud in your ear. Now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Let me break it down to the first principle. Omar, you're killing it.
This is it. It's like gold.
Is anyone else experiencing a lag like Marty McFly is? It might just be you, Marty. Let me break it down. Yo, let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical, with quadrivium, metaphysical, never or literal. We're ascending, not traversing, in a standing, without rehearsing. Feed your toll from eternal thirsting. Well, why is that? Cause a brand new earth is emerging. Wow, the evil energy surging, the demi-urge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. Yeah, cruel nursing, no reversing. Cruel nursing, no reversing. A sack of moon fertilizer bursting. Why? You gotta put the work in. Yes, you gotta put the work in. Away from this message, MCs are shirking. It's not you, it's meme. It's not you, it's meme. Don't mess with the rise above team. Metaphysical ballers. Metaphysical ballers. Control our Taurite inside the Taurus. Yes, Marky boy, rise above. Omen's killing it. We oppose all Soviet forces. They could come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Right above is a mental fortress. The most deep of the walls are enormous, built of knowledge and multiple sources. You can't storm us, not climb at the power of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of horrors. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbits way across the borders. We are the vertical rising forces. The third force installers control the Torah inside the Taurus. Don't test my team with scorchers. We're metaphysical ballers. Yeah, I said it. Metaphysical ballers. Please don't test my team. We're scorchers. Control the Torah inside the Taurus. Shout out to Marky Boy. You liking this set? We thought we'd switch it up a little bit tonight. Omar, we're supposed to be... Oh, it's 23:33. Last one from Omar. We need to get back to the chat. Hold on while I draw for the force. Like a Jedi, rebel Star Wars. And then slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-page drawers. Bringing out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old quick draw McGraw. Now fuck that, back to the force. The power that binds it together, of course. It's why the massive rave together in hordes. Feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to the music in sync. That emits an aura beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh. Just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test. Life is another part of death and I'm done. I can't spill the rest. After this, it's a mad complex. Quantum mechanics and Shaman flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. Scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section. Any religious sector, I'm never gonna lie, it's a big concept. From the grave to the cradle, I'm winning unable. I won't conform to the norm of a label. Gotta be the genuine article. Every single molecular particle. Yeah, shit. Omar, you're killing it. Gosh. Yeah, gotta be the genuine article. Every single molecular particle. Someone said force in the comments and I saw force. I was like, right, let me run with that. I've got a bar to go with that. Yeah. Yo. Double L, you've heard of me, the flow's poisonous liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse this beat, let it open up and then it's surgery. Guilty in charge of a repeat offender. I've been revealing elitist agenda and still at large, so delete the data, success or defeat, the retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. A killer artist Charlie Hebdo, that a false flag with actors in tow and they blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen, could it be blatant these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hating, that's why nothing's changing. Guilty in charge, repeat offence. Once again my ass was back on the bench. Prosecution speaks and my offensive views are my form of defense. So hence, sort the wheat from the chaff. Covert conflicts, rearrange maps. Government funded hidden bloodbaths and misinformation is way off the graph. Yet we seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds off courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. In a lawless state, the internet's like an open gate. We gain knowledge at raucous rates, then we disseminate with a flawless pace. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war in factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in the chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war in factions. Breaking down our human reaction. I took 2 capsules of that Roots brand stuff. Does it?
I can fucking tell.
Can you tell, mate?
Yeah.
My tongue is like proper razor sharp. Roots brand. I'm on 0 in right now. Let me 0 in. What's going on, yo? What's happening? 2 capsules of 0 in. Rootsbrands.com/rise above. Honestly, this stuff is like NZT. I feel right on point. Yeah, big up Chop the Dog. Hi there, nice to meet you. My name's Double LMC and I'm a preacher. Why selector to your selector? Why's that? Cause I've got some things to teach you. When you test me, oh, I'm a beast. What happened there? I think that's a sign we should finish the set. Yeah, if anyone's wondering why my bars are really good tonight, it's because I took 2 capsules of Roots brand NZT, the limitless drug. This one here, take this one. And if you buy this product, we get a kickback as well. It helps Rise Above, and it helps you too. Trust me. Somatosed, yeah, mate. My tongue was going faster than my brain. I'm definitely going to take that at the next festival I perform at, for sure. You got the bubble. You got the bubble. Oma, hog down munch. Oma did switch me. Oma queefed me. Like the beat started going backwards. Like not even with 2 capsules of NZT could I MC over a beat that was going backwards, mate. All right, let's reconvene the soldiers.
Now is the historical moments of time to shape the system. We have a
is this the last one? Oh, I thought you were going to play the. I thought you were going to play the reset tune.
I was going to play the intro to it.
Ah, okay. It came in too loud. All right, let's welcome everybody back. Welcome back, Smooth Karamak. Okay.
You like that one, don't you?
Yeah, I only just noticed halfway through the show.
That was my nickname at school.
Was it? Karamak.
Racism, yeah.
Oh, back in the day.
Back in the day, man.
Oma Beats, that was fucking banging.
That really was banging. I fully
I've had X breaks for a little while actually, right? So most of those were Steve, Sinstar Dread. He left his tunes on my laptop, shame. But then the last couple of tunes were tunes from my collection of breaks. That Molotov cocktail, the bouncy on the end, Mafia Kiss, mate. Big ups for them.
Great tune.
I'm surprised you can sit down. You can't just stop after that.
It's not that easy to stay sitting down. You can probably hear the chair wobbling where I keep moving and not popping up.
Big up Sam Carno for the links.
Yeah, thanks very much everyone in the admin team for having the appropriate links for stuff we were showing on the screen. And I think that set there was a really good advert for that product I've been taking. Like I said, I did 2 of those capsules earlier on.
Yeah,
and,
mate. Yeah.
You know, I've had a couple of drinks as well. Normally, like after 4 or 5 G&T, I'm slurring my words. I felt like I was proper on point there still. Definitely. Yeah, mate. That I can fully vouch for this limitless product I've been taking.
Wait till you have limitless products. Yeah, I like that.
But that's how the guy sold it to me. He goes, this is the closest thing to NZT from Limitless you can get. Obviously, it's not as strong. I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, King Triple
I used to have
7.
some of that in Hacienda in 1992.
All right, what NZT?
Whatever it was, we had it.
Double dropped NZT.
Yeah.
So yeah, more of that. Oma Beats.
Oh, we get Chris back as well. Here he is.
Oh, he's back. He's not drowning in a bottle of wine.
Troubles with the breaks market, and it's few and far between. Like
Mate,
most of those
tunes,
most of those tunes that Steve's brought, I wouldn't have normally bought, but actually some of them are quite banging because they're quite progressive. He likes quite progressive stuff.
Yeah. There was some sort of semi-experimental stuff in there as well. Really good.
There's a fucking jumbled beat as well, which was really mental to mix with. It's worse than jungle that was because where they've got these little side things going on within their own beat, which is out of time to make it sound a bit funky and quirky.
I had to really work to ride the beat a couple of times there because it was actually changing. It's like, I was like, whoa, okay.
So I don't know how Steve mixes some of those tunes.
That was good fun. Yeah. Really good. Where
Chris
were we?
Frozen.
I'm frozen.
Mate.
Yeah, the video's frozen.
We finished on the video, didn't we? And
we finished on Google, didn't we? There were 10 companies I were going to look at. But we're not going to get time for them because I'd like to listen to that Yugo stuff that you were talking about as well. So Alphabet or Google are also on YouTube. They are obviously Larry Page, Sergey Brin, and Chad Hurley. They were all young global leaders. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, cross-eyed, Leeds Bradford eyes, with his space wellies on, was a young global leader of tomorrow in 1998. Dell Computers, I forgot the guy's name now, but Michael Dell is. He was a young global leader of tomorrow. eBay's Pierre Omidyar was a young global leader. Facebook's metaverse Mark II Zuckerberg, he was a young global leader. Microsoft and Skype, Gates and Allen, who's now dead, both of them were young global leaders. PayPal's Peter Thiel was a young global leader. I don't know if you've heard of a company called Salesforce.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the guy that founded that's the guy who was on that promo video that we put out, Lance, that said we should thank all the CEOs for coming together during the global nonsense and utilising their businesses to save us all for no profit.
Thanks Thanks, global Illuminati tech.
And also,
thanks for all coming together just at the opportune moment to save humanity at this massive crisis that came out of nowhere. Thank you again.
Just as we're getting Rogered, thanks for bringing your cousins round.
Yeah. With no KY. Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales, he was also a young global leader, and so was his wife, who was an advisor to Tony Blair. So combined, all these companies, these 10. Going back to Master Lee, we didn't even talk about Airbnb and all these other stuff. We'll stick with that one.
This one,
Space twats,
Space twats.
Twats in space.
Who didn't even go to space.
Alleged,
let's be clear.
Let's be clear.
They say that they went to space. None of them went to space by their own admissions. They didn't even. They're still a virgin.
Yeah.
He didn't even get through the firmament. No.
The bounced off.
Yeah, he didn't even pop the global hymen. Come on.
Yeah.
Big up to Wim.
Shout to God Badge. He needs to be mentioned when we talk about that.
Praise to God Badge. So we'll do cross eyes. Actually, we do Jeff Bezos while we're at it. I think that's his brother. The one on the other ball.
The one with the cowboy hat on. Yeah, he had a cowboy hat. That's his brother.
He had it on as they were walking into the cock rocket.
I've just sent you a drawing. I put that out. Send that to land.
A drawing. The phallic symbol.
Drawing. No, I did a twats in space.
Twats in space.
I did a drawing for it. Remember, we were going to do a twats in space, and we never finished it because we ended up doing all Meet the Flockers stuff.
All right. Yeah.
I just sent you the picture. I'm going to use a picture for it.
Yeah, you can send it over to me in an email.
There you go. It's sent. So we'll talk a bit about Amazon. Not necessarily about the company, but he also founded a biotech, or co-founded a biotech company, did Bezos, in 2021, ironically. Do you know when he was doing stuff for free for us all? A company called Altos Labs.
Sorry, this is the twats in space illustration.
Nice.
I just wanted to show that.
That's meant to be Branson. Is it Branson, Chris?
Branson, Bezos, and Musk in background in his flying car.
The space car.
And Earth one is a balloon.
That's good. I like the style.
So Bezos is also coming up with biotech companies, and he founded it with a guy called, it's a weird name, this Yuri Borisovich Milner. It's a strange mix of names, isn't it? He's a Russian-Israeli entrepreneur, and he also has a stake in 23andMe. So these guys are, and they also design triple CubeSat miniature satellites called Doves.
Sorry, say that again. Triple
CubeSat miniature satellites called Doves. Triple
miniature
cube,
flying cube.
Triple, called Doves. And so this biotech company, the goal is for life extension. So they give life extension therapies that can halt or reverse human aging.
So is that like adrenochrome?
Well, it's ironic that, because when we come to the Peter Thiel, I won't spoil that bit, but you're a bit shocked when I tell you about what he does apparently every month.
Oh, mate, nothing shocks me anymore.
No, I know, mate.
Honestly.
I know you won't be shocked, but so Hal Barron is also part of this research company, and he worked at GSK, and he was also part of Hoffman LaRoche. Have you ever seen? Do you know LaRoche, the pharmaceutical company? Have you ever seen their head office?
No.
If you look up LaRoche Towers, it's basically half a triangle, and they're just building Tower 2 in Geneva, I think it is, and they're projecting these.
How do you spell that, Don?
LaRoche. It's ROCHE. Towers. Tower 1, Tower 2.
They made the Ferrero Rocher Valium. They invented. I think they own the trademark for Valium.
Yeah, the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world.
Oh yeah.
And if you look at the first one that wasn't developed, it looks like the Tower of Babel. So they didn't do that one.
Oh wow.
And they're projecting images on a night and stuff about certain things as well. Some weird videos coming out of there, a little bit like CERN and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway, so Bezos is into biotech, genetic engineering labs, where he's in stem cell treatments and things like that. And they also work closely with the CIA they signed a $600 million contract with the CIA to provide cloud computing services, which basically means they've just sold all data for anybody who's on Amazon to the CIA.
So
silence.
Silence. Yeah, it's
I just
mental.
want to show a
Isn't it?
picture of their tower. I just
That's
found that.
that's the one that
that's
didn't
like the
build.
baby. I'm sending the other one over now.
Yeah, that was the artist's impression of the one they didn't build. And that's the one they've built, and they're just building the second one that goes along the side of that one.
Yeah, I've got that.
It reminded me of the smaller version, the Planned Parenthood, that looks like the Inca sacrifice pyramid.
Drop down the stairs.
Yeah. Your picture's frozen, Chris. You might want to go out and come back in.
Was it?
Yeah, you're same position. Unless you can do statue miming.
Oh,
no, he's moving here.
Oh, is he moving there? It's just me then. He's gone anywhere now.
He was just being really still.
There's one way to get rid of him.
I'm still there.
Right. That's all right. It's just on mine then. Must be mine, Chris.
Even your computer don't like me.
Yeah. So Jeff Bezos apparently has got a net worth of 150 billion. In 2015, he was worth 50 billion.
That's quite a steep increase.
Just a bit, yeah. But he's been doing all this stuff for free over the last 2 years.
Yeah. That's this free stuff, as we've exposed tonight, is like super duper profitable.
Yeah.
Crazy that.
Very, very profitable. But you've got Jeff Bezos, you've got Google, going back to the www. We just looked at two companies there that basically Bezos is controlling most or not all of the shopping on the internet. Google are controlling what you can search for on the internet. And then next we've got something like Michael Dell of Dell Computers. He was the youngest CEO of a company. It floated in 1993, and he was on the 1993 Young Global Leaders of Tomorrow, age 27. They've got a foundation. Yeah, they've got a foundation called the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, and they're transforming lives of children living in urban poverty.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Through their education, health, and family and economic stability.
I would say Dell were the first ones to make home computers, weren't they? Or one of the first.
Yeah, and that's another thing, isn't it? That so you've got the home computer, you've got the internet, you've got the home computer, shopping on the home computer, and searching on the home computer.
I wonder why they go from computers to saving struggling children.
Well, there's another way to this. In 2014, he donated money to the Friends of Israel Defence Forces.
Right.
Always friends of Israel, aren't they?
They're always friends of Israel. Other contributors are, ironically, Lionel Richie, who also got an award off the World Economic Forum. So Lionel Richie's on there with his tight leather crackers on. Richard Gere, Barbara Streisand. Yeah.
What have they got to do with economics? They're entertainers. It's just like the World Forum, isn't it?
Yeah.
Life extension.
Life extension again, and if you had all the money in the world, you'd want to live for longer, wouldn't you? Pamela Anderson also gave money to the Israeli Defence Force. Well, it might not have been money; it might have been something else. But Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's appeared at the World Economic Forum, he gave money to the Israeli Defence Forces, and Chris Tucker again.
Why Chris Tucker?
I don't know. It's strange. Strange. Just
why Chris Tucker?
Why Chris Tucker? Yeah. Dell Technologies also helped scale the operations for the Michelle Pfizer Divock 91 Divock jib jab. There's something got to be in that one, hasn't there? Just thought of that one.
Like Dolly Parton donated three or 4 million directly to Pfizer to injure and maim people.
And that
she was quite vocal about the arms spear as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. Yeah. And that was through, who's the guy? Anderson Cooper, the Vanderbilt Foundation. That's where she was giving the money to. So she gave her money to the Vanderbilt Foundation that were pushing the jib jab.
He looks like an ancient Atlantean demon incarnate.
Yeah,
that guy.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's worked for the CIA.
Yeah, he's full on CIA.
Yeah, he worked for the CIA.
Trying to charge me computer.
So, yeah. So
that's not a conspiracy theory. That's openly admitted that him and a couple of other key people in those talking heads sort of news people in America are CIA operatives.
Yeah. So Michael Dell, along with Bill Gates, Tony Belier, Gordon, other Leeds Bradford Eyes Brown, Richard Branson, Jacob Wallenberg, Angela Merkel, and 7 other future prime ministers and presidents, and Bilderbergers and bankers, and Bono. Bono was a young global leader of 1994.
Leading parasite Bono.
Yeah, awful.
I don't know what you're on about, though. He just did a song for Ukraine. You're mad.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah,
In the purple tunnel.
Ed Shipbag.
What was that all about? Creepy bastard.
Have the good people of Ukraine not suffered enough already? Then you fly in Bono.
So
Savages.
Michael Dell serves on the foundation board of the World Economic Forum. So that guy there, he serves on all these boards here. Obviously, he's from an Israeli family, and he's ranked 20th richest person in the world. In 2019, he was worth a peasantry $29.9 billion. And today, because he's been giving all these laptops away for free during the global nonsense as a CEO helping everybody, he's now worth $60 billion.
Philanthropy is like big bucks, isn't it?
Yeah.
How'd you get really rich? I just give everything away.
Just give it all away.
The more I give away, the richer I seem to get.
Yeah.
They don't teach you that in school, kids.
No. And again, like eBay as well. I'll sort of breeze through this one. eBay founder, I mentioned him before, but we talked about his business partner, or who was part of eBay, Jeffrey Skoll, whose company participant funded the film Contagion. You know, and all of these people are all linked to like the Gates Giving Pledge. I was going to do something on the Gates Giving Pledge. He's got all these billionaires around the world to say they're going to give all the money away when they croak.
Yeah, I saw a documentary about that.
Him and Warren Buffett.
They give it all away to Lord Schwab because he's going to save the world.
Yeah,
33 billion each to get in the most generous giveaway club.
Adding up to 666 billion. It's nuts, isn't it? Anyway, we'll go to Facebook and Meta platforms. Mark Zuckerberg, if we can just get that picture up of it. And that's that Pierre Audemer. Yeah. But anyway, that's Contagion and that film company.
That Contagion was basically like it was like the training video for Event 101. It was like the video that they watched at Event 101. This is how it looked. I
think Hancock actually said that.
Sorry, 201, yeah.
Didn't Hancock actually say that?
Yeah, he did say it at one point, didn't he? Matt Hancock.
I think we looked into that fact because the same year, if you remember, Contagion came out, and so did Planet of the Apes, which was also selling a contagion that spread around. You know, with that like globe picture, and then it just spreads around like that from one place.
Red dots all over it.
Yeah, and they both came out the same year, 2009, 11 years before the nonsense started.
Right.
Just saying.
Yeah. Another coincidence, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, so next picture of Zuckerberg. I mean, look at that picture there. I mean, that doesn't...
Is he actually
look real, does it? I don't know. Is that real, that?
Is he real?
Commander Data looks more alive than him.
It literally looks like Data, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's the commander of all data. This is the real Commander Data. He's in charge of everyone's data.
He's downloading right now while he's doing that pause.
And again, like Musk, when he talks, he doesn't sound very smart to me.
Doesn't have to, does it? Because everyone thinks he's smart.
He's just the face, though, isn't he?
He's
just the face.
The robot face.
So next picture, please, Lance. After that one, yeah. So the lady next to Gates's lovely-looking
husband.
Yeah, husband.
Kevin Klein.
Yeah, Big Kev, the odd carrier. Mel. She's called Sheryl Sandberg, and she's a billionaire as well and a philanthropist. They're all philanthropists.
Sheryl Sandberg from the Bilderberg.
Yeah, from the Bilderberg. She's CEO of Meta Platforms and founder of leanin.org, also known as Lean In Foundation. And it's founded by Facebook or Meta Platforms. And it's dedicated to offering women the ongoing inspiration and support to help them achieve their goals. She's also from a Jewish background. You just press the next picture there. This chap
theme emerging.
That guy next to Epstein there, the guy who looks like he's talking to him, not the guy with the curly hair. The guy on the right, our right, if we're looking at it, with the grey jacket on. He's Professor Lawrence Summers, and he was the guy who was the president in that film Social Networks. He was played when them two twins went to see him to complain that the guy who played Zuckerberg had nicked their idea. He was research assistant at the World Bank. Sorry, not him. She was research assistant at the World Bank, and he was her mentor. He got her the job at the World Bank because he was Harvard University president, and he wasn't been close to Jeffrey Epstein. He's a member of the 21st Century Council, Atlantic Council, Bilderberg Board Steering Committee from 1998 to 2018. He was part of the Council on Foreign Relations. He was a member of the Trilateral Commission, and he was the World Economic Forum Global Leaders mentor. So he's pretty high up. He was a chief economist for the World Bank at one point as well. This guy. An anonymous document published by American intelligence media stated that Larry Summers, the Harvard president, was in charge of the government-sponsored military weaponization of a cyber warfare project, which gave rise to Facebook. He wrote that Larry Summers called Mark into his office early in the freshman year. Summers asked Mark to start a group to work on a social media project, a supposed competition among teachers and students to win a government contract. The goal was to create a social directory at Harvard where people could share in small groups. The real intent was to create a social network to manipulate the world. There are two kinds of politicians. This is what this guy, Larry Summers, said. Insiders and outsiders. The outsiders prioritize their freedom to speak their version of the truth. The price of their freedom is that they are ignored by the insiders who make the important decisions. So he had a protege, this Sandberg woman. She's also on the board of the Walt Hitler Disney Company. And she was named 25th most influential people on the web by Business Week in 2009, and the world's 50th most influential Jews by the Jerusalem Post. And her husband died mysteriously in 2015. So she obviously got access, and she was invited into this new project. And the project, ironically, if you go to the next picture, although he's credited with finding Facebook is Zuckerberg, and he's also parents were Jewish as well. In 2019, this article claimed that the operation was used him as a frontman for DARPA's LifeLog program, which was a universal surveillance project. It was aimed to gather in a single place just about everything an individual says, sees, or does. The phone calls made and the TV shows watched, the magazines read, the plane tickets bought, the emails sent and received.
LifeLog.
LifeLog.
The name's in the title, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the title. Aimed to complete a massive electronic database for every activity and relationship a person engages in. This was to include credit card purchases, websites visited, the content of telephone calls and emails sent and received, scans of faxes and postal mail sent and received. Anyway, it goes on. Instant messaging.
2004, mate.
This is 2004.
Wow.
It was closed down in 2004. Another of DARPA's goals for LifeLog had a predictive function. It sought to find meaningful patterns, timeline, to infer the user's routines, habits, and relationships with other people, organizations, places, and objects, and to exploit these patterns to ease its task. LifeLog was to integrate components from previous and new government intelligence and surveillance programs, including Genoa, Genoa 2, and Genesis. So I'll just give a bit of detail on these programs. Project Genoa was a software project commissioned by the US DARPA, which was designed to analyze large amounts of data and metadata, remind you of anything that, to help human analysts counter terrorism.
This sounds exactly like something that I exposed in 2020 called Viet 1 or Viet 1 View.
Right.
And it was basically using technology which they had been using in the Gulf War to learn everything about different Islamist militants before they'd invaded. Basically takes all of the information on the internet, swabs it all together, and paints you a picture of exactly what you want to know about anyone.
Right.
And they were saying they were using it to predict in certain places in the UK. They were using this technology into the childcare databases, and they were predicting which known families, were going to abuse their kids predictively.
Yeah.
And actually trying to step in and stop it from happening using the algorithm from this kind of
That's
technology.
Tom Cruise film, isn't it? Predictive pre-crime stuff.
Yeah, Minority Report.
Minority Report.
Yeah, that's already been employed.
Yeah, definitely.
Precogs.
Yeah, definitely. The Project Genoa was scheduled to be a 5-year-long program. Its mission was, or the official goals of Genoa were to develop and deploy the following: cognitive aids to allow humans and machines to think together, means to overcome the biases and limitations of the human cognitive system, cognitive amplifiers that help teams of people rapidly to fully comprehend complicated and uncertain situations, and lastly, the means to rapidly and seamlessly cut across and complement existing, whatever this means, stovepiped hierarchical organizational structures by creating dynamic, adaptable, peer-to-peer collaborative networks. So the project was closed down, LifeLog, because of a change of priorities, apparently. But yeah,
I was going to say that this is clearly one program back in 2004.
Yeah, ironically, guess who worked at one of the universities, which was Southampton, at the time that this program was running? Our old friend Sir Tim Berners-Lee. So there were several universities enlisted to assist the research. Were Colorado State, Carnegie, Columbia, and Southampton. So anyway, to get to the important bit, it was closed down, was LifeLog, cancelled the program on February 3rd, 2004, after criticism concerning the privacy implications of the system. Facebook was founded on February 4th, 2004. One day later.
Could have left it a week or two.
So basically, like we've all suspected, right? Essentially, social media is the consensual giving of our data, our opinions, our photos, our whereabouts.
Well, it is, isn't it? Every time you press that like button,
yeah,
you're
just feeding Al Gore, fattening him up every day.
Yeah. And then like people put, if they're like the unhappy face and all of it, they get to input their mood, don't they?
Yeah. So
it's basically open source intelligence.
Yeah, open source intelligence. Yeah.
As good as it might be, though, it still hasn't managed to beat our Aborigine slang. We're still here, and we're still talking about all the things that we're not supposed to talk about, simply by using humour and something creative that it basically can't touch. So far.
I'll just do this last guy. If you do next picture, I'll just do this last guy. Well, this was an interesting picture because Zuckerberg did a podcast with our friend there, Mr. Gimp Arara. I tried listening to it, but I just couldn't listen to it. It was just
when we enter the metaverse.
I just couldn't listen to it. If anybody can listen to it,
okay. Oh, he's actually talking to that guy.
He's actually talking. Yeah. So Zuckerberg is talking to the Gimp. They're having some VR, some VR sexual chocolate. Yeah.
Look at Zuckerberg there. He looks like a action figure.
He can't even sit like a human, can it?
No,
he can't do anything like a human.
If he slouches all his computer components in his belly,
that to me looks like it's a programmed stance. Like
must stay upright. The thing is, in the metaverse, you've got to stay upright so that your components don't get damaged.
That's good.
Oh, well, bad impression.
I like that one. Yeah,
not bad.
Surprised myself.
You did it, that Chris. Next picture, please.
Whack them all.
So here we go. Early pictures of Peter Thiel and Robo Musk.
Before he bought his toupee.
Yeah, before he bought his.
He looks. He does not just his hair. He looks older than like the bags under his eyes.
He's like a different guy. He literally looks like a different guy. I saw a picture of Elon Musk the other day, like stood with other human beings, and you just think he doesn't look like a guy anyone I know. He doesn't, he doesn't look like he belongs to a tribe of people I know. He just looks like a.
No, I don't.
Like
No,
a
he's
separate
not. He's not from our tribe.
Yeah,
No.
like a lot of these characters, they just don't look like anything you've ever met, do they?
Well, the guy on the left there, that's the guy who goes to all the Bilderberger meetings. And on that trailer, he was being interviewed. And if you listen to that interview again, just so, he's meant to be a libertarian, which means, open and what have you. And when he was interviewed in the street by that guy who obviously caught him off guard, he was saying that, well, we've got to do these meetings in private because sometimes you just can't say stuff, and especially if it's going to affect the world. And he was saying it like it was just a matter of fact that you've got to keep these things secret. And like that Professor Giordano, they're basically telling you what they're doing. And he was saying it with a smile on his face as well. But yeah. Next picture, please. I think there's another one of these freaks. So I just thought I'd put two together with them being older. I mean, look at Musk there. He just doesn't even look like the same guy.
Different guy.
Yeah, different guy.
His head's got bigger.
His head's got bigger. His cheeks have got more hamster-like.
He must have at least had a lot of work done to look that much different.
Has to have done.
You've seen the same plastic surgeon as
it's like Biden, though, isn't it? Biden's president. A completely different guy.
Yeah, Biden's like that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Same plastic surgeon as Putin.
Is your mic sound on?
That's never the same guy.
It can't be. No, them two aren't the same guy. But the two guys, they're the two guys that were on the other picture. But yeah, Musk isn't the same guy. If you look at Musk on our right and then on the left there, they're not the same guys, are they?
Wait a minute. That's Peter Thiel?
That's Peter Thiel on the right. Yeah.
And that's Peter Thiel there?
Yeah.
It's not the same.
But nah.
He's either gone through major stress and a bit of reconstruction.
Yeah, both of them look like they have. But when I get down to this is the last guy I'll talk about because otherwise it will go on for hours, and I want to hear some of that other stuff that you guys had. But Thiel is another billionaire, venture capitalist, vulture capitalist, and political activist, co-founder of PayPal, and the Founders Fund, and was the first outside investor in Facebook. And he also founded a company called Palantir Technologies.
Yeah, we've covered Palantir before with Tayshaun from GFC TV.
So he's one of the founders of that, this guy.
Wow.
And he's estimated about $9 billion in value. He co-founded, next picture, I think is the guy who co-founded it, Max Levchin. He co-founded PayPal with him, and he was also a young global leader.
Does he happen to be from Israel too?
I don't know. I could have gone into detail, but I just didn't want to. But I think they all are a bit of a, yeah. The Thiel Foundation created the Thiel Fellowship, originally named 20 under 20. The fellowship is intended for students aged 22 or younger and offers them a total of $100,000 over 2 years. And this is sort of like this is a spin-off from the Young Global Leaders. You find a lot of these guys have started their own Young Global Leaders type of situation where they're funding people to go through these courses, but they're doing courses that they set out for them to do, and these are aged between 20 and 25. Oh, sorry,
global pyramid scheme, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Anyway, this is where it gets a bit interesting. I didn't want to go into his business because I didn't want it to sit. Next picture. The Thiel Foundation supports research of SENS Foundation, headed by Dr. De Grey, that is working to achieve reversal of biological aging. That's a. The Thiel Foundation also supports work of anti-aging researcher Cynthia Kenyon. That's a.
She looks like an ancient demon as well.
She's like a fucking witch.
Don't beat about the bush.
Well, I agree with you. But she's working, right? She's an American molecular biologist and a biogenologist, which is the right fucking word. But it basically uses parasites of the roundworm, a version of the roundworm, a Canor habitas elegans, as anti-aging. So they're using parasites to basically reverse aging. Thiel is a member of the Bilderbergers, which I've said. He his business partner at Palantir, Alex Karp, also attended the World Economic Forum. Palantir Technologies is a public American software company that specializes in big data analytics. I mean, I know you've covered this, but might pull out some. The company's name is derived from the Lord of the Rings, where the magical Palantiri were seeing stones, described as indestructible balls of crystal used for communication. In 2004, Thiel bankrolled the creation of a prototype by PayPal engineer Nathan Gettins at Stanford University. The same year, Thiel hired Alex Karp, a former colleague of Stanford Law, as chief executive officer. Palantir has a reputation for secrecy, which focuses on mass surveillance and data analysis. Along their list of past and current clients are the NSA, CIA, Homeland Security, Customs and Enforcement. Palantir was providing 91 divot tracking software for the CDC and NHS by April 2020. It has been awarded various contracts as a result of the nonsense and has accessed health data from the UK as well as the US. So it developed a platform called Tiberius to facilitate the rollout of the Britneys. And Illinois State used their platform to roll out the allocation of the jib jabs at state level.
So they were the ones selling tickets for the tours?
They were the ones selling tickets for the Britney concerts, yeah. And he's one of Klaus Schwab's and the Bilderberger close friends. And his business partner at PayPal, Max Lesher, is from Kiev, Ukraine, and he was a global leader.
Called Kiev nowadays.
Yeah, Kiev, I can't say that, yeah, Kiev.
You know, they officially changed it to the
Queef.
Like and the chicken, and the chicken Kiev is now called a chicken Kiev.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, for real.
We're going to call it Queef on the show.
Chicken Queef. I already called it Queef.
Me and Dom noticed in one of his last ones that, did you know that woman that what's his name shot? She was from Ukraine.
Oh, Alex Baldwin.
Yeah, I mean that was months before the Nonsense Mark II kicked off, and she was from the Ukraine by coincidence. I mean, Ukraine basically weren't on the map until recently, and she just happens to be from there. And then as it's going on, it goes through court, and it's obviously talks about that she's from the Ukraine.
Alan Partridge's girlfriend was Ukrainian too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Master Lee brought that up earlier on.
Right.
Yesterday, I think.
Palantir was also, by 2008, collaborating with GCHQ. So, I mean, you don't start collaborating with these type of organisations, CIA and stuff like that, unless you're in. You can't do, can you? You've been checked out, you're in. You've signed the contract. So, he also set up InQtel, formerly called Peleus. InQ, it's an American not-for-profit venture started in Arlington, Virginia. Now, I wonder what's in Arlington, Virginia. Pentagon, maybe. It invests in high-tech companies. So this is part of the Central Intelligence Agency. So they're an investor in this company, Palantir.
Actually, saying where people are based, Palantir, it said, I looked on the last slide, it said Denver, Colorado.
Right.
Yeah. Isn't that where that crazy airport is?
Yeah, Denver Airport.
Yeah, that weird airport.
Huge underground installation, allegedly, with all the vents.
Mate, there's loads of shady shit going on in Denver.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just noticed that. Sorry.
So Thiel believes in the importance of and desirability of technical singularity. So again, this is Thiel's interests are life extension, transhumanism, and parabiosis, which is a that system there where he's talking parabiosis is a combination of two living organisms which are joined together surgically and develop a single shared physiological system. And
swapping things together.
Yeah, basically. He actually said, I'm looking into parabiosis stuff, which I think is really interesting. This is where they put young blood into older mice, and they found that it had a massive rejuvenating effect.
Like a vampire.
Allegedly.
So there's your adrenochrome.
Yeah, well, listen to this. Thiel, there's been newspaper articles that him and his husband, spend $40,000 a quarter, $40,000 a quarter to get an infusion of blood from an 18-year-old.
That'll do the trick.
So that's open air vampirism. Like,
Yeah.
like I literally admitting that the vampire mythology is real. Is it?
That sort of story is not argued against or like that. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't think it's a.
I can't remember which Hollywood A-lister this week was in an interview. Is it Megan Fox? Yeah, Megan Fox.
Yes,
openly talking about drinking blood of her partner, and they would cut each other open. She said, "Oh, it's not like we cut each other open and we drink from the vein." I'm not saying that hasn't happened. So she admitted that has happened.
And then you've got Sandra Bullock saying she injected blood into her face.
Yeah.
Wasn't it the foreskin of young Korean boys?
Yeah. I mean,
in some
you've got
cream,
they're literally
aborted fetuses of young Korean boys.
They're literally legitimizing vampirism through celebrities, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I don't know what the young boys' foreskin thing would be called.
What happens on every Sunday in churches?
Yeah, it's probably where they get them from.
Drinking of blood.
Yeah, red wine.
Well, and also, circumcision. Is there like some priest out the back just selling?
Well, the rabbi literally does suck the blood from the circumcised baby. Like,
Is he really?
Yeah. There's a big thing about this. Anyone can look this up. In New York, there's a big problem with hepatitis in the Orthodox Jewish community because the proper traditional way to do it is to snip and go down and clean the wound with the rabbi's mouth. Now, obviously, the rabbi gets hepatitis and then spreads it to all the babies as well. It's a big problem in New York. Yeah,
HIV as well, isn't it?
Well, if you're literally mouth to open genital cut, anything's going to get transmitted there.
There's a snippet of it on your video.
Yeah, I actually put it in one of my music videos about what was it, Bible code, about the first what is a religious extremist, and there's a snip of it's called the brisk, or I think that's the word for it. Yeah,
we deserve as apocalypse.
A snippet.
A snippet.
Yeah, the quick snippet of it. Just think about it. That's genetic mutilation.
Yeah.
Paedophilia, and vampirism, all in one go.
Yeah.
In an openly practiced religious ceremony.
All legitimized by religion.
Yeah.
Under the guise of religion.
Yeah. I'm glad we live in a democracy. Somebody said to me, "Oh, democracy is, it needs to come back to I said, we're living in a democracy. This is what a democracy does. It imprisons you.
Yeah.
Because the very word
slave machine.
Yeah. That's what it does. Yeah.
And you just voting for your different master.
A demonocracy.
Democracy, yeah.
Demons cry.
Yeah. And the very word means a belief in freedom. So it isn't even freedom, is it? And
belief in freedom.
He was saying about freedom, saying that.
Well, the fact they have to mention that we're in a democracy all the time on TV.
And we have to protect our glorious democracy. It's the most important thing to protect.
Yeah, this is a danger to our democracy.
It's a
They
danger
always
to our
say,
democracy.
If we were, you wouldn't have to keep saying it, would you?
No. Master Lee always was saying, I heard him saying one of your midweek things, I think it was, that if you were living in freedom, it's basically free to do anything, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which is satanic, isn't it? Because that, like you say, you could be nice to somebody, or you could run around a park with your jockeys off with an axe in your hand.
As some people do.
Yeah, because it's free will. We've got free will.
Free willy.
But we're all still governed under natural law.
Yeah. So that's it for that. I could go on a bit longer, but I think we've got the general gist of.
Yeah, I mean, you opened my eye a little bit there with the interconnectedness of it all.
Yeah, very good.
I mean, do we actually think that these? I mean, I'm not saying Mark Zuckerberg and all the other guys sit together in a meeting and say, right, you're having that. But somewhere, there's a meeting, it's probably Bilderbergers and things, that they're saying, right, in the next 20 years, this is what we want. And then we'll get these kids to do this. And,
Well, was it when we did that Schwabian one fight? We said, I think we actually said it while we were doing it. Wouldn't it be interesting to look at all the tech guys?
Yeah.
I think it's like, if you
planted in the
have a
90s.
look who's on the board, Vanguard and places like that, BlackRock, then you'd have a pretty good idea, like pretty
Well,
high, like top level, like, you know, who owns large percentages of what.
Well, what this
That's
is
a
revealing,
good place to start.
what this is revealing is like the mechanism of how things work. So I said earlier that the source cannot be contained in the same place as the simulation. So it's compartmentalization, and this is how it's done. I would say it's highly unlikely that they all sit together and all know what is going on.
Yeah.
I would say that for most of these middlemen and these movers and shakers that we see in the public eye, which are actually running around doing the work, doing the TED Talks and, you know, pushing this agenda, for them, I would not be surprised if their level of understanding isn't much past just learning Agenda 2030 back to front and being given the next play and their next speech.
Yeah,
It really wouldn't surprise me, because at the end of the day, if you get to properly know those documents, your Agenda 21, your PNAC, your 2030 global sustainable whatever objectives, if you really read those and you look at the way it's written, that's the way that these people speak. It's the way that they actually communicate, and it's probably the way that they think. And it's very vague, it's very open-ended, it's using all the right buzzwords, and it's very vacuous. And it's just like when you hear these people speak, you can put two and two together, you can see exactly where it's going, but what they're saying is so vague, and it's really not much at all. It's sustainable development,
It connects
inequality.
to the initiations, like the degrees. It's the same thing. The separation.
Yeah, like the lower level Masons will just learn a little bit about the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they go to do their, their rituals and their meetings, and some of them do charity.
It's interesting how they sold all these guys, didn't they? All the ones that Dom's just gone through, as wearing, you know, like Google, I think, were the big one, where, you know, they've got ping pong tables and bean bags, and they all go to work in flip flops and shorts. So after the crash 2008, 2009, you've now got this new wave of like young business guys, but they behave like children, but they're doing evil stuff. But it's sold as the fact that, yeah, but if you come and work for us, you can play ping pong on your break and have a sleep if you want in a hammock.
So if you think about it, right, when all of those CEOs back in 2018 and 2019, when people were talking about the Great Awakening and all that Q stuff, right, when it came out that all those CEOs had stepped back and everyone's saying, oh, it's because they're paedophiles, they're going to Guantanamo Bay. What was actually happening? That was just the old guard saying, well, we know the shit show that's about to unfold with the Soviet Union. We're going to cash in, take our checks and go to our islands. And this whole new generation that's been groomed and moulded, now it's time for them to step up. And that's exactly the type of people that you're exposing here and the type you're talking about that have been in the Google offices in their little chill out pods and their safe zones, and they speak and think like Agenda 2030 goals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all makes perfect sense.
It does. And these people they're not running the world, but they are running the technology that's helping these freaks run the world, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like the IT technicians of the world, and
they're the master psychologists of the world.
Yeah,
that's what they are. Pull this shit
They're
off.
definitely part of the reset posse.
Yeah.
We're looking at the Reset administration. When we look at, when we research that stuff about, you know, mud flood and Tartarian, we see all those photos with all the peasants with the ill-fitting clothes that they've just crawled out of a bunker and been given some clothes, and they're acting like total peasants, don't know what they're doing. There's some guys behind them in really smart dresses with a top hat, always with a hidden hand.
Yeah,
that's these guys here.
Yeah,
these are going to be those guys overseeing the new world being rolled out after whatever's coming in 2040 or whatever.
Yeah,
that's very clear now, because by the time that happens, they're not going to be the young leaders anymore. They'll be older.
They're middle-aged,
in their 50s and 60s and 70s.
You know, they describe humanity as things. That's how they view humans.
Internet of Things.
Yeah, Internet of Things. Internet of Bodies.
Yeah.
I was saying to Dom earlier on, I'll try and explain this, but within about 12 hours, I saw a picture of the future, and it was, I went to the post office, I went to post some stuff, and in a unit, they had a lot of those robots, you know, the robot delivery systems. They tested them in Cambridge. So they had like 12 of them lined up, and I think they're trying them in Camborne in Cambridge. You know, the ones that deliver the takeaways. So I saw that, and then by chance I saw a video on YouTube of the 12 flying cars that they're bringing out. So you've got 12 different companies that are just on the verge of bringing out flying cars and them robots. And then I heard on the radio that Amazon are going to test out the drone deliveries. And then I went to when I went to the post office, every parking space had a electrical charging unit. And you know, when I saw all this stuff in one day, and you just think, this is it.
Really
this
quickly.
is all been planted, hasn't it? All planted, ready to go.
Yeah.
Along with Deliveroo and, you know, Uber and everything else. It's all there ready to go. I mean, Uber
Sort
will
of it,
turn
mate.
into
You have to,
automated
when the
taxis, won't
peasantry is
it?
living in the Schwabian cities, the Schwab cities in their living pods, they're going to need the Deliveroo and the
exactly
the Just
the
Eat
only
and all
way
of
to
that.
get any food.
All this stuff is ready, set up for the new reset, I think.
Seeing as we're talking about food, I'll bring up one of my stories.
What is that?
The attack on the food chain, which is happening right now, it hasn't slowed down. More food processing plants since I started talking about this. 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I heard about this.
There has been an enormous amount of fires, explosions, planes crashing into food processing plants. This
How
is
many?
the latest one.
How many?
I've heard enough. I've seen a list of at least 25, but some people say it's up to 50. And it's not just in the US. There were 2 in the north of England a couple of weeks ago, like the biggest sausage factory in the northeast or northwest. I can't remember one up.
Is that a nightclub?
Sausage. Not a nightclub that I frequented, comrade.
It's got a sauna in it, Chris.
Yeah, so another 2 food processing plants catch fire amid a bizarre string of incidents across the US. And on the left, we've got a meme from Sagehead, America's biggest farmer, growing Pfizer pills in a field. Coincidence? I think not.
In his Monsanto soil.
Got a right pair of thighs on him, old Gates, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
a
we
good
both
one.
knew had his kids.
Actually, I think that's from Rise and Shine. I don't think that is from Sagehead. Yeah, that's a Rise and Shine meme. So, yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on this because...
Michelle Pfizer pills, isn't it?
he's sowing us a field of Michelle.
Michelle's.
Because if it carries on like this, because another story we covered was the grant from the UK government to farmers to stop farming, or to step away from the trade.
Well, they were paying farmers in the US to destroy their crops, weren't they?
Yeah,
as well.
So food processing plants, livestock, bird flu.
Lack of land because Bill Gates is buying it all up.
Well, electric prices for the farmers as well. Just the power,
and fuel prices.
We've seen loads of stuff about farmers shutting down recently, just because of the cost of fuel, the cost of power. So we haven't really seen it on the shelves yet. I've seen the shelves getting a little bit barer. Probably time to start thinking about not relying on shelves. Yeah, absolutely. What else have I got in my little stories here? So here's another one. This leads on perfectly with what we've just been talking about. Milk. Breast milk, baby formula. Now, everyone's heard the stories in the mainstream media the last couple of weeks that there's a global shortage, especially in the US, of baby formula. Now,
why would there be a shortage of synthetic shit? Mad, isn't it?
Well, on the right here, Davy Jones on Twitter says Pfizer says do not breastfeed. Now, what he's referring to there is in the Britney Spears sort of small print, basically said that pregnant women shouldn't breastfeed after they've been to a Britney Spears concert, especially one sponsored by Pfizer.
But it's all right to inject them while they're pregnant.
Obviously, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, comrade.
Yeah. So, and that was at 3:33 p.m.
Yeah, 3:33 p.m. Yeah, look. Oh my God.
And 3,500.
So it goes like this.
390.
Pfizer says don't breastfeed if you've been to the Britney Spears concert. Baby formula starts to run scarce. Bill Gates promotes new artificial breast milk technology called Milk with a Q. And this is all within 2 weeks, apparently, according to Davy Jones. So let's see what else we've got here. Human milk produced in lab by Bill Gates' back company may be available in 3 to 5 years. Bio milk, with a Q, is aiming to create human milk producing cells in much the same way that some companies are producing lab grown meat. Excellent.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, sounds lovely. The North Carolina-based startup received $3.5 million investment from Breakthrough Energy Ventures, a fund started by Bill Gates, June 2020. Energy board: Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Richard Branson. You couldn't make it up if you tried.
Might as well just be World Economic Forum.
So BioMilk's team is working on producing artificial human milk using human breast tissue and milk donated by local women.
At least it's locally sourced.
Just local to the factory, local to Richard Branson.
Is it organic?
These donors then these donors then get a gift card for the department store
nice
Target in return. Seriously,
an HMV card.
So this is from the 10th of May 2022.
Use a bit of your tit tissue.
Why is the biggest baby formula plant in the US still shut down after 3 months? Oh, here's an extra bit of the story. The biggest baby formula plant in the US has been shut down for 3 months. Apparently 2 kids died from some bacterial infection. The FDA refuses to reopen it as parents across the US struggle to feed their babies. What how did all this come together? What coincidence, comrades?
Yeah.
How long until Bill Gates' BioMilk is ready? I bet it's not going to be 3 years. I bet it's 3 months.
No, it's just ridden to the saviour of the human race again. Riding to the save of the human race again, like the cavalry.
Yeah, but they're creating the problem in the first place.
Oh yeah, it's a classic problem reaction solution.
I might be talking crazy here, but do you think that Gates' biological breast milk could have some interaction with a arm spear?
I reckon his biological breast milk has probably got mRNA technology in it.
Yeah, Schwabery in it.
The funny thing is, it's like this is exactly what happened with the meat industry.
Yeah.
Just as Health Chancellor Gates and Richard Branson were pumping 33 billion into Beyond Meat and 3 other companies.
Yeah.
He was also buying out Tyson Foods, which is the largest producer of pork in America. Okay, and so they stop producing pork and start making artificial meat. And at the same time, half of the food processing, the meat factories start shutting down because of COVID.
There's been a big push, hasn't there, to pork, beef, just get people off it over the last.
Well, I mean,
years, heavily.
It's the same thing as the petrol's running out, but now they've got loads of electric charging units. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the exact same.
And if
it's painfully obvious, though, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Well, it is to us, but even humans, if they keel over, there's an electric charging unit called a defib.
Yeah.
So it's all there right in front of his eyes, isn't it? But
currently being installed in schools.
I always found it strange that the artificial, that fake chicken that you can get, that vegan chicken stuff. It's called the way what they make it. It's called Satan.
It's made of Satan.
It's called Satan. Literally, I couldn't believe it. I pointed this out numerous times, obviously, but it's spelled Seitan, Satan.
Oh, like the Islamic spelling, Satan.
Yeah, Satan. Nice. Can you make some Satan? They literally say that in a kitchen. It's like, what fucking parallel world am I living in here?
Can you remember a few years ago as well? There was a big push about women breastfeeding children in cafes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
yeah,
putting people off. Doing
a big hoo-ha about it. It's been going on since there have been breasts and children.
Yeah.
It's not a new problem.
No.
I made a bad joke once. I used to manage a cafe when I was in Leeds, and I made a bad joke because I put a sticker up saying, women, you're welcome to breastfeed here. And there was a load of girls working there, and I went, I've got a bit of a problem with this breastfeeding in cafes thing. And they went, what do you mean you can't say that? You can't say that. And I went, no, they just need to show a bit more tit.
Yeah, you can't say that either.
No, I think I got fucking drinks thrown at me. I was obviously joking.
Yeah, it's not a joke anymore, Chris.
No such thing. So yeah, I think there's 2 prime examples there of Health Chancellor Gates just doing what Health Chancellor Gates does. He's obviously, these manoeuvres are clearly to help us.
He's just following on from his dad, isn't he? At Planned Parenthood, it's all genetic modified crap.
Yeah, just playing God.
Yeah. He's got that seed bank as well in the Arctic, hasn't if it isn't Arctic.
Yeah, the global seed bank is in charge. Bill Gates is in charge of that as well. It's called what's it called? The Svarsbald.
Something like that.
It's
Yeah.
like a big black
big
triangle, isn't it?
Yeah, where he's just basically nicked all the seeds. Again, I was listening to an old that video he sent me of Jordan Maxwell. I'm going to put it on Sheep Farm at some point, from 1993, talking about stuff we discuss now.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I know a lot of people call him and what have you, but you can't argue with the information he's talking about.
Are you familiar with Jordan Maxwell?
Yeah,
of course. I found a video. I found a channel on YouTube, and he's got videos on there that I'm surprised are there. There's only like 10 videos on there. And there was a 1993 interview with Jordan Maxwell, and he's talking about. It's almost like it's like a video in it, fact, that you feel like sending to people and going, "Look at this." To what's happening now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
1993. Like
David Icke, wasn't it? David Icke was talking about the same stuff.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's a little talk he did 5 minutes about the Ukraine, and he said it back in fucking years ago. Oh my God. He's explaining exactly what's happening right now in Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh, I had something to read out for you, right? It's about the Ukraine thing. This is quite funny.
We'll get some Ukraine stuff up then. Right,
just give me 2 seconds. So this is not even.
Hold on. Everybody get their flags ready.
Yeah.
Time to do some virtue sigilling.
Yeah.
This isn't even off Instagram or anything. This is literally on Facebook in Cambridge, right? Hi, lovely people. I've enlisted to take 2 to 3 children from Ukraine. Everything according to regulations. Alarm bells already. 2 to 3 children, and would like to request your help in Chesterton. To form a working bee and/or sponsorship to ready them for their area and in time for their arrival. So it's a positive, stress-free, sure environment. They can call home and they have a comfortable settling. Ideally, then my attention can be directly for them. I'm just no good at DIY. I would appreciate support as I'm on my own. I would appreciate a gift of a conservatory to increase living space if possible.
What?
Yeah, this is true. DIY jobs. Murphy bed bolted down. Garden room insulated, wardrobe doors put up, folding wall table put up ×2, garden trellis seaters built, etc. Extra things removed and taken to tip so they have space for themselves. Hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
So it's basically someone trying to get other people to renovate their house on a promise.
Literally,
they're going to get
yes. On the back of the Ukraine, and they put.
I saw a statistic that 70% of the people that had applied to take Ukrainian refugees were single males who had applied to take single mums with kids. And they'd I don't know exactly what your choices can be of like what you can accommodate, but they basically said, yeah, we can take like 1 adult and 2 children. So obviously, if it's 1 adult, 2 children, you know that's going to be. It's not going to be a guy, is it?
Yeah. Well, while he's off getting murdered by phantoms. Yeah.
Or murdering Ukrainians on behalf of Azov Battalion.
I was saying to Dom, I think we said it on one of our podcasts, I don't see these refugees coming over, do you? It just seems like a fearmongering, non-happening entity.
Well, would they make a big song and dance about it, or would they just bring them over and just distribute them?
Yeah.
And not.
Well,
not
all you hear
report
about
them?
is how they can't even get here, like how the system doesn't work, and then you know.
But they did the same with the Afghans, didn't they? Who were trying to get on that airplane. None of them turned up. They said they were all going to get here.
Yeah, they just filled it with Taliban instead.
No, because that airplane was full of kittens and puppies.
Right.
Talking about kittens, on the funny side, we got a black kitten a year ago, and we got told it were a tomcat. Anyway, it's just now had 4 kittens. So,
wait, did you not check if it had, you not see any
trans,
balls?
Trans cat, and no, it's not got no nuts. It didn't grow anywhere, so we realised that it were a she. But the tomcat here were going wild, so he's now got 4 kittens.
No, in fact, you've got an LGBT cat. You should be happy.
Yeah, got a tranny cat.
Trans cat.
Can you dye it purple?
Yeah.
Put a unicorn on it.
Shave its head.
Right, we're going to call it here on Rise Above that Ukraine's going to win the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes, definitely.
I believe. Is it tomorrow?
I don't know.
Or is it next Saturday? I know it's an upcoming Saturday. So someone posted this, and we fully concur. But I have actually got a sneak preview of the performance This is a screenshot here.
Have you seen their video, Lance, where they're singing in they're rapping in their army outfits?
All I've seen is a picture of the stage that's been used here. That's all I've seen.
Big up, Sage Head.
I see there's no symbology there.
No. Well,
look at Zelensky on a lead.
Sagehead has learnt to avoid me getting outlawed off Facebook. We can't put like swastikas on it because I've got done for that twice now. I've spent like 40 days in the sin bin for posting swastikas on Facebook just because I was trying to support Azov Battalion.
Just use the Black Sun thing instead, anyway. That's all right.
Yeah, that doesn't show up. Al Gore doesn't really have a problem with that. So yeah, a lot of virtue sigilling has been going on, and this is the term which we sort of coined. I think it was in the dojo this week in the Guardian, because someone actually said someone misspoke the other week and said virtual signalling, because we were saying virtue signalling over and over again. We were talking about it, and someone actually accidentally said virtual signalling, but I thought, wait a minute, it is virtual signalling because a lot of the time it's being done online. And you are sort of virtually signalling.
Yeah, signalling to others.
Yeah.
But if you take it one step further, with all of the
Ukrainian flags.
yeah, it's like virtue sigilling.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I've seen the videos of these Ukrainian teenagers walking down the street with the black sun, like emblems hanging around their necks and stuff, and it's like, do they have any idea what that means or what it represents?
Or has someone just paid them to do that?
Probably not.
Footage?
So,
I drove through a very nice village in in Buckingham the other day, and I think we counted at least 33 Ukrainian flags in the high street.
The guy across the road from my parents has got one in his garden, like a massive Ukrainian flag at the top of a flagpole.
I haven't seen that many around here, to be fair. I've seen a couple, but not too many.
We've got loads around here.
Fucking idiots.
Must be a southern thing.
It must be a southern thing. Yeah, there's more idiots down here. Oh. Northerners don't care about virtue sigilling so much, I guess.
I don't think we understand it.
But I was going to do the counter to it. As I was driving along, I suddenly remembered I got a Russian flag underneath my driver's seat, and I was going to pull over and walk up and down with this Russian flag. But
I worked with a Russian guy.
Probably get arrested.
I was asking him if he's had any grief because he obviously been Russian. He said no. He said he had any grief, but he said his mum's friends falling out with her because she's Russian. I mean, you've got to be an absolute effing idiot, haven't you, to fall out with a human being because of the shit you're seeing on TV. You've got to be an idiot. I'm sorry. There's no. That to me is more of an idiot. I know that some people think people who've been jabbed are been arm-spear idiots, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like just based on someone's geographical.
Yeah, you've got to be an absolute idiot, haven't you? And all the fact that they're going on about oligarchs, where America and England have got more oligarchs than anyone else, is ridiculous.
Yeah,
they were, ranting that for ages. Oh, oligarch, and everyone was saying oligarch. An oligarch, someone who's got power and money to help people, but doesn't do it, and they'd rather hurt them. I mean, if we're not full of oligarchs, and America's not full of oligarchs, I don't know who is.
Yeah, right. Exactly. First principles.
I mean, and also they're getting us used to the fact that they can just go into your bank account and stop it. I think that was the point of the freezing of the oligarch bank accounts. They're getting us used to that because that's where it needs to go. It's going to go where they can just go.
They did that to the truckers in Canada.
Did it to the truckers? They're getting us. They're putting it out there into the ether and getting us all used to the fact that if you're not being a good boy, we can freeze your bank account. Basically, that's probably
that idea's been floated.
Yeah, it's out there now, isn't it?
It's out there now.
That didn't exist 5 years ago.
Out of the Eurovision Song Contest.
Russia.
Yeah,
they must have
imagine so.
Yeah. Back to
again,
what
ridiculous.
you were saying about bank accounts. Also, it's not just bank accounts, because think about it. Bank accounts are really old hat. What's the bank account of the future? It's your PayPal or your Patreon if you're a creator, right?
Yeah.
And look at the people we know in our circles that have had Patreon taken away, or
Mark Passio, he's had his stopped.
Yeah, did Mark Devlin not have something stopped as well? So.
He had all his YouTube taken down. Yeah.
Oh, right. I don't know if he lost a Patreon as well, but some people that are creators, that's actually their income, and it's like you can turn off someone's income now.
Yeah, just like YouTube did with the advertising for people.
Mm. Yeah, when they were demonetizing people.
Yeah.
I couldn't even. We were on the other channel. we were monetized, and as soon as that happened, and I got like 20 quid off a couple of shows, Al Gore just poured petrol on the fire and was like, what? Just like started going for everything, take them down. It was like, right, never. I only wanted to do it so we could have super chat, because people are like, oh, you can get super chat, and then we can donate a $5 or a $10. I was like, all right, I'll get super chat. Did the thing, got monetized, and little did I know, if you do that, you just your level of Al Gore supervision just goes through the roof. They employ like whole teams, like supervision teams, working around the clock. Yeah, I won't make that mistake again.
What do you think of the? I mean, me personally, when I watch, and I do watch a bit of BBC News just to see, to me, even more than the jibber jab stuff, this is propaganda on a insane scale. Because I watch all that footage about the so-called war, and it just looks like nonsense to me. Absolutely, all the buildings look like they were destroyed 6 months ago or a year ago.
Everything that they show on the TV looks to be nonsense.
Yeah. Absolute bullshit.
For me, though, I mean, it's hard to know what's really going on, because like I've followed those people like Patrick Lancaster on YouTube, who's sort of been embedded with the Russian military for a while, and they are definitely fighting Azov Battalion and the other sort of Western-backed rebels, and that seems to be going on. But everything that's being portrayed in the mainstream is sort of like a fake reverse version of that. Like, you're definitely right. You're definitely seeing a load of stuff that's been blown up about 5 or 6 years ago that's just been left around.
Well, I think there's footage at the moment going on the BBC about a drone. Yeah, so it's a drone footage of what's happened in Ukraine, but it looks really similar to a drone footage of a previous war that I've seen. I think it was the first ever time they'd shown drone footage of a war zone.
There was a video that Human Vibration shared on Twitter of apparently this beautiful park in Ukraine that was getting blown up by the Russians. And it was like a really ornate park with all the little spindly towers and trimmed bushes and everything. And it's like wherever the camera was facing, there was an explosion happening right there in front of the camera as soon as it happened. It just looked fake. Yeah. It looked like someone setting off a load of controlled explosions that had been planted underneath the ground that wouldn't have even taken out a couple of people. It's like, what's that? Is that supposed to be a missile being dropped down? It looked like a small landmine going off.
That company, in it, that all that like film work where they show explosions, basically train military through it, don't they?
It's not hard to fake, is it? I mean, we talked about this, didn't we, Dom? That I think people just, because of the last 2 year nonsense, they're refusing to follow any instinct they've got or any.
They haven't got any left, Chris. They've been lobotomised. But to me, watching that, the stuff they're putting on TV, it's just like, I cannot believe anyone is buying this crap. I really can't. Whatever's going on, lads, I'm not saying that stuff isn't happening, but whatever I'm watching on that box,
totally agree.
Just looks like shite.
Yeah. Even my mum said the other day, and she was totally taken away by all this. She's like, I'm starting to wonder if they're lying, because there isn't any mobile phone footage of fighting.
I saw one.
None at all.
I sent Dom one the other day, and it was these two American guys, and they're in the middle of Kiev, and the background's.
You can't say that.
Oh, sorry.
The
background's faded out, and you can see people in the background shopping. And this American guy, this American journalist, is going, "Was that a ballistic missile?" And he goes, "Yeah, they come in fours." And he goes, 1, 2, 3. That was another one, and you can't hear anything. And then in the background, they're just people shopping with like fucking Zara bags.
There was a video of some famous Ukrainian bird. I don't know if she was an influencer, actress. I've got no idea. And she was apparently getting evacuated from this subway station. There were cameras following her, and there's people dressed like the military all around her. But while they were trying to evacuate her from this scene, someone runs up to her and tries to take a selfie with her. And he was just out shopping. He was just literally out shopping. He was dressed nicely. He was probably going out for a pint. And he's like, "Oh, it's her. She's fit." And he jumps in front of all the soldiers and grabs her and tries to take a selfie with her. I mean,
it's like that video with the journalist taking those people or interviewing the people that come from the war zone, and the first thing the guy says is, "Oh, can I buy some weed in the West?" Have you seen that?
No.
No, that's all he's interested in. He's like, because he's sort of saying, "Well, I've heard it's easy to get weed in the West.
Can I
go and get some?" Yeah, and he's just come from a war zone, apparently.
Well, it probably is difficult to get weed in a war zone.
Did you see the clips in the trenches where they've actually got? And
Yeah.
I was thinking, as soon as I saw it, I thought they're just trying to recreate World War One here. They're like, so in the trenches, and there's like these holes that are like a foot deep. They're not even trenches. Then it shows a guy in it, and they said to this guy, how many feet of trenches have you got? And he goes, I don't know, 1,000 meters, 2,000, maybe 3,000. This guy's supposed to have dug them, right? If he dug them, he'd know if there was 1,000 or 2,000.
It's a big difference if you've dug the trenches yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a proper war zone over there. So bad that a load of actors, politicians, and singers flew over.
Sean Penn.
Yeah.
Sean
Bono,
Penn.
Jill Biden, Justin Trudeau visit Ukraine. This one is made by Auntie Kovia. And if things weren't already bad enough in Ukraine, this happened.
I saw that singing down that tunnel.
And what was it? Stand by Ukraine. And he was really butchering it as well. It was like really shit.
It's horrible, wasn't it? It was
really
so
horrible.
cringy.
And obviously magenta in a tunnel.
Yeah.
It was just so bizarre to watch. It really was.
I think the worst thing I saw was that Sean Penn interview about how he met what's his name, Zelensky, and how I was in awe of him because he was just so powerful. And Sean Penn, oh my God, what a creep! An absolute creep.
Like, how can he be in awe of Zelensky? It's like it's obvious he's just an
action
gimp.
Yeah, he's a little weed.
Little action man just been planted there.
But do we know? Is he actually there? I mean, where is he? You know,
Anywhere he appears, he's on a green screen.
Yeah. Where is that? You know,
in his little green army outfit.
If you look at them people behind him, unless they're stood on steps, they're a lot smaller and a lot higher up.
Yeah.
He's only like 3'6", isn't it?
Yeah, he's only a pygmy.
It's a kid's tactical polo neck. That green tactical polo neck he wears is
they've just given him some light military gear.
That's all he ever wears.
Yeah,
because he's always in the war zone.
And all the photos of him. All the photos of him, he's like scowling into the distance.
From Primark's.
Look at them people.
It's a Primark tactical polo neck.
You should make a Zelensky action man. Remember that Barbie doll for that bird who brought out the jibby jab? The Zelensky action man I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You know, earlier on you were talking about Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
And there was a weird photo where I think they all took a selfie.
Right.
And it got posted around, and everyone's taking the piss out of them. It's like, these people don't look like normal humans. We have got to rise above remix.
I want Zuckerberg's eye just to go, like.
This was taken at Meta HQ, remixed by Rise and Shine. Let's take a selfie like the humans do. To be honest, apart from a couple of, he hasn't actually changed it that much.
No, he's just giving him a red eye. The rest of him is normal.
Obviously, the matey to the left has
got so odd.
Bit of a Terminator face. But yeah, Rise and Shine, it's great work there, but he hasn't changed them much. They did all look very inhuman.
Yeah, that girl who's underneath him, that guy with glasses and with red eyes.
Very odd.
She could.
No one even thought to smile.
No, she could.
I think, to be fair, I don't think he should have touched that up. He should have just left as it was. It should be creepier, actually.
Brilliant.
What an inspirational character he is.
My favourite one of him is where he's doing that video he's in the backyard, and there's like what looks like a barbecue, and he's got a couple of mates with him, old Zuckerberg. He's going, I'm just in the backyard smoking meat with my friends. And if he said smoking meat once, he says it 33 times.
Yeah, he says it 3 times.
Right, but the funny thing was, just by the lawn and the fence, you can see that is a regular garden of like a regular 2 or 3 bedroom detached house in America. Because you've seen those gardens; they've got the bright green grass and the regular wooden fence. There is no fucking way that is the fence of Zuckerberg's house. Not in a million years has he got that regular fence where you can peer over to your neighbour and talk to him. No way is there a fence going to the next door neighbour's house. I was like, who? And I'm here smoking meats with my human friends, being a regular human, smoking my meats. He's like, do you want to look at my meat smoker in his small...
You're looking after my meat.
Yeah, in his small garden. It's like, what is a little dog going to come out? And is there a kid playing on a trampoline in the background in your small garden? Like, fuck off, Zuckerberg. No way.
What's that about, though? Did they think that... Are they trying
it's just him trying his best to pretend to be
trying
a human.
To blend in,
humanize him, yeah. Blend in like a reptile or robot.
Yeah.
It's doing a
I just want to see one of them eat a
unconvincing
gerbil.
job.
I want to see one of them eat a gerbil like on V.
Well, in social sciences, they have tactics to dehumanize. They've also got tactics to humanize.
Mate, he is
The unhuman.
100% dehumanized. He hasn't got a soul, mate.
There's a video of him when he says if I was, did he say if I was human or like you humans? Somebody goes.
He says something like the humans or something like that.
Yeah, then he
Basically,
goes, but I am human.
Yeah.
Or when I was human.
Yeah. when I thought about being human. Yeah. Right. So tonight you guys talked about this sort of like tech giant that's has many different faces and there's different players, but basically it's harvesting our data, right? There's a story that came out this week, which everyone's going to know about when I show the next slide, which I think is a really, really good working example of it. And it sort of happened in real time earlier this week. Okay. Anyone that's on Facebook will know about this. I'll just put this up. Okay.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah, forget Tom Hanks. But this app that appeared during the week this week, it's been in all of the papers, right? And then one day, for no particular reason, everyone started posting pics of themselves like this on Facebook. And it's the app is called My Profile App. And you put your picture into it, you agree to the terms and conditions and the permissions of that app, which no one clearly read.
And it's free as well, no doubt.
And obviously it's free, and within a space of 48 hours, everyone was using it. Okay, now, obviously, some people were smart and they didn't use it. Some people had a lot of fun using it. And they fed it with... Because everyone was like, oh, look at this, look at my profile picture, look how cool it looks. But there's a big but here. Yeah, newprofilepic.com. So, it turns out, according to the mainstream media, that Putin's responsible, okay? Hundreds of thousands of people have uploaded high-quality pictures of their faces. Facebook warned a popular profile pic is sending their data directly to Moscow.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
To do what?
Right. And does anyone recognise this person on the right?
No.
I think that's the woman who lied and said that her daughter had been kidnapped, but she was hidden her under the bed. Yeah, the one. Yeah, that's it, from Dewsbury. I can't remember their name. Anyway, right. So here is the this is the company that owns newprofilepic.com. Apparently it's in Moscow. It's all a bit wishy-washy, but we looked a bit deeper.
Shannon Matthews, that's what you're called.
That's it, Shannon Matthews. Good work. So this new profile picture thing, the cartoon profile app, has anyone actually looked who owns it? I did. If you check the privacy page, it's owned by Line Rock Investments. Who are they? Line Rock are registered in the British Virgin Islands, and Irina Shazina is a company director. Line Rock, in turn, owned by Anderson Business Services, who are located in Moscow. Now, whether or not this is really a Russian company is pretty irrelevant. The next bit is very interesting. It's working in the field of quantum physics and has a focus on developing tech for quantum computing. You can see some of their past papers here on ResearchGate. A quantum-powered AI machine learning algorithm has long been the goal of facial recognition tech. The ability to simultaneously search 8 billion faces and come up with a 100% match in a nanosecond, as opposed to having to trawl through a database with classical computers, is the goal here. Doing it in seconds what could take months or years using classical computing. Now combine this tech with a surveillance state, owned CCTV all over the place, a regime like is in power in Moscow, and you can track and remove opponents in the regime. Obviously whoever wrote this is Russia-phobic, right? All they had to do was offer a free cartoon profile pic, and the AI had as many different faces to train as possible. So I'm sort of discounting the fact that whatever Moscow doesn't really matter. The fact is,
forget the Russia bit.
Yeah, forget the Russia bit. Replace the word Russia with CIA or NATO. Or deep state.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, the free app that everyone starts using, it now has a very good.
Everyone meaning those that went to the Britney Spears concert.
Yes, you can tell who went to the Britney Spears concert immediately because they all changed their profile picture to something like this.
I saw that, Lance, and I thought, that's amazing. I'm definitely not going to do that.
Yeah, because it's free and everyone's doing it.
Yeah.
And I actually had quite a really upset comment from someone because I wrote a comment something like, it was pretty seething. It's like, I'm really glad all of these peasants have really identified themselves by doing the super original profile app that's definitely not selling your data directly to the Soviet Union. One of the viewers of the show was like, "Oh, I'm not a sheep. I did it," and I was like, "Well, were you the first person to do it, or did you do it after everyone else had done it?" And they didn't reply.
I mean, it's bloody. I mean, that level. I mean, imagine giving that level of technology away for free for nothing back. Why would you do it?
Not only this,
I mean, that
Chris,
is some technology. That is.
There are people posting screenshots of their mobile banking apps that they had like $59.99 taken out over and over again after this happened.
Have you guys come across NVIDIA?
Yes.
Yeah. They're first. They've just done an Omniverse Audio 2 face.
Omniverse.
Yeah. I was going to talk about that tonight actually, but it just went on a bit too long. Yeah. Where you can do.
You got to tell us now.
Well, no, it's like a face generation thing. So you can have.
That's why. In fact, that's exactly what I was thinking when I saw this. This is collecting data for face generation.
So they can basically invent a human face out of other people's faces. So they'll come up with, like, say, a human person, but it's not a real human person.
Yeah, we've covered that with human vibration. There's the website thispersondoesnotexist.com, and you just press refresh, and it just generates a brand new non-existent person that you can't tell.
They just morph, don't they?
I mean, me and Dom discuss, obviously, well, all the time. We go, I don't think that was a real person. You know, when you see him in the news, a murderer or something like that. I'm not going to name any, but some of them you look at, you just think that doesn't look like a real person.
Because the eyes, you can always tell by the eyes.
Yeah, well, there's no one there, and also they use the same photo over and over again. They don't. I mean, everyone's got loads of photos of themselves. Why would you continue to use the same photo over and over again?
I'll just email that through, that Omniverse thing.
Also, interestingly, that thing that creates faces, it can't create cats for some reason. I saw some pictures of when they tried to
create my LGBT tranny cat.
They've got like paws coming out the head and stuff. For some reason, it can't do cats, but it can do humans.
Weird.
Maybe they need more data on cats.
Yeah.
Kind of cat portrait apps.
So this is what you were talking about. This is the Omniverse. Quickly and easily generate expressive facial animation from just an audio source with NVIDIA. Oh, right, I see. Mate, this is something totally different.
That's the anime.
So NVIDIA's deep learning AI basically will take your audio source, which I'm going to assume is human speech, and we'll put it through one of these digital masks, and this will actually mouth it with totally realistic human expressions. That's what that means.
Yeah, and then that audio, then you can utilize with the face. So they do a face generator as well.
So this is proper schwabology.
Well, this is deepfake technology.
I think they're using some type of biosonar for this.
Right.
Sonar technology, which is sound navigation and ranging, or sound propagation.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Because they have to.
Oh, look at this. Look at the audio input comes in a waveform, then it goes basically to a tesseract or something. It goes to a counter-rotational Jew star.
Humans have a biosonar, so they're going to have to kind of make a synthetic version of it. So this will be a way of extracting, the sonar data of a human, which is a form of identification.
And this is how we'll be assimilated with avatars. So
because in a simulation or holographic simulation, it's based on sonar.
Wow.
So once everyone's in their little living pods, shut away, locked in there.
Well, that means
you can see they're building. You can see how they're constructing their buildings brick by brick. A new simulation.
Yeah.
Because I've seen science fiction films where people in the future have to not only wear face masks to hide themselves from facial recognition, they also have to have voice encoders so that the sound of their voice can't be picked up by the microphone.
That's what it reminded me of. Can you remember that head that Arnie puts on as he's trying to escape?
Yeah.
In the first one, with that woman, weren't it?
Yeah.
And he throws
in
it.
his
Yeah.
face.
Get ready for a surprise.
Well, part of the Inner Guardian's training is to do with sonar, with regards to the sort of resonance and frequency, and how to be invisible by being able to adjust.
Yeah, I'm just looking through this. Yeah,
I mean, there's
this
there's
is very
senses,
interesting.
there's senses that humans have that majority of humans don't even realize exist, but the dark occultists are fully aware of it. And this is what I'm trying to say, that at some point we're going to have to wise up. We're going to have to up our game.
Yeah.
Just stand a chance or half a chance.
I've looked at this again. Back to computer games. There's a new engine called Unreal Engine 5. It's fairly new anyway, and it's not even properly been mastered yet.
Yeah.
I saw something that'd been created the other day, and it was just a walk through a subway station, and it was totally indistinguishable from real life.
Yeah.
The level of the ray tracing of the light, the reflections, the
little dints on
definition.
the like grates and stuff, everything, all the bits of rust on the metal.
Yeah,
it literally looks like real life. Yeah, I've seen that. Someone did a Matrix one. They did like a sitter.
Yeah. And when they can put that into virtual reality, that quality that you could
That's
have
it,
on the 2D screen, then that's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could enter that world and not know if you were. You'd struggle to know if you're in real life or not.
Well, look,
that's Matrix.
Everybody has dreams, yeah. And how much sort of cognitive process does anybody have in a dream? Not much. So that would be the equivalent of entering into another simulation, but not being fully connected or integrated. So this is all integration technology, being able to, in real time, be conscious, I guess.
So when we dream, Massily, are we dreaming about as last simulation?
I would say, excuse me. I would say it's related, it's connected, but it's more. Dreaming is more of like I guess a low level rendering compared to what to the way that we can render in this dimension, in the physical dimension.
So many new possibilities opened up. Omar Beats brought up this thing the other day. We were talking about he saw an advert for an illegal rave in the metaverse. Right, and it was like private invitation only. It was like an underground black market rave in the metaverse. Now, we were sort of hazarding a guess that there are already drugs that you can take in the metaverse.
What was interesting, what was going on is the guy, but it's like an advert they were selling you, and one of the comments is unrelated to really what they were doing was, and we obviously didn't include the drugs, as if to say that there is drugs available. And it was a very odd time of night as well.
I think this is connected, but have you seen it where they talk about they can even artificially replicate the anticipation or the sensation of the anticipation before entering a rave?
Oh, that is a powerful. That's a powerful drug.
If they're able to do that, imagine that. Then they can make you feel the same way ecstasy would, for example, just by the power of the metaverse and how it makes you feel inside yourself.
Well, like you were saying, imagine getting hooked on drugs that only exist in the metaverse. And they're not physical drugs because you're not giving them to the meat suit. You're actually taking them
they're the
psychoactively.
Drugs. They're the ones which will be targeted straight to your senses.
Right, so
maybe all
that on a low level with Facebook.
Maybe all those nightclubs we went to in the 90s were testing out that system as to what beats and what music could actually work in a metaverse. Just a thought.
Yeah, because you got to think. We've seen the science fiction sort of projections that you could be hooked in, and there'll be something going into your vein, giving you dopamine or serotonin. But that's still something physical going into your meat suit. Surely, if we're going to be immersed into the metaverse, that the stimulation will all be coming electronically.
Vibrational.
Vibrational frequency. Yeah. I think it's fair to assume that the move from the bio will probably be complete, and all of the stimuli will be coming electronically. Because what is it? Is it in 1984 where there's, or is it in Brave New World where they're taking various different drugs every day, sort of
Brave
mood
New World,
stabilizers? Yeah, Brave New World, mood stabilizers and things like that. And human traffic.
Well, when you break down a human, I would say the majority of our perceptions and sensations is all based on very subtle substances, even to a chemical component.
Well, they say technically there's only like 3 things that we enjoy, which is dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins.
Yeah.
All levels of human enjoyment, whether it's physical, emotional, or spiritual, are actually derived from a combination of those 3 chemicals.
Yeah, and also if you look at the word simulate, it's very similar to stimulate.
Yeah.
And certain activities will stimulate certain elements of one of those 3s. So if they know how to control you, and control your energy flow, then they could be pumping you full.
Well, think about it. It's what Alfred Hitchcock used to say about making movies. He was very famous. I studied this at uni in cinematography. His movies were very famous because if he had a monster movie, you often wouldn't even see the monster. It's actually the anticipation of the monster. And he often boasted. He was known as an auteur, which is someone that's sort of above the level of a writer or a director. It's sort of, like an overseer of a creation. And he sort of really boasted in a famous interview. Can't remember the details, but he basically said that, the magic is that with the cut of a scene or a press of a button or the movement on the screen, I can make them go, ooh. I can make them go, ah. I can make them pump out adrenaline. I have the power to do that. Just by showing moving images on the screen, or the lack of moving images on the screen, darkness with a sound. And when he was speaking about it, it's very powerful because it's basically sorcery.
Yeah. Well, look, right. We all understand the saying about the thrill is in the chase, and even the grass is greener on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I always remember
that chemical related.
All the very low level like horror movies that were on like late night, which you'd never seen at the cinema. They'd always show you the monster straight away. The really crap low budget films. The real ones
made by college graduates.
Yeah, the films that were really scary, which invoked the most emotion, the most serotonin, endorphins, or adrenaline pumping through your body, was the ones which played with the tension.
Yeah. Another, who is it? John Williams, famously in Jaws. In Jaws, you've always got the
Yeah.
And I saw this thing about it, and he said they use that every time the shark's going to turn up.
Yeah.
In the last scene, the most scariest scene, when the shark turns up, they didn't use the music.
Yeah. And that's why a whole generation of people, or many generations of people, are still traumatized by Jaws and don't like swimming in deep water.
And the music, just the music.
Anyone that's my age or older knows that feeling after seeing Jaws. And you're swimming in deep water out in the sea, and then you hear the music in your head. And
you've got very minimal chance of being attacked by a shark.
Yeah, they don't want to kill you. Zero.
They don't want to attack you at all, do they?
The main science of the dark occult world is... Sorry, the main science of the dark occult world is what's known as association. And the power of association. So they can actually control like the cause and effect, literally at a press of a button, to cause a reaction, and that reaction will release X, Y, or Z type of I guess stimulation and chemical from the body, which is
Lee, look at what's happened the last few. Me and Don have talked about this quite a lot. Is fear of death. This is what this whole shenanigans has been about, and we all die. So, what is the point of being scared of it when we're all? But what you fear of dying 10 years, 5 years, whatever, 20 years earlier, we are actually all going to die. So, why not think about what's going to happen when you die rather than how you're going to die?
Yeah. I mean, I've always been baffled, even from when I was a child, when it came to the subject of funerals. I always used to think there was something wrong with me because I used to wonder why people were so sad. I mean, of course, there's a type of bereavement and loss, but I almost, I guess, not envious, but there was a certain part of me that was, or maybe curious is a better word, that those that do pass over, they know something that I don't, or they're able to experience something that I'm not experiencing right now.
It's funny. It's funny because my missus said to me years ago. Obviously, knows me quite well. She said, "Is it are you excited about dying?" And I went, "Oh no, what are you talking about?" She goes, "You are, aren't you? A little bit." And I went, "Maybe a little bit." I don't want to, but yeah, why not? Fucking hell, it's something that you've never experienced.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why it's good to practice
the thing
first.
is, in some cultures, it's not a problem. In some cultures, it's celebrated, and I think times gone by, especially with tribal people, it was something to be celebrated because it's a crossing over. It's a promotion. It's going somewhere other.
Death in England is like a supermarket exchange. You die, then you get processed, and then you're gone, and that's it.
Has anyone else noticed big adverts popping up outside? Well, I've got a new funeral parlour opened up near my mum's, and it's like a budget funeral parlour, and it just has a big sign outside for like all-in-one creations, £1,999. Right. I've never seen this before until this came up last year, and my mum lives in quite a nice area. It's not like you need to advertise cheap cremations, but
and also,
a big sign outside with the price of an all-in-one cremation package, £2,000. That's well cheap. It's not obviously they just burn you and put it in a plastic box. There you go. It's obviously like bare bones.
I mean,
excuse the pun.
Yeah, are they aware of something that's on its way?
I think they're probably cashing in on something that's already happening, aren't they?
Yeah,
I think they are. Definitely.
You get delivered in one of those little white robots.
Yeah.
Gets delivered by an Amazon drone. An Amazon Prime cremation. To be fair, only Jeff Bezos could beat a price like that. No, I think it was £2,999. But if anyone knows, a funeral's normally pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Well, probably you want to start being concerned when they start offering it for free.
Free funerals.
Free download.
Free suicide booth. Just go in there and disintegrate you and you're gone.
But it comes with a complimentary upload to the metaverse. So as soon as you top yourself, you go straight to Epstein land. Jeez. I'm just trying to think if I've got anything else here. That's,
Hugo talks thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about that.
Andy PG legged it now.
Oh yeah, Andy PG had to go. Yeah. He. No, he ducked out. He had his lift was here.
Toilet first. Now I've just realised he hadn't come back.
No, we were mid conversation, and he had a lift outside, or he had to go. I don't know. So he's just like, yeah, I'll see you next week.
His camera outside.
You say goodbye.
He said goodbye to me. You lot were talking.
I think Beats is a little bit hurt.
He just got snubbed. Okay, so right, the other subject which we wanted to talk about was this video which Hugo Talks made last week. And for anyone that follows me on Facebook, I brought it up on Facebook and it caused a big old debate, which is exactly what I wanted to happen. That's why I posted it, believe it or not.
Nuance out. Yeah.
So the video in question, I don't have a screenshot of it, but anyone that follows Hugo Talks will know the video I'm talking about. It's where he called out almost everyone in the truth movement, including Dan Aston Gregory. I found the memes to go with it.
Who's Dan Aston Gregory?
This guy here, Dan Aston Gregory. He's sort of not. He's like a life coach, really, and he's been telling the truth about and being quite impartial, but also telling the truth about what's going on. I followed him. Inner Guardians has followed him. He's only recently started talking about inner work and the esoteric side of all this. He has his own platform called Elevate, which sounds a little bit like Rise Above. He has sort of similar stuff on there, working on yourself to, sort of elevate from what's going on. Well, apparently he's a Luciferian. Hugo Talks. Hugo Talks said some good stuff in this video, right? He called out Elon Musk. Yeah, all good. But he started trying to insinuate that anyone that's talking about meditation or breath work or wellness is on like a Luciferian path.
Right.
And he called out the whole New Age movement and lumped in all of, people on a level a bit higher than us, say. Maybe people with 100,000 subscribers. Yeah. So I think Zuby was thrown in there. Who else in the Guardians?
He'll be in there as well.
AJ, I can't remember his surname. He's got a popular podcast.
Yeah, the ex-soldier.
To
There
be
was a
fair,
lot of
lads,
people.
I like Hugo.
Santos Bonacci.
Santos Bonacci, yeah.
I like Hugo talks, but I don't think you should call anyone out because you don't know, do you?
I like Hugo talks as well. I'm just mentioning it because I think he went a little bit far here.
Yeah.
I think he bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Because if you're going to start saying that anyone who is talking about meditation or maybe yoga or breath work is a new age Luciferian.
Yeah.
Martial arts.
There's nothing wrong with breath
martial
work
arts.
in yoga, I don't think. To be honest.
My clinic as well.
No, I'm not going to sit here and say that the New Age movement and the pushing of occultism hasn't been co-opted and isn't part of the plan. Everything that's happening in the public eye is part of the plan. Newsflash. Sorry, guys. There's no big movement that hasn't been co-opted, hasn't been corrupted, hasn't been infiltrated.
Relaxing is evil.
You could draw a parallel with literally any subject. So, as an example, you could take transgender. Now, has it been used as part of an agenda? Of course it has. But are there people that I wouldn't say suffer, but are transgender that aren't part of the agenda? Of course there are. So it's the same way. You could literally take any subject, and let's face it, it's full spectrum attack. So they've literally gathered every subject and put it into some form of an agenda.
I don't think you should attack anyone because I think if someone says something to me and it resonates with me, then I'll take it. Whether whether someone calls them a shill or whatever. If it resonates with you, then it is something, isn't it? Even if they are a bloody whatever shill or whatever.
It's the art of the syncretist. You have to be able to extract what is useful and discard what is not.
Yeah,
I think what it is, it seems like maybe Hugo is falling into the sort of Christian or Abrahamic viewpoint that anyone that dabbles with this stuff is dancing with the devil. Because I've seen a couple of truthers do it before. I call it going full truth retard. There's one individual called Martin May who all throughout a couple of years through 2020, he was going up to the test centres. He was kicking off at people. He was down with that. He's basically fighting the COVID Union, literally getting into fights with people and filming it and stuff. Right. Which say what you want about that. Then he smoked DMT. And talked about it online, and then within a couple of weeks he'd become a New Age Christian, and he literally put a post saying, "Yoga, all of this, you're Satanists, you're Luciferians, you're all going to hell. You have, and obviously that didn't go well for him.
But in yoga, just doing a good stretch. I don't. I mean, in meditation, it's just getting your thoughts together. I'm pretty sure Jesus meditated, isn't it?
Well,
Didn't Jesus say the kingdom of the Lord is within?
He's within. Yeah, you don't need to go to a church. But all Christians go to a church, and meditation's evil. I don't understand.
I do a lot of breathing exercises and meditation. And
you are demonic.
I am. Yeah.
Well, I think part of when Inner Guardians brought this to my attention, and the conversation that we had privately was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Hugo Talks has watched this show, because I've seen our stuff shared to him on Facebook, although he's never accepted my friend request and never replied to my messages. Yeah. I'm sure he's watched this show. All of the things he said could be said about us more than any of those people. We talk about the occult and pull this stuff apart every week. We have an occultist on the show, Master Lee. I call myself a lifelong student of the occult. I spit that in my bars every week. So,
I mean, Hugo's pushed a couple of our videos, and we used to have them all on YouTube, didn't he, Chris?
I think you've chatted to him, haven't you? I mean,
I
watch his videos.
I invited him on the show. He never even read the message or replied to me. Although I've seen people tag him and say, you should go on Rise Above, you should watch Rise Above. He never replied to me. I'd still happily have him on. I'd actually like to have him on to talk about this.
Yeah.
Because I think this is a very, very important conversation.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, he's done some cracking videos over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's done some very good work.
Especially documenting those adverse reactions.
Yeah.
To navigate your way around all of this that's taking place right now, you need to have the ability to have the gist of something and have nuance. You can't be a literalist, because that puts you back into the same prison that we're trying to escape from.
For instance, you look at Russell Brand, right? I don't trust the guy, but I don't know whether he's working for whoever we might think he's working for. I don't trust the guy though. I don't see how people like that can be trusted. But people who are saying the right things, what I don't understand. I think Mark Devlin summed it up about David Icke. For someone who's basically told the future 20 years ago, why wouldn't you listen to what he's got to say? Why would he say an Isle of Mason or something, you know?
Yeah, because even if it is true that he's controlled opposition and he's being told to tell everyone what's going to happen, well, he has been true. He has been accurate. So, whether there's merit in everything.
I've been dragged into this Luciferian debate, as you can imagine, quite a few times, not just recently, but for years. And whenever I pose the question, which I always do, if I go into a debate, the first thing I have to do is establish first principles where we both have to agree upon something to start with. Because if you can't agree upon the first principle, then you're never ever going to get a solution or a resolution to anything. So when I ask the question, well, by your definition, please explain to me what you mean by Luciferian or Luciferianism. They can't answer.
Yeah.
So then it's just a term. Now there's lots of terms especially in the occult world, in the esoteric world. Even stuff like soul. What a soul? What does a soul mean to you? What does spirit mean to you? What does essence mean to you? What does energy mean to you? It can mean different things to different people. So unless you establish the first principles as to what we're actually talking about, there can't be a resolution or solution to the debate.
To be fair to Hugo Talks, he basically tried to link it back to the Lucis Trust, which goes back to, I believe, Helena Blavatsky's teachings.
Yeah.
It's linked to the UN. I didn't really see how he managed to link Dan Aston Gregory to the Lucis Trust. He was very wishy-washy.
Oh, no, I think I did see that one. Was it when they were all going to the same talk or something?
Yeah, basically, Hugo Talks was saying that there were people there who had been against the narrative all along, alongside that guy called Dr. John Campbell, who had been, first of all, pushing the Britney, and then he'd come to a realisation after he told millions of his followers to go and get it.
I did think that as well, though, that maybe they didn't know and they just went along with the...
But one thing I would say is this, right? There's a space within this discussion that needs to be occupied by everyone. We're occupying this space of the discussion. We're very clear about what we think here on this show, and you guys as well. And we look at it with an eye to the occult and the alternative. People like Dan Aston Gregory, his job was to try and be impartial so that he could speak to those people that might be pushing it, to try and present. You know, we're not really presenting a balanced view here because we know what the fucking score is. We know what it is, and we're explaining it and picking it apart. But there needs to be someone for the fence sitters doing the other job as well.
Well, I still listen to people who I don't fully agree with. I mean, I listen to a lot of people I don't agree with. I mean, but you can't throw them out just because you don't agree with everything they're talking about, you know?
Yeah, I think it's very short-sighted to do that. I think it's very short-sighted to do that because, you know, some people would be completely turned off by watching this show because it's too much.
Yeah.
You know,
the other problem that you're going to witness, and it's already happened, is that sometimes when people go on a particular narrative in the truth movement, almost out of desperation to get content, they basically fudge things together very badly. So I think this is quite a good example of it, because I would be very curious to know what he actually means by Luciferian, and does he actually know anything about the occult, or what Lucifer, or who Lucifer actually is? Even the Christians don't know who Lucifer is.
Christians
There's
can't
a
even
debate
decide
within Christians.
whether Lucifer is the same thing as Satan or not.
Well,
That's quite important.
I'm not saying I'm a professional on this, but I would hazard a guess, if there is a Lucifer, Satan, devil, etc., surely his biggest trick would be to confuse the shit out of you.
And create division.
Yeah, so you don't know who's who and what's what. But like you were just saying, I take information, and you know, if it resonates with you, don't. I'm not willing to judge anyone. To be fair,
that's why I like doing, like you guys do, deep research and getting a lot of information, because it's difficult to come to a conclusion when you're having a snapshot 5-minute or 2-minute type of thing. I need to see it there from several different areas that guy were working for DARPA, or whatever it is, because otherwise you don't really know, do you?
No,
you don't know. And
you've got to turn the whole rabbit hole inside out before you get the whole rabbit.
Exactly, and that's what you guys do. That's what we do, which is probably why there's some sort of synergy. You can't just jump to a conclusion just because you think you can jump to a conclusion and then utilize that to look a little bit deeper. But you can't jump to that conclusion and say, right, I'm definitely right.
Well, it's like when you meet a new person, isn't it? You first of all take your instincts and you absorb what they're saying or what they're doing, and then you analyze it, and then you think about it. Do you like them or not? And then you also think, all my conclusions could be totally wrong. And this person, even though I don't trust them, might turn out to be lovely, and I don't know. So there's no point making a judgment call at that point, in my opinion.
But generally speaking, Luciferianism is to do with the light. So anybody that talks about going to the light or being of the light or stuff like that could be classed as a Luciferian. Now, the last time I read the King James Bible, Jesus said that he was the light.
Yeah,
So what does that mean,
Lucifer
then?
is the light bringer, and that was what Hugo was saying. He was highlighting people that call themselves light workers.
Yeah.
Hey, on a slight deviation here, I watched the Kroogs the other day with my daughter, and all the way through it, they kept saying, "We need to go to the light. Got to go to the light." And I just thought that was weird. And it was in a film about cavemen, a cartoon about cavemen.
Yeah,
so like Disney Pixar.
Yeah, one of those kind of things. I don't know which one it was, to be fair, but they said it about 10 times. We need to go to the light. Follow the light.
I just think, though, you've got to be very careful to pigeonhole every single person part of this Aquarian agenda type CIA 1960s. And I understand why this New Age movement was probably...
well, the point is to get us all arguing and giving each other shit about it. This is what you shouldn't do.
I would say this is the most dangerous ground that we're talking about when it comes to the esoteric and the occult. And I just want to say this before either I forget or if I get cut off or anything, that it's definitely an area where you need to be very, very careful and cautious, because something like, going to the light could mean something good, it could mean something bad. It's very tempting to go to the light, and it would almost be obvious to go to the light.
Yeah.
But
that's what moths do.
To their own peril. To my understanding and knowledge, to seek the light externally from another person, another source, you lay yourself open to going to the false light.
Yes.
The correct way of going to the light is when you go through the light via your higher self, which is like the narrow path, the direct line to the source. So, for instance, yes, there are New Age movements that will tell you to project yourself over here or over here, receive the light from this or that entity, the Galactic Federation, aliens, whatever. I would be very cautious of that. But going to the light from within, I don't see a problem with that, and I think that is quite in alignment with even, say, the Christian teaching.
Yeah. Can I interject there, right? Because Lee, you've actually explained something I've thought about DMT for a long time. Now, DMT is rife through the community at the moment, and I think a lot of people experience like a void at first, and then they see a light, and they either go with the light or they don't. And I think that is the fake light you talk of. I think because
it could be.
It's really difficult because people have got mixed views on DMT. I think it's not what humanity needs at the moment. So it's exactly what they would give,
Yeah.
Because it separates everyone, but it makes you individual on your own. You look at this inner self, you look within,
Yeah, and this is
we
why
need to be part of togetherness,
Yeah, and this is, people always ask me what teachers, what books should they read? What do I recommend? What do I refer? And I always have to say, it's almost like I can't. It's almost impossible. Reason being is because all of the great works, all of the great literature has been hijacked. at some point. So for me to steer you to some writer from 100 years ago, or some mystic or prophet or whatever teacher, at source, had you been in the presence with them, you may have been able to get something useful. But the moment it's written down, and then by the time it's passed on and translated or updated, do you really think that the dark occult world, all the powers that shouldn't be, are not going to usurp and hijack that teaching, that path, and then turn it into a society, an institution, organization, and then they can give a false teaching? And that's basically what you're seeing with the so-called New Age movement. The New Age movement, for the most part, is a psychological operation, and it's the dark occult world that has hijacked the light occult or the useful esoteric knowledge.
Yeah, because people that are pushing this idea that the New Age is a psyop, which in some respects it is, like you've just explained. It's very important to point out that these teachings were not made up in the 1800s by Blavatsky or later by Crowley. They were rediscovered by those people and reinterpreted. They were not invented by them. These teachings are the original teachings of all ages, as described by Manly P. Hall.
Yeah, they're the fragments of an unknown teaching.
Yeah. A teaching that predates our civilization.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that was on the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
This is what the syncretist has to do. The syncretist has to, and this is why I say no one's coming to save you. You're going to have to be your own syncretist. You're going to have to figure it out for yourself. You're going to have to go through lots of information. Now, if you're fortunate enough, you can meet people along the way that may be able to help you and stop you from wasting your time by going into certain teachings or rabbit holes that have been hijacked. So you don't need to waste your time on that. But for the most part, you're going to have to do the work and go through it and see what resonates and see what is true. And the way to do it is to activate the higher self. If you're not in contact with your higher self, you're just going to go deeper into false teachings. So I always recommend the first thing you need to do is to connect or activate and reconnect with your higher self. That higher self aspect of yourself is the one that can do the correct discernment via intuition.
I'm just processing that.
It's very important. Very important when you come close to any esoteric or occult knowledge, that you have to reconnect and activate the higher self. Or you could say the third eye, when in actual fact it's the first eye.
Yeah, it's
sounds very satanic to me.
But you will know what's true. You'll know what's true by the resonance.
Solid gold, Master Lee says Zaya Zeitgeist. Yeah, that was solid gold.
Excuse me, guys, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna leg it in a sec as well. But
I've got a 4-year-old who's gonna definitely wake up. I didn't realise it was nearly 2 o'clock.
That's how it goes on a Friday night.
Love
Thank
you all,
very
guys.
much for joining us, Chris.
Yeah, love you all, and I'll speak to you soon.
Rise above.
Fantastic.
Thanks for the ashtray.
Nice one. No problem.
Rise above.
See you
Rise
soon,
above,
guys.
brother.
Bye bye.
That's a good time to have a little break and a little while. You can have a little.
yeah, you guys
can
get on. That were a good chinwag.
They certainly were. Should we wrap it up? We're at 4 hours. We're almost at 5 hours. Yeah, let's wrap it up, and then Omar Beats can play us out a little bit.
I've got a few tracks that you could spit to.
Oh, I spat. No, I spat earlier on, mate. I don't want to overdo it. It's not. It's not pirate radio.
No, I was thinking you could have a little go on like some of the stuff we've done and some of the newer stuff.
No, don't put me. Like,
I'll do it next week.
I'll do it next week. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, yeah, Dom, that was an awesome presentation, mate. Fully enjoyed that. I could tell there was some jaws hitting the floor in the comment section with some of the stuff you're bringing forth. So, once again, thank you for coming on, mate.
That's what we do, don't we? That's what jaws do at the floor when we look at the
jaws hit the floor when we roll in the room. It's sheep farm. Hit the deck. Hit the deck, comrades.
Well, that's a bar. You got to have a bar.
Yeah, I will. I do need to write a lyric about all our little team
Yeah.
that we've accumulated.
Yeah, thanks, Dom. That was a great job there.
Yeah. Cheers, Lee. That were, but again, we all bring. I would say to Christian that, like with us guys, we all have different angles, don't we? But
yeah,
and
that's what makes it so special.
Yeah. It's very rare you can sort of talk to people like you guys for us, and maybe it's same thing. But me and Chris talk a lot, obviously, and talk to Jackos and chat. But you don't talk to other like-minded people because it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's not there.
The kind of open discourse is few and far between.
Yeah,
and this is how we're going to unlock a lot of the of this situation or this problem, is when. I mean, I often talk about, you got to do the work yourself, but it doesn't. I'm not saying that in terms of you got to do it all by yourself. You have to take the first person position, and then you have to share. And this is what we're doing. This is syncretism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rise above, connecting consciousness since 2020.
Yeah.
Rise above, generate, rise above, distinguish fear, rise above.
Right. I think on that note, I'm going to say a big thank you to everyone. I'm going to say Oma Beats is about to play us out. If you want to support the channel, I'm going to show you some ways to do it in just a moment with merchandise and some of our partner affiliates. Dom, thank you very much for joining us once again, bro.
Back on again. Nice one, really appreciate it. Yeah,
Inner Guardians, thank you once again, mate.
Probably see you when. Yeah.
Right, speak soon, guys. See you next week. Remember, t-shirts are available, hoodies are available. www.riseabove.news/shop. Ashtrays are available, £20 including postage. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Support Rise Above by purchasing Roots Brands products /Rise Above. Use Rise Above as the link. We get a kickback, it helps us out, and the products are amazing. Oma Beats is playing us out.
You know the saga. I'm from the place.
Get out to Helen. Auntie Covia. Wonder Why. Andy Pandy 33. Shout out to Mateus. Guernsey P. Toby Phillips. 253 people still tuned in. Haven't decided about next week's show yet. If I can't think of anything, we'll have customer services. I need to get What the Flock on the show. You might need more than a week to prepare though. Shout out to Milski. Nancy Crawford, no! Riding at the beat. Rides above ashtrays are available, but they're not on the website yet. You've got to PayPal me £20 with your address and I'll send you an ashtray. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com, but send it friends and family. Don't let Lord Schwab get my pennies. As we saw tonight, it all goes to Lord Schwab in the end. Big shout out to Sooty. Gaping gobs. Always a pleasure when it's Chris and Dom Sheep Farm in the house. Remember, if you want some crazy ashtrays, get Gaping Gobs on Etsy. I haven't got any Rise Above spoons yet, little Dudesworth. Sorry, bro. We have got Rise Above key rings being made as we speak by 420 Custom. Custom Resin 420 on Instagram. Custom Resin 420 on Instagram. Auntie Coviet, you're naughty. We have considered a ceremonial Hunter Biden crack pipe made out of resin. We have considered it. Donna Harper, it's happening right now. Rise Above resin pendants are being made as we speak. Omer's going heavy and hard. Increase the danger, bring it on large. Defcon 1, Danger Siren Song. Omer Beats, drop the bomb.
Sidewalk.
Rise Above signed false teeth. Milwana, what are you going on about? Heavy. Yeah, all my beats is ready. Double O rolling steady. I don't think they're ready. We're rolling like a Chevy. Shit, he's sounding heavy. Double L is rolling steady. Yo, switch it. Allow me to elucidate. Day. Allow me to elucidate. On my beats with chosen break. Let's contemplate. Time to light up a Jimmy Savile sized cigar on this one. Yo, allow me to elucidate while Oma Beats choose a break. If this is final days, then bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear because that parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread the germ. We know that's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, or we won't miss our turn. The harvest is well overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you know, keep what you sow. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasures, yo. Fear the denying force until you choose to mount the horse. And with the help of Master Lee, we see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to their tower. What? It's double LMC. I'm doing this for decades. The apocalyptic pundit, yo, I speak you through the wreckage. Salute the general, soldiers in your berets. I'm beating up the parasite with wicked blows and melees. Rise above is ready. Heavy. Milski, what you saying? Most of them could ever hope to know, yo, but the chosen few, we're getting so close. We're closer to the gateway, the path didn't show. The road isn't lit, you weren't supposed to see it, so it's difficult to make way. The ways we be making, Our vision of this world is mistaken when my skin touched the membrane. Now my mass is displacing. I tried to explain it. I told you I was insane and I knew I wasn't thinking. You might talk about a struggle, but when we break it down to molecules of rubble, when the world falls to pieces, you'll be left in the aftermath. Burning ashes, the machines have all gone, and the last computer crashes. It's the end of days. It's the end of our ways as we know it. If you're feeling sorrow, time to show it, chose to flow it. It's Double L and I'm speaking. Listen. Got more bars than Lego's got bricks. Got more bars than Omer's got hits. Yo, watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. Every single move premeditated, never tactless. Soldiers out there, tell me if you back this. Weaponry weighing heavy, flowing into. Yo, watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. We're too heavy, so they could never back this. Yo, Omer, lay it down on the track like this. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. My given occupation is to perplex the streets. Hurting them with the minimal, shaking them with the beats. Omer beats special technique. I'm not as good on drum and bass as I used to be. Yeah. It's like standard, there's no misunderstanding. MCW's here. There's no misunderstanding, the General's crystal clear. No misunderstanding, Omer beats is here when he's landed. Listen. Yo, we're too direct. You can act like you ain't been affected, I eject. I disappear, I feel I've been detected. He selects a rhythm, never be rejected. Can't have no copy, we're copyright protected. I depend, that jungle cone of under, don't surrender. Intend, keep it real, you won't be a pretender. Suspend something here that's not on the agenda. Set the trend, the people recommend the number one contender. I invent a style that making MCs discontent. Descent beneath the surface called astonishment. Hell bent on inflicting lyrical bewilderment. I circumvent my path to stage where I can really represent. Tell me, do you really represent? Yo, tell me, do you really represent? Yo, do you really represent? Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, represent. Omer beats, you really represent. Living in a mansion or you're sleeping in a tent. Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, time to represent. Rise above family, you know we represent. It's Omer beats and Double L, it's time to represent. Yeah, and the music's heaven sent. Can I get up? Yeah, can I get an audience? Kicking out the Oscar Pistorius. I said Omer, big up eye for an eye. Let's create a new universe, yeah? Engineered new engine. Fuck. Yo, engineering new dimensions causing psychotropic substance. The spirit molecule exists in great abundance. Harness the energy from the infinity around us then. Look within to reveal a hidden purpose. Reverse polarity, shapeshifts and extensity. Reveal the nature of an illusional reality. Heavy. Beware the shapeshifters. Transdimensional entities manipulate your destiny. We got the remedy. Open up your heart, cause fear is the enemy. Shit, these are old bars. Yo, beware the shapeshifters. Transdimensional entities manipulate the destiny. We got the remedy. Raise up the frequency. Open your heart, cause fear is the enemy. The enemy, the enemy, the enemy. Again, who is the architect? Oh, Michael. Omer is trying to fuck me up. Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong ties are tethered, like weak links are severed. We strive towards the goal that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge from some ancient clay tablets. Lucrative creators of this world that we inhabit. Who is the architect? Tech. Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Together you're past the set. The truth is so incredible, it might just bust your head. Who is the architect? Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong ties are tethered, weak links are severed. Strives towards the goal that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge. Ancient clay tablets, cruise to the creators of this world that we inhabit. Habit. Who is the architect? Yo, many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Forget what your pastor said. Ask the question, who see you got the fastest legs? Another frequency, that is where the masters rest. Holy shit. Gosh. Omar, what are you doing? Gosh. Bonfire, Omar. By the way, I forgot to show this meme from Master Lee earlier on. I don't know if I made this, but we're supposed to show this earlier on. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. It's a long, dark tunnel. Unleash your internal rabbit right about now. Seaside up, bit of back rider, buster, one-liner. Be in the game till I'm an old timer. Come again, yo. Seaside up, bit about rim, yo. Who's that? It's double L skin. Live on the Dexies, mixing. Live on the Mikeys, rinsing, yo. Seaside up, bit of my rim. Who's that? Double L skin. It's that seaside up, bit of my rider, buster, buster, one-liner. Be in the game till I'm an old timer. Yeah. Flow tight like vagina. Yeah. How about that mix, Omar? Yo, come with it. Holy shit.
Gosh.
If you stuck around for Roma, this is why. Rise Above Friday Night Live, and we are gonna roll out in a minute. Massive thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight. Remember, if you want to support Rise Above, I do fully recommend the Roots Brands products. People had a go at me last week, but yeah, they're very good. I took 2 of these capsules tonight, 0 in, really helped me to 0 in. They have CBD, they have detox, they have rejuvenate products on there, and it's all good nootropics, nutraceuticals made from fruits, nuts and berries. No nasty shit, no synthetic crap. Rootsbrands.com/Rise Above, and it helps out the stream as well if you buy with that link. Don't forget to subscribe to Master Lee's channel, Inner Guardians. Shout out to Helena Phoenix, everybody else tuned in, Andy Panny 33, Mateus, Eye for an Eye, all our admins. Let me know if you like the close-in Oma cam as well. You can see what's going on the decks a little bit more with that nice close-up view. Enter the Lancelot. Lyrics to make you enter the Lancelot. Lyrics to make you dance a lot. Gonna use every chance I want. So people, you gonna dance or what? Didn't sit back the round table. Never heard your name in the fable. Probably shoveling shit in the stable or using hate to line a cradle. That's the Sir Lancelot bar, Helena. That was just for you. Big up Helena Phoenix. I need to get practicing. I've got a booking coming up. Me and Spitter are back at Bournemouth Sevens on the 3rd and 4th of June. That's 3 weeks away. Need to get sharp. Sharpen that tongue. Come back with the lyrical iron lung. Right, last couple from Omar. I want to go to bed. I've got things to do tomorrow. Greater obligations. I wish everyone else happy weekend. Don't let the Soviet Union grind you down. We're all here for you. This is Rise Above.
Boss, Sonny, nothing like Hugo. Looking like you ain't got a clue though. If he dies, me ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust in us, we the real dudes. And don't sugarcoat what the pill do. Penthouse top floor with the ill view. What you don't know, cause he might kill you.
Seriously guys, if you haven't subscribed to my other channel, please subscribe. There's loads of other stuff on there you won't see on this channel.
Shock you, I'm looking like Blanca. Money talks, son, we don't banter. I said money talks, we don't banter.
Big love, Sam Carno. We're a family.
Stone face cold like a mannequin. Beats like a bomb, better bring more paneling.
Depending as much.
What you don't know, cause he might kill you.
This lance is mighty like a spear, from the tip of my tongue straight to your fucking ear. Helen is giving me the lyrics tonight. Yeah, listen. Try my best to end this show. Rise Above. Big shout to Terra Slim. Think he was listening in on a little one. Big shout to Victoria. Oh, yeah. end on a high. It's how it's done. Rise above, second to none. Second to no one. We stand alone on this battlefield. Rise above, stand alone. I thought it was the last one. What? Oh, I see. Oh, look at that. That drop bot. Sex bots. Stop the sex bots. Sex bots are swarming. Approaching early hours of the morning. A new day is dawning. It's danger. Warning. Sex bots are swarming. Oh, this is a Tinder sex bot. We haven't had this one before. Attack of the Schwabian sex bots. Banish them, comrade. They're trying to go out of us, Lord Doobsworth. They want my phone number. Look. Thank you, Eye for an Eye. I feel like the Matrix and those fucking drones are coming. Never surrender, Toby. No retreat, no surrender. They can send 33 billion sex bots at me. We will never surrender. They'll never defeat Rise Above. Send your strongest army of sex bots, Lord Schwab. We will defeat you. Time and time again. Shout to Lee Redpath, I see ya. As we know, Omar's not mucking about. Lance has an army of Katos. What's Katos? That's right, Auntie Koviet, we tread the red pill path. We tread the path of the Shogun. Combating the cloven hoof. The red pill path. The lesser trodden path, Auntie Koviet. Actually hurting my head now. I just won't have headphones. I'll go bareback, bare ear. Sword in hand and meme in shield. A shield made of memes, Sankano. We will battle those sex bots together, comrade. Have you seen Shogun Assassin, Lord Doobsworth? My favourite film. Apparently this is actually the last track. Ending on an Oma classic. Thanks very much for tuning in, everybody. No problem, Auntie Kobe. It's my pleasure. This is the last one. No. I will.
It's time to straighten right out. Stop you running around, making problems uptown. Rudy, a message to you.